ABC News. Good evening, I'm Melissa Polomini. 3 people are in hospital with serious injuries after a car crashed into a bus stop in Melbourne's southeast. Beth Gibson reports.
Police believe a car lost control on Frankston Dandenong Road in Carrum Downs just after 3 o'clock this afternoon and crashed into a bus stop, hitting 2 pedestrians. Both were taken to hospital with serious but non-life-threatening injuries. The male driver was arrested at the scene. He was also taken to hospital with serious injuries. The driver of a second vehicle was also arrested and is assisting police with their inquiries. It's alleged both cars were driving erratically just before the crash. Anyone with information is urged to contact Crime Stoppers.
There's bipartisan support for the incoming head of the Reserve Bank of Australia. Brett Worthington reports from Parliament House.
Michelle Bullock will make history when she becomes the 9th RBA governor and the first woman to lead the central bank. Currently the bank's deputy governor, she replaces Philip Lowe after months of speculation about his future. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese.
Ms Bullock is an accomplished economist with wide experience at the RBA.
Shadow Finance spokeswoman Jane Hume says after almost 4 decades at the bank, Ms Bullock is eminently qualified.
That continuity is really important and Michelle Bullock does provide that. She's been in the room.
Ms Bullock takes over in September.
Some economists have welcomed the government's decision to appoint another member of the Reserve Bank Board as Governor Philip Lowe's replacement. AMP Chief Economist Shane Oliver says it's important to have a governor who's familiar with the RBA while inflation remains a challenge.
Don't forget the review found that the Reserve Bank was actually highly regarded, had been doing a very good job over many, many years. So therefore, I thought it makes more sense to have an insider in that role undertaking the necessary changes, but also making sure they don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
The chair and CEO of Australia's chemical regulator have resigned after a damning report found it had been captured by industry interests and was subject to regular complaints of misconduct. The review of the Australian Pesticides and Veterinary Medicines Authority was commissioned by the federal government after a Senate inquiry heard allegations an employee had urinated on his colleagues following a staff Christmas party. The Agriculture Minister, Murray Watt, says the review found there was a very high staff turnover and an unacceptably high number of workplace complaints.
Concerningly, the review also includes allegations of industry capture of the APVMA, which appears to have played a key role in the APVMA not performing its full regulatory responsibilities.
Australian Federal Police have charged a second Victorian man over his alleged involvement in the importation of methamphetamine. The 31-year-old was charged with attempting to possess 214 kilograms of methamphetamine, allegedly hidden in a shipment of gas heaters sent from Malaysia in December. He has faced a Sydney court today. US authorities say Lisa Marie Presley died from natural causes after suffering a small bowel obstruction. The singer and daughter of Elvis Presley died in January at the age of 54. She passed away at a Los Angeles hospital after paramedics responded to an emergency call of a woman in cardiac arrest at her home. An autopsy report has not been released. Former Matildas legend Alicia Ferguson says tonight's friendly match against France marks the unofficial start of the Matildas World Cup campaign. A sellout crowd will pack Melbourne's Docklands Stadium tonight ahead of next week's Cup opener against Ireland. Ferguson says she believes the Women's World Cup will be the biggest women's sporting event in history.
We're going towards 1.5 million ticket sales. We've got a sold-out first game against Ireland at Stadium Australia, and we're expecting that 2 billion people will be watching the broadcast across this World Cup. So it all starts tonight. This is where it actually feels real.
To the weather now, there's a moderate flood warning for the Murray River, a severe weather warning for Gippsland. There's a strong wind warning for the central Gippsland and the East Gippsland coasts. For Victoria tomorrow, cloudy, scattered showers over southwestern districts, extending throughout the rest of the state during the day. Isolated showers reaching the far northwest and southeast. For Melbourne, showers clearing tomorrow, a top of 13. Sunday, partly cloudy, 15. Monday, sunny and 16. It's currently 13. ABC News.
You'll always find top drama on ABC iView.
Tell me what you got.
Always intriguing with The Messenger and Smother.
I don't know who to trust anymore.
People think I'm a psycho.
Always dramatic with Vandervalk and In Our Blood.
She really doesn't like you. The world needs beautiful things right now.
And always different with In Limbo, Bay of Fires and so much more.
I'm back for an encore.
A surprise holiday.
You'll always find the best drama.
Happy.
Streaming for free on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
What a stage. This game is coming to life.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
The Raw will tell you the story. Fans are on their feet.
This game is electric.
Holds his arms out wide and tells them to get excited. Oh, the home fans like that. What a game. It's got everything. On the run. It's happening again. It's a whole new game.
Cause here it comes, here it comes.
One bounce at 60, one bounce at 40, one bounce at 20, and he goes.
He plays on from 52 out. The package bangs it through.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
On the left boot, he's welcome to the big time moment.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
Turn steady, go.
Something big is coming.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Durham to win it. Goal.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
Gets onto it, and away it goes.
Tapped it twice with his left hand, gathered in the right forward pocket. That is brilliant.
Here they come. That's class. Oh, he's a star. What a game. Brilliant. He goes.
This kid is going places.
Hand pass to Sarong. Sarong pulls the trigger. Boom. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment. Curls it around. What about that? Hand pass to Elliott. Back to Hill. Superb finish.
55 out, he's given this plenty. That's a magnificent strike of the football.
He dribbles it along the ground for an incredible goal.
Grimes goes long. Bolton. High altitude fly from Showbolt.
Snap from 35, and boy does he love it.
Good for Humphrey. Here's Humphrey to put the Suns 8 points clear.
To take the lead. It never looked like missing.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, and now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
On Friday night footy, it's a rematch of last year's semi-final. The only MCG win the Lions have had under Chris Fagan. Tonight is also a top four clash in season. It is third versus fourth. Melbourne trying to prove that they belong as a top four team. While for the Lions, it's another opportunity to see if they can produce their best at footy's Coliseum. This is Grandstand AFL. Corbin Middlemass with you in commentary. There is no late change for either side. The respective tactical subs, Joel Smith from the Demons and Devon Robertson is going to be the sub for the Brisbane Lions. The D's making a statement at selection, leaving out their high-priced recruit Brodie Grundy. Meanwhile, for the Brisbane Lions, one of their prize recruits is still another week away, so no Josh Dunkley tonight, but a chance to see how they go here in a top four tussle at the G. It is a windy evening. It's been a windy day with winds at 24 kilometres per hour, but 13 degrees and no rain on the radar, which is good news. The whole gang's here on Friday night. Tim Hodges on the boundary, Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse, our Grandstand AFL experts. And to call the footy with me, as always, on a Friday night in Melbourne, Kelly Underwood. Hello, Kel.
Hello, Corbin. Middle of July, round 18. Two teams nestled in that top four. If you can't get excited about this one, there's something wrong with you, I think. But remember the glory days of the Brisbane Lions? Probably the older gentleman sitting behind me won't like this reference, but, 01, 02, 03, how they were just the three-peat and they were so successful. And then they lost on grand final day here in 2004 to Port Adelaide. Since that day, they are 5 wins, 28 losses, and a draw. So they've won 5 of their last 34 games here. And, of course, only play here twice in season 2023 before the finals. And they lost the first one against the Hawks by 25 points back in round 13. And I noticed already Chris Fagan getting a little something that the older gentleman behind me would do as well. Get a bit prickly about the MCG question when it was asked in Brisbane earlier this week, Chris Fagan. So a chance for the Brisbane Lions to end this MCG hoodoo before September, because otherwise Chris Fagan's just going to get more agitated when those questions come in September, and no doubt they will, unless they win here tonight. So lots on the line. I love it. It's a lot to look forward to.
It's a fascinating conversation. As an Essendon supporter, I spent a lot of time thinking about the 2004 final series. Of course, the last time the Bombers were able to win one. But the ground dimension, 6 metres longer, 2 metres wider than the Gabba. So not as significant as what you'd expect. Cameron Ling's here, of course, was part of that 04 final series. Hello, Lingy.
Hello, Corbs. Hello, team. Hello, everyone out there. When Kelly kept saying the older gentleman behind, he kept pointing to me, which had me a little bit concerned about my fresh new haircut, as it made me look that much older.
No.
It's looking as sharp as sharp.
Absolutely. No, you've had the luscious locks of the curls have gone, and it's looking lovely, Lingy. You're looking a lot younger. I was pointing the other direction.
The other direction. Thank you, Cal. I'm excited. I'm excited for this one. One thing I will say, coming into the ground, it's quietish out there for a top 4 clash. Massive game for both teams. Melbourne trying to get restarted a little bit in the season after a win last week. I thought we might have had a big crowd. I don't know how big this one's going to be tonight, Corbs, but the game that's actually going to be taking place on the Oval should be a ripper.
I'll tell you why, Lingy.
Jump in.
Because Melbourne haven't got Samantha Kerr playing for them.
Yes.
Great point.
Okay, great point.
Big game across town, a sellout of 50,000 under the closed roof at Docklands.
For a friendly.
For a friendly. Got to change that name. They can't be called friendly, surely.
Not the way they play.
Yeah, no, it's against France in the lead up to the Women's FIFA World Cup.
Makes you think what might have been too, had they maybe scheduled some of the games at some different stadiums as opposed to playing them at the rectangular stadium next door.
Interesting, Corbin. Every other state relinquished and said, take our biggest stadium, please. Except here at the MCG. They're going to be playing across the road when they host Canada on a Monday night in a couple of weeks, which has a maximum crowd of just a tick over 30,000. I was told today that the AFL was a big reason in that.
I wonder why.
Yes. Wouldn't help them out. Said, sorry, can't get your hands on the MCG in July.
It's a great shame to think what might have been on that front. Just quickly on the game tonight, who's it more significant for? The Lions or the D's?
Well, that's a really good question. I still feel a little bit Chris Fagan might be getting a little grumpy, and you're probably right, Cal, that you could just sense that about him. But it is important. That winning form here, feeling good here, shutting a few people up is important for a team that is better than they were last year. Now, Josh Dunkley's not playing tonight, as you mentioned, Corbs, but he makes them better. They are better equipped. I think they're better where they're sitting right now. They're ready to launch, but they still wouldn't mind feeling great about this place and quietening a few people down. So I think it's the Brisbane Lions, but I have got them with Collingwood and Port Adelaide right there in that separate little bracket. Melbourne were with them half a dozen weeks ago, maybe a little bit more. They have now drifted right back to the rest of the pack, so it still is pretty significant for them.
What do you reckon, Mick? How would you handle it if you were Chris Fagan this week? He was a little prickly, as Cal alluded to, when he was quizzed about their record here at the MCG. The fascinating part about it is everybody says, oh, you need to win at the MCG because this is where the big finals are played. I guess the comeback for Chris Fagan is the highest stakes final that they played here. They came and they won last year against Melbourne. So they do have a finals victory in this ground, which is the only one on their record.
G'day, Corby, Cal, Lingy and Timmy downstairs and Benny behind me. I'm over the Brisbane thing here because I think that is now... Chris Fagan's got every right to go, look, we're sick of this. And they can put it to bed tonight. I really think the jury's out. I'm with Lingy here. There's 2 clubs at the moment, and there's a third club, and then there's a little bit of daylight. And the daylight is, to me, is consistency. I hate seeing players drop, but I did, and I'll say this, I wrote about this 2 weeks ago, there's no way known that Brown, Gawn and Grundy can play on the same side. They've elected to keep Brown in, and Grundy, unfortunately, has had to fall out, and there's a valid reason for it. And I reckon Melbourne are better the way this structure is I hope for his sake he goes back and kicks a few goals and learns how to play that role, because it could be devastating down there if he just. But that's the trouble, isn't it? I'm sure Lingy's seen this right throughout time. You get young kids come through as ruckmen. They ruck behind the ball. They take all the marks and all this sort of stuff. Got no one on them. As soon as they go forward and someone into them and grabs their arm and grabs their jumper and two blokes contest and they can't handle it, he's going to have to grow quickly into that role. I think the stakes are higher for Melbourne to produce against Brisbane, who are in that third position.
Oh, I like that. That's a perfect setup. We'll talk more about Brisbane and Melbourne as we edge closer to the bounce, but no late change. Joel Smith and Devon Robertson, the two subs. Adam Uze about to join Tim Hodges in just a moment. As your former president would always say, Mick, it's been a big week in footy, and it always is when a senior coach goes, and that was the fate for Stuart Dew at the Gold Coast Suns this week, despite strong support from both of you on Grandstand AFL last Friday night. What were you thinking when you woke up on Tuesday morning and heard the news that his reign in charge of the Suns had ended effective immediately?
Well, mine was just total anger, not towards who can I be angry with outside of I think a board is. I think that there's a lot of treachery at stake. I reckon the AFL have got their fingerprints all over it. Number one. Two is this has been done since Hardwick resigned. No question there. If I was anyone outside of Damien Hardwick, don't embarrass yourself by applying or being interviewed, because it's an absolute and utter waste of time. It'll be just another one of those furphy things that you see so often. I know you're safe, and you know full well you're about as safe as Stuart Dew. So I'm just got total anger for it. I know the players are upset. The match committee they're in shock. Most clubs who lose a coach and a new one comes along, they win the game for some unknown reason. This one, I had him inked in when he was coached. I'm not sure now that their psyche will allow them to win this game against St Kilda. So it's they never take into consideration family, and perhaps I'm just being a former coach. But I just don't like to. I spoke to Trevor Nesbitt yesterday, and he said, "Well, why would we replace anyone?" He said, we haven't done it in our past. Geelong's the only one in the last 20 years that hasn't done it. Geelong and West Coast, the other two. Stability.
Haven't sacked a coach.
Haven't sacked a coach anywhere that's not completing that particular year.
Yep.
Right? And you think...
That's amazing, isn't it? To think, so all 16 other teams have sacked a coach mid-year in the last 20 years.
Well, 21 or 22, whatever it is.
Give or take,
A couple have repeated, a couple have gone on for a couple of years. Mark Harvey got 3 or 4 years. Ruse, we know, got 7 or 8 years, and someone else, Grant Thomas, got 5 years. But the rest of them don't last. And you say to yourself, why are you doing it for ego? Are you doing it because you've got pressure from outside on media or supporters? What are you intending to do by sacking a coach, and where do you expect to how are you going to win, and how are you going to make the 8? I haven't done this stat, but I would say all those teams never made the 8 that particular, or the finals that year. I'll say that right now off the top. It's a guess, but I can't think of any of them making the 8. Perhaps Sydney may have. I'll stand corrected on that. So I don't get it. I am that hostile towards committees who have not got the intestinal fortitude to stand up and say, no, we're going to run it to the end of the year, and then we'll make a decision.
Their response would be, and anyone who wants to argue for the sacking of Stuart Dew, by the way, I'm 100% with you, Mick, and my first feeling was anger as well, and I don't normally get that invested in another club's decision, but there was anger there.
Is that because of the way it was handled?
A little bit the way it was handled, and I just think it's the wrong decision. I think it's the wrong path, and we were talking about it last Friday night. The win-loss record will always be thrown back at people like us who are arguing for staying with Stuart Dew. Okay, sure. The win-loss record is not pretty, and I know it's a ruthless industry, and I know wins are important, absolutely. But I look at Stuart Dew's role coming to the Gold Coast Suns as a senior coach so differently to wins and losses.
Yeah.
They butchered the first 2 or 3 iterations of that club so badly. Their list management decisions were terrible. The culture that they built was just appalling. The way that they established the club was just wrong.
That's where it started, though, Liggy.
That's where it all started. So Stuart Dew is brought in, along with others, with their number one mandate being build a culture for the long term that can sustain eventual success. It's an environment where players want to come to. It's an environment where players who are drafted here want to stay. They want to eventually raise their families. They want to be part of this football club. I saw Stuart Dew doing that. Yes, the wins hadn't quite caught up with the culture that he was building, but it was there. That culture was there. Players were signing on for longer term.
Stepping stones.
3-4 year deals were getting done with highly talented, high draft picks. They were saying, I'm part of this for at least the medium term, hopefully the long term. So the decision to then go, okay, you're out, you've completely failed, let's get in the 3-time premiership coach, Damien Hardwick, this is fantastic, and forget about it, it's a done deal. I'm with you, Mick, it's 100% a done deal. That's going to fix everything.
So this is just what window dressing, that they felt like they needed clear air between the previous coach going and appointing Hardwick. You guys believe that that's just completely done?
Well, I think it has to be.
Of course it.
If Damien Hardwick wasn't available, would the decision have been made?
No, I don't believe so.
So just for the benefit of our audience,
I agree with that.
I'm going to give you the other side of this perspective, and I have had a lot to do with Stuart Dew, a South Australian, and he is genuinely a lovely man, and the players adored him. They loved playing for him. But this is what the board or the flip side would say. Yes, it was messy, absolutely. Why don't boards learn? Once you made the decision, don't worry about the chairman's got to come back from overseas. There's, things called phones and Teams meeting. Once the board's made the decision, you have to inform the coach straight away. That's where they've made a big mistake here, and it's leaked in the meantime. He was given 6 years. You said, Lingy, a big group of top draft picks, big tick for him because they recommitted. Some of the big names have bought, houses in the area. They've signed for 3 or 4 years, but not many coaches get 6 years. You look at Alan Richardson, I think only 2 in the history, 120 years of AFL, VFL footy have lasted longer. Alan Richardson was halfway through his 6th year and never made finals. So he's been given 6 years and never made finals. Damien Hardwick made finals year number 4. He went 15, 12, 12 into finals. Alistair Clarkson was 14, 11 and then 6th. So you look back, no one else has had 6 years apart from Alan Richardson. And I think it also hurts when you've got the likes of Craig McRae and Brad Scott who can come in and they walked into chaos, let me tell you. I mean, a different culture to what the Gold Coast Suns are, but they have walked into utter chaos, political turmoil, and they've been able to turn it around in their first year. If Damien Hardwick comes in and he makes the finals next year, do you think anyone will be looking back going, oh, gee, Stuart Dew really wasn't given enough time? And the broader picture here is that this is a club that, in the current climate on the Gold Coast, needs to be brutal and ruthless. So many sporting clubs on the Gold Coast over the last few decades have folded, and rugby league is flying. They've got 4 teams now in Queensland. Wayne Bennett is doing amazing things with the Dolphins just out of Brisbane. They're currently sitting 12th in their very first year. They've had 8 wins. And the Gold Coast Titans have just sacked their coach, and they're borderline making the 8. So that was a ruthless decision. And they've given it to a grumpy man who hates the media, who's a very successful coach, and his name is Des Hasler. So I think, we as Victorians, and we're in our little footy bubble here, have to look at the bigger picture and say, well, hang on, NRL's really taking off and dominating. Sure, we got the participation figures, but is there anything wrong with the fact that the board's they've stuffed up the way they did it, but they've been ruthless and said, you know what, 14 years is too long. We have to play finals next year. And, of course, you've got Damien Hardwick weighing in the weeds.
The AFL are at fault for a start-off. The way the club started. That's number one, and it's continued right through with AFL appointees. Let the club appoint people, not the AFL. That's number one. If you want to build your culture, my tip would have been, it's too easy now, is that they would make it next year, because the group are now almost on song to get there. Yes, you are spot on. A lot of Gold Coast area teams fold. Transient society, rather go surfing or walk down the boulevard, whatever, than go to the ground's in a bad position. the ground was non-existent under Guy McKenna. When we played there, surprisingly, I had dinner with Guy the day before we played. He showed me the premises. It was 30 degrees. They had little
transportable sheds.
Transportable.
Yep.
There was no gym. The gym was like it was on the floor. It was atrocious. Now, it's a side that was set up hastily by the AFL instead of setting it up properly and then sending someone in. And the other thing is too, I'm opposed to say this, but I really believe that if you were going to appoint like Guy McKenna, and then there was Rodney Eade, was it next?
Yep.
So
yep.
He's a senior, doesn't need an assistant, but Guy probably needed a mentor just to cover his back and help him out. He could coach, make no mistake about it. But a job like that, I was very fortunate when I went to Western Bulldogs. I was 30, but I had Wayne Walsh, been around the traps, played under Norm Smith, played at Richmond, Premiership Richmond, etc., etc. Don McKenzie, a couple of other, I'll think of their names. But they were all senior people that guided you. Go to West Coast, Ian Miller, guided you. So what Gold Coast missed out on was allowing the AFL to set the agenda instead of when you get club people know how to peel the oranges, stand at the door, sell the raffle ticket, do all this stuff. Not the big stuff looking down. It's got to be from ground roots going up.
So I guess are they set up for success in we're never going to be able to prove the counterfactual. So we're never going to know what Stuart Dew was able to do with the group. But if Damien Hardwick gets the job, which he's a short price favourite too, is it a list that he can come in and have success with straight away?
Yeah, I reckon.
Yes. Yeah, I think he can play.
And so this time next year, when they're sitting 6th, 7th or 8th, Cameron, are we going to be sitting going, gee, that was the wrong decision to sack Stuart Dew?
Of course. If they play finals next year, we'll all move on and we'll all forget about it. And we'll laud...
Stewie won't.
No, you're right. We'll laud Damien Hardwick, this and that. The foundation is still set by Stuart Dew. It has happened so many times before. You can go back. I still believe quite strongly, now I'm biased in this, that Brendan McCartney set a really good foundation for Luke Beveridge to build upon at the Bulldogs. Now, we don't know if Brendan would have had the same success. Perhaps not. But Stuart Dew has done a good job building from nothing. Now, some of those points you made, Cal, excellent points, absolutely. But I would push back on, say, Brad Scott, Craig McRae. You're right in that there was turmoil at those clubs, but it's still a long history. There is a culture at those clubs. Now, not a good one in recent history in one of the cases in Essendon, but it's still there. There's club people.
100 years. There's 100 years of it.
Stuart Dew's got nothing. Absolutely nothing. In fact, less than nothing because they butchered it so badly the first couple of times around. Their list management decisions were appalling. Even when they tried to get it right the second or third time, they still were making terrible mistakes. They were trading pick number 2 for players who didn't warrant pick number 2. Sorry, Lockie Weller, but that's just a fact. Good player, not a pick number 2 calibre player. So those mistakes were already in place for him to come and rectify. He deserved the chance. Now, you're right. Next year, they're playing finals. Congratulations, Damien Hardwick. Fantastic. We'll move on. I still think it's the wrong call.
What if Damien Hardwick takes a dusty with him? I mean, and maybe those discussions have happened.
I wouldn't like it. I think that would be a mistake from Damien Hardwick.
There's no face of the club on the Gold Coast.
You know what the face of the club will be? Holding up a premiership cup.
W's next to their name when they play each week.
Matt Rao, Noah Anderson, Jack Lukosius, Ben King standing out here at the end of September having won a flag.
The language was interesting in the way they described, we feel like we need a new coach to come in and take us to the next level. It was almost the exact same thing that they said when Guy McKenna was sacked, and they went and got Rodney Eade, and after that they had to go back and ask for more concessions from the AFL and priority picks, and we know the rest of it now for on the Suns front. So let's see what happens next. If Hardwick does go to there, and Mick, you're a experienced coach and have taken on other jobs having had success, how would you go if you walked in and said, oh, by the way, your footy boss is living in another city and we'll only see him on the weekends and every now and then?
I'd be saying get hold of the local paper and look through the job applications. He was the first bloke out the door without even... In fact, I don't even know whether I'd even offer him the opportunity. Because if he's elected to live in a different state, in a different city, your football operations manager or your team manager has to be your shadow. And if he is living in a different place, all I can say to Stu is there's another thing that either he got wrong or they got wrong, because the gap there, you need that person right there. Now, I wouldn't advertise it. I'd go and get someone different.
Yes or no, will Stuart Dew be a senior coach again?
Oh, no, I don't know. It's too... He'll be snapped up. He'll be high demand next year as a senior assistant.
Absolutely. And if they're going to go through the phase of seeing these other blokes, they will. They will get it.
Hi, this is Craig Rucastle. I'd love you to join me to continue the war on waste. I'll be doing some investigating to find out where our waste is coming from.
Half a tonne of food. Chuck it out.
And sharing some practical tips on the little, big and somewhere in the middle things that you can do to reduce your waste and protect our planet.
Are you up for the challenge?
Join me for Season 3 of The War on Waste. Starts Tuesday night, July 25 on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
The World Game is here.
Great touch on the edge of the box. Right foot strike. He scores. Unbelievable.
The FIFA Women's World Cup 2023.
Near the corner post on the left side. Dribbles to the edge of the area. Strike. Oh, it's in. What a wonderful goal.
Live and commercial-free coverage on radio and on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the World Cup button.
Kerr intercepts. Dribbles into the area. Kerr strikes. The Aussie captain scores.
The FIFA Women's World Cup 2023 starts Thursday.
ABC Sport.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Footy's biggest weekly stage, Friday night footy.
He launches an absolute rocket under the bright lights of Friday night footy.
'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
We are again under the Friday night lights. It is Melbourne and Brisbane for the second time on a Friday night in the last 17 weeks. You have to go back to round 2 the last time these two teams met. And that night it was a Friday night blackout as the lights went out at the Gabba. It was a win for the Brisbane Lions. Melbourne came home with a wet sail to kick the last 6, having been down by as many as 8 goals in the final term. Max Gawn hurt his knee. We now know that wasn't as serious as first thought. His ruck partner Brodie Grundy's been left out by Simon Goodwin and the Demons. There is no late change. Joel Smith is the technical sub for Melbourne, and for Brisbane the sub is Devon Robertson. Corbin Middlemass in commentary alongside Kelly Underwood, Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse and Tim Hodges. Your call team for Friday night footy as round 18 continues. A narrow victory last night for the Sydney Swans. One of their co-captains, Dane Rampy, though, in hot water. He's facing a 2-match suspension after being charged with rough conduct on the Bulldogs' Lachlan McNeil in the first quarter of the Swans' win last night. Now, this was way off the play and only looked at by the match review officer and really surfaced late this evening. It wasn't picked up by the television cameras last night in play or discussed much post-game or this morning, and yet Rampy looks like he's got a 2-match ban for what looks like, from a behind-the-goals vision, a bump a long way off the ball, some 60, 70 metres away from the footy.
Well, no wonder they don't pick it on TV, mate, because when you're doing your broadcast from the studios, it's pretty hard to pick up things that are on the ground or behind the play. So, like the ABC, we go to games and cover the whole lot, so we would have seen it.
Well, hang on. It was a Channel 7 broadcast, in fairness, and they were there.
I think Channel
7
were there.
Yeah.
Well, they should be looking better.
What I would quickly say with that, it looks like it's a bump to the back.
Yeah.
Which is prohibitive contact. Free kick should be paid if it's spotted by an umpire. I thought 2 weeks was a little harsh for it, Mick.
It does seem harsh, doesn't it?
Seems. Does he go?
He goes towards him. You could argue it was to block McNeil, then
a long
working
way
across, but a long way off. Oh, absolutely prohibitive contact.
I'll go back many years ago, Lingy. Many years ago, when West Coast were playing Sydney in a grand final, and Hall was reported for something similar, a long way from the ball, and the argument was, and I agree, I was certainly barracking for West Coast, but I agree that his leading area was blocked. So he ran through the leading area and took a player out. Not out, totally out of it. He just got injured. I think he come back on. But that's why he was able to get away, because it was part of the play. So I reckon if you're in the play, you're going to block, I know it says 10 metres. You've got to be careful about it.
This is about 15 metres, I reckon. It's not. I wouldn't define it as in play, would you? Cameron?
No, I wouldn't.
No,
define it as in play.
And looks like a clear cut one weeker, but the AFL have highlighted at the start of this year that anything off the ball, the niggle, the jumper punching, the midriff punching, they hate that.
Especially with the meeting they had this afternoon with concussions and God knows what else.
It is a unique one. We haven't seen something like that so far this year. So
they'll miss him.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah.
2-week ban for Dane Rampy, one he'll have to try and beat. The two banner crews have the banner set up. It's laid down on the Plain Arena. The umpires are on their way. There is a pretty modest crowd, it must be said, making their way in for a top four tussle. The thoughts of Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse in just a moment. But first, we say good day to Tim Hodges for the first time tonight. He's with the D's assistant coach, Adam Uze. Hodgie.
Corbin, wonderful to be joined by Adam Uze so close to this, the bounce of the ball. Adam, there's a real feel of September, even though it's July and it's freezing cold, but it's a big stakes tonight.
Yeah, and it always is. When you come up against another top four team, they're in ripping form, to be fair. So, yeah, you want to be up for these games and hopefully the crowd get along and hopefully our boys put on a good show.
Christian Petracca, will he start forward or spend probably more time forward than midfield tonight? Because it was such an experiment that worked so well last week?
Yeah, well, we do. Without Bailey Fritsch, it's hard to find 50 goals. Fritz is an amazing player. We're going to miss him dearly, so we need to fill that void, and we're hoping Track can do that. So he'll get some midfield exposure, but his majority of his role over the next few weeks will be forward. So, as I said, we really need Brayshaw and Sparrow and Viney to really step up to cover for him going forward.
What are your expectations from your captain, Max Gawn, tonight? He doesn't have his offsider, Brodie Grundy, alongside. Do you see a steely resolve in him this week, and especially since the teams dropped last night and we knew Grundy wasn't there, that he can tear a big game apart on his own?
Yeah, well, he's up against a really good midfield and a really good ruckman. So they've kind of changed their team a little bit. Like, they've gone with the one ruck model, and at times they've had Darcy Ford as a sub. So, he's been driven the last few weeks. He's bought into his forward line craft. So we just want to obviously try something different this week without Brodie in there and give him the best opportunity to go and play first ruck, spend a bit more time, stay at his game time a bit higher tonight, as he used to do. And then hopefully Van Rooyen can pinch hit and help us when needed as well.
I asked you before that they came down to us about Brodie. How's he doing? What will this do to his, I don't know, is it an ego thing as much as anything? But have you worried at all about him this week when the news probably was delivered to him, I guess, earlier this week that he wasn't going to be playing tonight?
Oh, you always worry about how they're going to take it. I had a good chat to him again today. He's in really good spirits. He understands what he needs to do. We know what he can do as a ruckman, and we're very, very impressed with what he was doing there, but he has to go and spend time forward. So this will give us an opportunity, rather than just getting 5 minutes a quarter as he does at AFL level. He'll be able to go down to Casey tomorrow and play full 80% game time as a forward and just work on his forward craft. So then that way, when he comes back into the team, which he will get back into the side at some stage, he'll just understand the role as a forward and what the responsibility is, what the leading patterns are, because he's had some time to do it. So hopefully he goes out tomorrow. He might not kick a bag, but just we want to see the contest, want to see his follow-up, and just see the right patterns, that we've got the confidence when we do go back to that two ruck model, that he can go and do it the right way.
So Casey officially has the bye in the VFL, but there's a full practice match arranged tomorrow for you, your team.
Yeah, we're lucky enough. St Kilda's worked out that they've got a bye as well, so we've worked out a scratch match. I think it's 16 aside. They'll get a run around tomorrow out of Casey. So so rather than having a bye, we get our boys to get some game time, and as I said, hopefully Brodie can go and have some fun in the front end.
And you know Max better than just about anyone at this club. Are you excited about what he can do one out tonight?
Yeah, I am, and to be fair, I'm excited to see what Van Rooyen's been playing as a second ruck at Casey, and he does give us something different when he does get in there. So, as I said, big Oscar McInerney's a massive talent, and they're number one clearances for a reason. So, I'm just really happy for Gorney to get in there, and obviously, knowing that he's going to have higher game time, he can work into the game and really take it to one of the best rucks in the comp.
And players are weird animals. You used to be one. Was there a moment when you looked up at the screen during the game last week and saw Clayton Oliver doing a training session down in the Docklands rooms? Do you shake your head and think, that is just so Clayton Oliver?
It is. And he's a driven guy, and he's so professional, and he would have those little exercises that he'd be doing at home. It was just the fact that it was half-time at Marvel Stadium.
Is he just a bad watcher, like he wouldn't have liked watching, or the fact he wants to be out there so much that he just is better off not watching?
Yeah, well, to be fair, he's sat in the coach's box a few times while he's been injured, and he can get pretty animated up there. But no, it would have just been part of his program, so his opportunity to go and fit that in. He had a training session the next day, so it would just be all part of his management around that hammy and try and strengthen it as much as he can. So those little exercises would have been something he would have been doing at home, but you shouldn't have just done it in front of the cameras.
Taking up plenty of your time. Thanks for your time and all the best tonight, Adam.
No worries, thank you.
There you go, Corbin. Adam Uze from the Demons.
Thanks, Hodgie. Nice insight with Adam Uze. And in particular, the bit that stood out to me was just that comment around the fact that Grundy will get back into the team. So I think that's the big question mark. There's only 7 weeks to go, including tonight. He's not playing. As Hodgie pointed out, they got the bye in the VFL, so he won't get the chance to play VFL footy till next week. And there's only 5 weeks to go before the finals. It doesn't leave you a whole lot of runway to learn to become a key forward.
No, and it also, let's say they go pretty well tonight. It doesn't have to be absolutely perfect, but pretty well tonight. And then they start looking at their run to the finals going, hang on a second, do we want that extra tall? Is he going to work as a forward? Is Brodie Grundy playing off the bench going to be the best thing for us as a team? So the idea of he is definitely going to be back, I'm not sure you can say definite, Nick.
Well, I wrote my article a couple of weeks ago was about that whilst he's in the side, Brown can't play because you can't have those two blokes. They cannot chase. They wouldn't be able to chase the thing out of sight in the dark night. So you've just got to make sure Van Roon gives them a different look. Their forwards look differently. I would love to see him in the side. And I just saying to Corby off air, when you've got 4 on the bench, and effectively you've got 5, because you can bring him on at quarter time, at half time, any time these days. I don't think that's his role, but you could probably get away with it. But Gawn is a 90% ruckman. Grundy's a 90% ruckman. Gawn can play forward pocket, but not with sort of French out, and you've got Brown who just leads, not good on the ground. So you're sacrificing a lot on the full forward line. And clubs, you got Andrews and these sort of blokes will just run off them like there's no tomorrow. So your team balance is so important on the run, and nothing is surer that when you've got 5 to go, you are now getting your side ready for finals.
100%, you're sharpening it right up, aren't you? It leaves so much on the Christian Petrarca move forward that it's... Okay, when the ball gets in there, Petrarca's got to clean up almost everything at the ground level. There's smaller guys who will run around and put pressure on, but for genuine A-grade type play, it's Petrarca. And that's a lot of pressure on a player who also will spend time in the middle of the ground and is asked to do a lot. And we know Clayton Oliver's not there yet, so that falls again to Petrarca that, okay, we need a couple of centre clearances. Let's get Petrarca in the middle. That's a lot to put on him. Still with a fair way to go before finals. I know we're talking about sharpening the team, but you want him flying across the ground in September, which he wasn't last year. Yeah. So I worry about the overload with him because that forward line's not functioning.
How long did it take Dolly the Sheep to be cloned? Because they've got to do... That's the only way to get Petrarca to play in the positions that Melbourne need him. In the middle and forward.
So just some numbers on that. So you talk about the work inside the forward 50. So there was a stat produced during the week about contested possession differential inside forward 50. Melbourne were -9 last week, which is their 4th worst all season. Petrarca had 6 contested possessions inside 50 himself. No other player had more than 2. Yeah. And for all the talk last week about kicking 81 points and they were much more accurate and everything else, they had their fewest amount of shots in a game since round 2. So they only produced 19 shots last week. They also lost time in forward half against St Kilda. They had their lowest inside 50s for the season with just 46. And Petrarca played 67% time forward. What's the split in an ideal world as to how you would carve up his time between the midfield and the forward line?
Sorry, I'll just jump in really quick. You could get more of a forward balance if Clayton Oliver was out there.
Oh, that's it.
You can afford it more there. Now, without him, I just feel like it's got to be more 50-50, Mick?
It has to be linear because you just run through the side. You can't find genuine midfielders. Corby, why didn't you tell me that on Monday before I had to pick? Honestly, I've just changed totally because I look at this side and think I don't know whether Petrarca's got the pace to kick it to himself from the centre square and mark it in the forward line, because, quite frankly, it is about contested football. If you can, particularly sides like, and I've said this about Geelong, and I only say it because they're the last year's premiers, Brisbane are another sucker for it. If you keep the ball on the ground, you've got a chance. If you want to let them determine, I can punch it 20 metres, I can mark it, or I can run the ball out, then that's why Brisbane is so good. It's a matter of getting the ball on the ground and then contesting it. Now, Pickett's gone off the boil. You've got Petrarca can only get the ball when he's in front of the ball. He can get it behind and kick it, but he can't be in front and kick it.
Yep.
So where do their goals come from? Where do their entrances come from? We know their back line will probably hold up because they've got reasonable back line, but you're not going to win the game by just having a good back line. You've got to have strikers, and they've got to be in the front half.
Brisbane improved dramatically defensively as well this year. They're 5th in points against this season. They've also conceded just 48 points in their last 3 games. So one of them was against West Coast last week, who didn't kick a huge score, but they certainly have got a lot better defensively. Around the MCG, we spoke about it off the top. So 1 win in their last 14 games. Under Fagan, they're 1-10. As a coaching exercise, when there is a hoodoo, and clearly there's some element of that, despite the fact they beat Melbourne in a final here last year, do you mention it? Do you not mention it? How do you handle it if you're Chris Fagan leading into tonight?
I'll go from the player perspective.
Yep.
And a mature player, which I think Brisbane are a mature team. They've been in finals a number of times. Pardon my French, shut up. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about it. Just, we're going to go out and fix it ourselves. And you may be just to a couple of senior players going, enough's enough. Let's go and sort this out to shut the rest of the footy world up. And so that's all it is. From a coach, Mick, would you lean on it? Would you niggle it into a few people and say...
I only did it early days at West Coast because no Western Australian side had ever won at the MCG, ever, in over 100 years. So it was finding out why, and when it got established that they got the players, some felt, we just get booed all the time. I said, but if they're cheering, that means their side's winning. If they're booing, that means you'll get the ball. Let's invite the booing. Let's invite the hostility outside the fence, because that simply means you're in charge. And, the mindset virtually changed straight away to the point where our second game here, we got smashed by Melbourne. Next game, we played Richmond. It's like the 4-minute mile, then it was broken every so often,
Can I jump in? And, Corby, this isn't about grounds, but just from my past. So Brisbane were the great team of the early 2000s, and they used to beat up on us as a young team. At the time we played them down at Cardinia Park, they treated us like little kids. The famous story about Michael Voss stopping the game just after half-time and telling the umpire that one of the Oz kickers was still on the ground because Shannon Burns was there. And they just toyed with us and made us feel so insignificant. And Bomber Thompson used to, in one particular game, so I'll be as quick as I can.
I like it.
Michael Voss nailed both Darren Milburn and Joel Corey just bumps, just going to win the ball type bumps. Nothing dirty, not taking them out. A broken collarbone and a dislocated shoulder to each of the players. So just that real strength and power that we didn't yet have. Fast forward a few years, that moment where you just say enough's enough, and there was a meeting. And every single time we played the Brisbane Lions, Bomber would just say, they just treat you guys like garbage. They treat you like boy. And we weren't ready to hear it, and we just, we'll do something about it, and never did. And Brisbane used to beat up on us and destroy us. There was one, finally, when we realised, Joel Corey, in a meeting, Bomber said, and watch out for Voss, he might go a bit hard at you and he'll break your collarbone again, Joel. And Joel, as quiet as a mouse, a terrific guy, but as quiet as a mouse, just said, Bomber, enough. I don't want to hear about it. And we all sat back and gone, okay, we're up for no longer letting Brisbane dictate everything. We're just quietly as a group.
And that's the pushback that Thompson's looking for. He wants someone...
Yeah, and years later, he said, I knew you boys finally got it as a team when Joel snapped in a meeting. That's what I'm expecting from the Brisbane players.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear any more about it. We'll do something about it in the game.
Yep. Once the white line has been marked, regardless of what ground it is, and it's got 4 posts at each end, you've got to play football.
Max Gawn and Lockie Neal making their way to the middle of the MCG. Time for us to check back in with Tim Hodges on the boundary. Good evening, Hodgie.
That's the most lackadaisical win of the toss from Max Gawn ever. He won it and he did the thumb over the shoulder that the Demons are kicking to the punt road end. That's the left of screen if you're at home watching on the telly, listening to us, it is a very chilly Melbourne night, a low of 10, currently 12 degrees, but thankfully no sign of rain. That's all coming tomorrow, according to the forecast. Maybe it's the cold weather, or maybe, as Lingy suggested earlier, the snow is decent, but the crowd ain't great for Friday night footy, especially for third versus fourth. The MCC expecting 38,000 tonight. At the moment, honestly, I don't think there's too many more than 20,000 in the house, which is really poor. So hopefully it builds in the next 20 minutes or so. But when you consider there's, at least double that across town watching the footy at the Docklands, this is not a good Friday night crowd. Just repeating no late changes. The subs for the Demons, it's Joel Smith. For the Lions, Devon Robertson. Have a good call, guys.
Thanks, Hodgie. So have you changed your Mick, or are you with the D's?
Oh, I'm definitely changing, but it's too late for me. I've already recorded in my list, but just on that, you've just spoiled the whole night.
Brisbane for me.
Let's hope we can make it a little bit better, Mick, with the footy ahead of us. The D's and the Lions, you're with Kelly Underwood.
And Gawn, the captain, wins it. Straight down to Cozzy Pickett. He started in the middle. He wheels around. Kicks straight down the corridor. Almost a mark down there, but the umpire spotted a free. It was almost to Sparrow. Play on advantage. The Brisbane Lions have got it through the centre, and Danaher marks right on the centre circle. Oh, look out. Jack Viney nearly caught him. He got his kick away. Into the pocket, a one-on-one. It was Curnow tussling with McVee. And then the handball back to Lions. They can't keep it in play. Brisbane, can they? No. Tackled over the boundary line is Bailey.
It's funny.
Salem had him, Mick.
I was looking for Pickett. I'm thinking, he's picking him up. There he is in the middle. Good move. First out of the stoppage. Now I'm back to the forward line now, I reckon, Lingy.
Yep. Forward 50 stoppage for Brisbane. Max Gawn going it alone, wins the hit out towards the boundary line, and it's out of play. So I throw in 50 out from the Brisbane goal. See, I've got all these numbers, Mick, and what I need is your intel to actually tell me what the good numbers are and what the bad numbers are. We should sort of collate more.
Get me on Monday. I was going to do it. I'm just saying, Lingy, this is interesting. I reckon Gawn's already made a statement, because McInerney's been dominating the ruck recently, but Gawn's knocked him over twice now, 3 times now.
Yeah, he's just won that one and he's palmed it. It's inside 50 here for the Lions, but it's Rivers that's got the footy kicking out of the defensive 50, and the mark's been taken by Young Woden, playing just his second game of AFL footy. Flares it wide on the Yarra River side where Brayshaw marks. Wants to go on with it. Handballs over the top to Viney. Handballs to Langdon. Got it to half forward. Now the kick into that right forward pocket. Wanting a free. Does he get a free? Neil Bullen, he asked for it. And the umpire says, yep, you can have it. It was a little tug of the jumper. Neil Bullen goes to ground. It was Wilmot that was the culprit. And Neil Bullen will have a set shot. A little slight angle, only about 15, 20 metres out.
Yeah, I think just the arm for a fraction of a second went over the shoulder. Darcy Wilmot, Alex Neil-Bullen certainly made sure the umpire saw it.
To the punt road end, it should be easy pickings to open us up the proceedings at the MCG. And Neil-Bullen, the crafty forward, as easy as you like. 1 straight 6, the D's, the Lions yet to score.
I think Brisbane will be disappointed, forget about the free kick, whether it was there or not, with the ease of which Melbourne transferred the ball down the ground.
Yeah.
It was inside their forward 50, in a stoppage, an ability to lock it in, had the ground set, but Melbourne just picked their way through quite comfortably.
Was that 3 marks on the way through? I reckon it might have been.
I reckon
free
it was,
kick.
yes.
So, just absolutely spot on. That's not Brisbane-like.
Not when we were just discussing making a statement in a game where you're sick of hearing about a ground, to then just have that ease of play happen early on.
If you drew the Gabba on this, it would be a great difference, wouldn't it?
6 by 2, so 6 metres longer, 2 metres wider, the MCG than the Gabba. As McInerney in the middle wins the hit out, but straight to Brayshaw, hooks a kick to centre half forward, clean bowls Wilmot, knocks forward to Petrarca's advantage, hand pass to Neil Bullen, hands it to Melcham, for 2 in a row he's hit the fat part of the footy. He's missed everything from 15 out straight in front, and it's out on the full in the opposite pocket. And that is a blown opportunity for the D's. They're 1 straight, Brisbane yet to score 3.5 minutes in.
Well, that's unforgivable, because either one of those players who hand passed that football could have had a shot.
Yeah, Petrarca could have easily had a shot. He's in goal-kicking form 4 last week. So McKenna gets it outside 50, but it spills the way of the Demons again. Langdon goes to the top of the goal square, off the hands of Payne. Here's Petrarca wheeling around. He says, I'll do it my way this time. And when you can kick them like that, why wouldn't you? He snaps the goal from the top of the goal square right in front of the D's army and the cheer squad, and there's a bit of push and shove and feeling in it afterwards. 2 straight 12, Melbourne. Brisbane yet to score.
Well, all the talk's been about how Brisbane would handle the MCG. Would they come out breathing fire? I love this approach from Melbourne, Nick. They are hunting after the footy. They are using it well. They've had 16 touches of the footy versus 6 to the Brisbane Lions.
And that one there, Lingy.
Contested possession, 8 to Melbourne, 2 to the Lions.
Yeah.
So I know it's very, very early and lots is going to happen in this game, but when you look at the first 5 minutes in isolation, Melbourne have come out with the right mindset. Brisbane, they've barely turned up.
16 disposals to 5, 2 goals to zip. What a start for the Demons. Back in the middle, Gawn wins the head out. Sparrow went without it. Viney soccers it forward. Picked off by Leicester. Claimed the mark, not 15, said the umpire. Ball comes out in the tackle. Hand pass away from McCartney. Finds McInerney. Handball to Wilmot, who arches the back and peels off centre-half back. Kicks to centre-half forward. Advantage applied. Danaher's waiting out the back. 40 metres out. He too has sprayed it off the boot and missed everything. At the city end of the ground, he had no one in front of him on the run. 40 metres from goal, and yet no score for Danaher.
That's 2 rolled goal opportunities Danaher's wasted. That's a shot at goal that he should kick. The other one before was Charlie Cameron on the lead, who he just completely overcooked the kick.
Yeah.
So the exiting kick comes from the Demons, and a free kick in the pack. It'll go to Ben Brown. He's got it at half-back. Spears the pass to Sparrow.
And he's got Demons too, Danaher. If his head's lowered early, it stays lowered.
Yeah, round 4 against the Bulldogs. Kicked about 0-4, I think. Ever since then, he's just about kicked a goal in every game, Mick. So ball spills out of bounds on the outer side, the southern side of the MCG. So it'll be a boundary throw in. The D's 2 straight 12. Brisbane yet to score. And Starcevic has started on Petrarca. Petrarca in the forward line. He's kicked one of the first 2 goals for Melbourne. Spinning back in, Gawn beats McInerney to it again, straight down the throat of Langdon, and up and under. Brown sets himself for the leap, off hands Neil Bullen, handballs behind him. Payne picks it up, gives it off to Rayner, and now the kick from the Lions has got it on the broadcast week.
Levers out after it, copped an unkind bounce, bangs bodies with Gunston that wins the footy lever. Short kick to Brown for the Demons.
Maybe Gunston learned how to tackle next time. That just should have been wrapped up, turnover, and away they go.
Here's Brown, kicks inside the forward 50, good placement. Petrarca runs onto it, marks on his chest. 52 metres out, arches around to the right, drives it goalward, drives it all the way home. What a start. Christian Petrarca helps Melbourne build an early lead. He's got 2 of the first 3, and Melbourne are 3 straight 18. Brisbane yet to score. His house of horrors here at the MCG. It's panning out that way again for Brisbane.
And it could
7 minutes in.
It could be a lot better. Melsham's had a great day so far. He's whacked one in the middle that should have been a goal, and he's dropped the mark on the half-forward flank. They've recovered it, Melbourne, both times, even though it's gone end-to-end, but they've got their 2 goals from that play. But a bloke like Jake Melsham, he needs to get his hands in the football to be able to add to that forward line.
Yeah. Mick, I'm a little bit blown away.
Yeah.
Melbourne, I want to credit them. Outstanding start. But I can't believe how easy Brisbane are to play against right now. 12-4 contested possessions, 26-11 in disposals, and they're just letting them play.
Yeah.
They look shell-shocked out there at the moment, and once again, Gawn gets his hands to it. And now he picks it up with a kick, and he kicks to centre-half forward, sliding in with Spargo. Flicks it the way of Sparrow. Viney just hacks it forward. Bouncing ball. Andrews met heavily. He got it. Brown wrapped him up. Umpire says holding the ball.
Yep.
Free kick to Ben Brown right on 50.
He fended one, and as soon as he fended, that's prior opportunity gone. Ben Brown nailed him. Great play.
Yeah, and that's what you love. Because I've been critical of their big blokes. Well, he's gone back. He's now in Spencer Street for his kick. But is his ability to make that tackle. And it's not only a tackle, it's a free kick tackle. So well done, Ben Brown.
He's got it on the sponsor's logo just about on the wing, northern end. And the approach starts. He's still on the runway. And now he unloads from 51 out. It's a monster goal. He's flushed it from downtown, Ben Brown. He celebrates with both arms raised in the air, and then he runs to the bench. And the red and blue army is up on its feet early here at the MCG. 4 straight 24. Wake up, Lions. Still yet to score. It's the Demons by 24 points after 9 minutes of play.
Well, it's impressive by the Demons, Mick. Like, they are sharp around the contest.
Someone's got to stand up though, Lingy. Let's flip the coin over and say McInerney's been slaughtered in the ruck, absolutely slaughtered in the ruck by Gawn, and we know Gawn is a champion ruckman.
Only 8 players have touched the footy for the Brisbane Lions.
Yeah, but where are their leaders now?
Six clearances to Zip, 30 disposals to 11.
Wow.
4 straight to 0-0. That last restart, only 4 touches for Melbourne, none for Brisbane. And Ashcroft tries to impose himself. Big tackle on Brayshaw, jars the ball free. Neal picks it up, sells a dummy, kicks inside 50 over McCarthy's head. Ball trickles into the forward pocket for Brisbane. Petty's there, tackled by McCarthy. Ball comes out, McVee jams it on the boot but turns it over. Bailey half forward for Brisbane. The 1-2 by hand with Berry. Bailey kicks a shocker, floats inside the forward 50. Brayshaw cleans it up. Hands it to Bowie, away to McVee. Kick clears the defensive arc. Viney tries to knock it out wide. Hunter, he's tackled out of play by Coleman, and we'll have a throw in here. 70 metres out from the Brisbane goal, right half forward, 10 minutes in. Melbourne 4 straight, Brisbane yet to score.
At least they hunted after the footy a little bit there, the Brisbane Lions. Lachie Neale, a touch sore just at this stoppage. I reckon he might have got a little knee, maybe in the glute, maybe in the lower back.
Toss back in, half forward here for the Lions. McInerney straight down to Ashcroft. Wheels around. Can't find a mark. It ricochets the way of Viney. Handballs to Petrarca. Petrarca, quick active hands. Gives it off to Hunter. And now he's got the run of Jordan, who's kicked straight to the opposition.
James Jordan's got the job, I reckon, on Lachie Neale.
He has. He's definitely got it. Just been watching him do as much body work as he can on Neale.
I like that too, though, when he saw a chance to join in the attack. Get off Lachie Neale as well. Make him work the other way a little bit. The kick wasn't perfect, but
the kick went straight down the throat of Jack Payne, who was waiting across half-back. Now the Brisbane Lions have worked it to Ashcroft, who's going to put it high up on the broadcast wing, the northern wing. It clears the rucks. Fierce battle. May keeps it in play. Brayshaw, McVee. They're on here, the Demons. They have come out red hot. It's in the hands of Hunter. Crosses through past the Demons bench, and he kicks inside 50 in a one-on-one. That's a wonderful mark taken by Melcham.
Yeah,
great body use,
good on him. Yeah, like he's had 2 opportunities.
Beats Leicester in a one-on-one.
Yeah.
Going to have a set shot, just a step or 2 in from the boundary line. Left forward pocket at the punt road end.
Could I just say how disciplined Brisbane are? They're not. Not one player is in his arc where he could play on.
I'm with you, Mick.
Oh,
he'll get an extra few metres out of that. The fact no one's there. There he goes.
He crosses the boundary. He crosses the arc of 50. It's still going to land in play. In fact, it's knocked over by McInerney right across the face. It'll be a boundary throw-in. 2 metres around from the D's goal. They're pressing. They're razor sharp. They're 4 straight 24. The Lions sleepwalking. Yet to score.
That was a dangerous ball, trying to clear that on the line. Never ended up going through, as Cal mentioned, and across the face. And so now we've got a boundary throw-in. Forward pocket for Melbourne. Van Rooyen does the right work down to Jordan. Hand pass to Petrarca. Holds off the defender. Snaps for his third. He misses. She just put the hand out in the left arm, trying to fend off Gunston, and hooked it through on his right boot, but a behind. He's kicked 2-1 in the first 13 minutes. Petrarca on one here, as are the Demons. They've scored the first 25 points of the game.
I love that setup. James Jordan the hit to. Off Lachie Neale. Paying no attention to Jordan.
Lions bring it back into play, but it's off the hand of May and it rolls over the boundary line right in front of the D's bench.
So many times there's opportunities. If you're playing the run with roll, they don't pay any attention to you. You get the hit too, and then he gave the little hand to Petrarca. Set up a great opportunity. Well played.
He's got 6 disposals. The most the Lions players have had is 2. He could have kicked almost 4 goals to start. He kicked 4 goals last week. Even though he's got 2 goals, 1, he should have had one himself. So ball back in play. Scramble here on the wing. McCluggage, quick hands, releases the run, the dash, the carry of Bailey, who asked his teammate in Hipwood to run over behind him. He's kicked straight over his head. I'm not sure what he was thinking. Petty gets there first in the back pocket, gives it off to Lever. Lever's kick. I'm not sure who the target was, but McCluggage is able to create the turnover with the intercept mark.
Yeah, Melbourne didn't push up hard enough there, Kel.
McCluggage lays it up into the pocket. Back paddling. Good mark. Zorko. Hands to it. Reels it into the forward pocket. There's the response from the Melbourne faithful. He's going to lay it off to Danaher. Waiting for it. Left peg. Snaps goalward. Got it skinny. Misses near side. Of course, the recent history there with Dane Zorko and Harrison Petty.
Yes,
Three-quarter
indeed.
time of that regular season game last year, and Petty quite emotional in the aftermath, and you know what happened next. 4-1 to 1 behind. Melbourne by 4 goals, 15 minutes into the opening term.
Bowie on the kick-in duties goes short into the pocket to Salem. Usually beautiful by foot. He launches, and Harris Andrews flies in the pack. Puts Max Gawn down, and the quick reply here from the lines. The lead was on from Bailey. He's marked on his chest.
Yeah, plain in front and strong mark. Bit of body contact from Bowie. So
it means Zach Bailey will have a set shot. Distance might test him, although he is a pretty good kick. 2013 from 16 games this year. High draft pick from the Northern Territory. Spent a couple of years at high school in Adelaide before making his way to Brisbane. To get their first major on the board, he delivers. And boy, did the Brisbane Lions need that one. 117, they trail the Demons, who flew out of the blocks 4-1-25. The margin is 18 points with 10 minutes to go in the first term.
Really important set shot for goal. Of course, that's stating the obvious, but just the last minute or two, the important part was the fact that they got some repeat inside 50s. They got some contests. They got some pressure around the ball, the Brisbane Lions. They forced Melbourne to just quick kick it and get a mark, get an intercept mark, get another shot inside forward 50. That's how they're going to rebuild their way into this game. It's not just going to come with 2 or 3 quick goals in a row.
Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, I don't think I've ever seen a more shell-shocked bench than the Lions, and even Lachie Neale has just come on the ground. Then everyone was on the bench was almost patting him to say, get this team up when you go on the ground. So just look for some sort of response over the next few minutes now he's back on the ground.
Danaher rucking. Won it down to Zorko, hands it back to Danaher, hooks a kick inside 50. Cameron trying to reach for it, no mark. Good sport from McVie. Spills to Bowie, his kick smothered. Got to Langdon, tackled, dispossessed. Rayner attacks at half forward for the Lions. Hand pass out wide to Fletcher. Paddling it in front of himself, collects. Hand pass to Neale, so he's involved here. High half forward. Kicks inside the forward 50. No mark. Falls through to Zorko. Jams it on the boot. Top of the goal square. Cameron Clever knocks it back for Gunston. Missed him. And Neil Bullen can mop it up. Hands it away to Hunter. It is backed into open space on the wing.
And the foot race is on. Who's going to get there first? McKenna keeps it in play. Handballs backwards to Starcevic. He's got it on the wing on the northern side of the MCG. Short kick to Lyons. Been a sub 3 times already this year. Played the entire game last week. Was able to maintain his spot in the team. And the switch is on through Jack Payne.
It's a slow nothing switch though. Melbourne had that one covered really easily. So if they're going to transfer the ball like that, they've got to do it quicker.
To Jasper Fletcher, who's got it on the southern wing. Kicks it just over the head of a couple of Brisbane Lions players there. And it's all the defenders for Melbourne. Van Rooyen, Petty, kicks backwards to May. What a game he had last week. Stephen May, 29 disposals, 13 intercepts and 12 marks. He's well on his way to another All-Australian jacket, you would think.
It's Jake Bowie, the 20-year-old, in game number 39. Premiership Demon. He kicks long down the wing. Oh, fresh air shot from Andrews. Missed it completely. There's a whistle on the play.
Wow. They
Free kick.
Very lucky there. Andrews got the free kick, did he, or Danaher? But just the miss of that spoil, it had to come to the front.
Didn't it ever?
Melbourne were out.
And let's see what the free kick's for.
Andrews is going to get it. I don't think there was anyone behind him. Very unusual. Free kick for Andrews. He kicks up into the front half. Gunston tries to give the pack a shove. Umpire spots it. Free kick Melbourne. It's going to go to Rivers. He comes up with the footy here. Boundary line. Southern side. Goes on a run. Drives his kick down to half forward. Melcher makes body contact with Andrews. Spots that. Free kick Andrews.
No, you go away the free kick for sure. His timing was just out. He crashed into him. He needed one more step before he was going to take that mark, or try to take the mark.
Melbourne by 18 points. Andrews.
You're not going to beat Melbourne kicking it like that.
No way.
3 Melbourne, 1 Lions. Just high, nothing kick. They will intercept that one all day long.
And that's exactly what Jordan did. He's able to hit up Spargo in a little bit of space. He's got an attacking side of the southern wing. Sees something he likes inside 50, and it's Van Rooyen, who marks in front of Coleman. Just a step or two inside from the boundary. Unselfishly delivers to Melksham, who's got some separation on Harris Andrews. This is like a training drill out there at the moment. This is meant to be 3v4, round 18, Friday night footy.
Kel, just count how many Brisbane players are in the back 50, and I've got 16. They still were able to work that through.
Extraordinary. He didn't even have to hit that lead at speed, Mick. So Melksham now.
I reckon Harris is having one of those nights he has occasionally.
Right forward pocket. He goes the set snap on the left. It smatters into the post, the goal post.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he has those days when he looks around and sees his opponent's not in the top 10 in the league and thinks, well, I can do anything I like here.
26 plays 7. The D's lead it.
McKenna brings it in, the 1-2 with Ashcroft, and then the short kick to Danaher at half-back.
Him on the ball robs their forward line of that extra. He can't kick it to himself. He's another one that just...
He goes to Hipwood here, getting across Lever, able to kill it out of bounds. Thumps it into the Lions interchange. Right on halfway, Melbourne by 19 points. They kicked the first 4 goals of the game. There's no late change to 2 subs. Joel Smith for Melbourne, Devitt Robertson for Brisbane. Melbourne home games are all in navy with the blue shorts and the red V. And Brisbane, their old jumper, paying homage to Fitzroy in the red. One down, straight to Viney. Great craft, kicks to half forward, coming out to meet it, and bowled over his pain. Picked up by Melksham, kicks into the pocket. Brown reaching for it, marks, feeds it to Spargo. That's their 5th. Bangs it through from the goal line. And it's all Melbourne in quarter number 1 at the G. 5-2-32, Brisbane 1-1-7, 21 minutes in, Cameron Ling, Nick Malthouse.
That goal is on Joe Danaher.
Absolutely, that's what I do not like him in the ruck. He's uncompetitive.
Well, I mean, that's disgraceful.
That's Van Rooyen, who's not a ruckman either.
Van Rooyen's just basically uncontested, gone to the ball, tapped straight down Viney's throat, as easy as you like. It's a training drill out of the stoppage, and then has left all of the Brisbane Lions defenders, hung them out to dry.
Yep.
When it leaves a stoppage like that, good luck trying to cover that. They had Ben Brown out the back, waving for it, then Spargo, 2-on-1, but that all comes from the insipid effort from Joe Danaher here at the stoppage.
They've got to start to think about that second ruck. It cannot be Joe Danaher. He's just uncompetitive.
So the Brisbane Lions suffering some sort of mental breakdown before our eyes here. It's the Demons by 25 points, but the Lions are going to take it out of the centre. Through the boot of Zorko and out wide. That's a good mark in Lincoln McCarthy.
He's really important for this team. The way, just his work rate to be a threat in the air as well as on the ground, and with his pressure. Obviously missing with the suspension. I think it was last week he might have missed the game. He's just a crucial member of that Brisbane Lions forward line because he's a hybrid. He can go up and mark it. He's a small forward who can get it at ground level and put pressure on as well.
So McCarthy's kicked the 14 goals so far this season. He's got it in the left forward pocket. He's on the right side for a right footer. Can he convert? No, he can't. Missing to the near side. Nothing's going right for the Lions. It's all falling apart. Let's get down to Tim Hodges. Was there an incident with Brayshaw, Hodgie, in that passage of play?
Yeah, Cal, Angus Brayshaw collected in the head. Just the way he went down and put his hands up, it almost looked like he was concussed. But the doctor has been out to him. He's spent a bit of time with him and he's eventually waved him off. So the doctors have just got back to the bench and Brayshaw continues on out there.
Sorry, Hodgie, we just saw the replay of it. His head's hit the ground. I reckon the doctors will re-look at that on the bench, the footage, and probably get him off for a little bit of a chat.
Bowie kicks up to the wing, hands on it from Neil Pullen, spills to Andrews. He's locked up straight away in a heavy tackle from Gawn.
You know who I'd like to see do more? Rayner. Get involved around the ball. He's such a big-bodied player. One touch.
Melbourne by 4 goals. Time on in this opening term. Hurried kick forward from the Lions, picked off by Rivers, sweeping Polyphone, the hand pass away to Gawn. He goes back by hand to Brayshaw, kicks a high up and under down to half forward. Van Rooyen late in the pack, flies, spills to Woden, who's perfect front and centre. Hand pass to Neil Bullen, his hand pass a shocker, turns it over. McCluggage gives it to Zorko, back to McCluggage. No confidence up ahead, just kicks a floater out in front of Hipwood, trying to trap it on the bounce, close to the boundary line. He sees it out with Lever. And a throw-in right on the junction of the boundary in the 50, half forward for Brisbane. Melbourne by 24, as many minutes into the opening term.
Yeah, well, Jake Lever does a good job, but if you isolate Jake Lever, you expose his speed, and at the moment his opponent is going directly where the ball is going to go with 3 other Brisbane players. Reorganise themselves back there.
Boundary throwing will turn into a ball up right on 50. Brisbane's forward line. Coleman, a little dinky kick, but it's picked off by Rivers, who just floats the ball. Viney couldn't quite take it in the air. Ground level lines. Gee, that handball has not come unstuck, rather, and it's Coleman that's going to get another go at it. A free, he chips it, and this time taking the mark is McCluggage in front.
Well, this is no certainty either.
No, it has been his one part of his game, hasn't it?
It's probably the only part of his game. He just, like, it's 6.4 metres, those 2 posts. And I reckon they look at the post instead of look at the goal umpire's hat or pick someone out in the crowd. Even get...
Coleman got the free because he was held off it, and just a 15-metre pass to McCluggage directly in front. He wobbles that and sprays it to the right.
What's the total distance, including the points? Because that almost missed the lot.
Well, 3 by 6 metres. 19 metres it is.
139, the Lions to the D's. 5-2-32.
5 goals, 9 for the year now for McCluggage on the ones that have scored, as May takes some time and kicks up to half-back. Petty the target, knocked out of bounds, and a throw in high half-forward for Brisbane.
And it's probably cost him further accolades, I think, Hugh McCluggage, with that next level. Always been in, well, not always, but has often been in All-Australian contention. But if you nail a few more of those goals, you make the selectors have to pick you.
Melbourne by 23, boundary throwing. Gawn puts it out in front of Pickett, runs away from Coleman. Coleman did well to affect the kick, trickles to Starcevic of the Lions, bangs it straight back down the wing, straight to Gawn. Takes the intercept mark right on halfway for Melbourne. Members side. Gawn a high 50-metre drop punt to half forward. Then Roy in the target. Andrews puts his fist through it onto the lap of McCarthy. Links up by hand with Coleman. Handball to McKenna. Feeds it through to McCarthy. He gives it to Ashcroft. Handball out wide to Wilmot. This is good from the Lions to Rayner. Handball to McKenna, who's kept on running. Lowers the vision. Hits Charlie Cameron. He marks 20 out directly in front, and the best passage we've seen from Brisbane tonight.
Yeah, really good passage of play. Some good, sharp hands. They played with some risk there, Mick, because a couple of little chances to turn the ball over might have been going the other way, but that's the good run from the Lions.
You know who you blame down over the last goal? That's Max Gawn's goal, this one. He had an opportunity to hand pass to Salem on the way through. Nah.
Charlie Cameron has had a lean month. He moves in. He's got it. Brisbane start to climb back. He kicks their second of the night, 5-2 to 2-3. Melbourne's lead cut to 17, 27 minutes in. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, we're really lucky to have Mick and Lingy on Friday nights. They're the best in the business. And when Lingy said the doctor will go back and look at the vision, he went straight back and looked at the vision of Angus Brayshaw hitting his head on the ground. Brayshaw, they tried to get off the ground. He was being really stubborn about it. They eventually got him to the bench and took him straight down to the rooms for a concussion test. So that's a real watch this space at the moment with Brayshaw, who has a long history with concussions, down in the rooms right now.
And an 8-possession, top possession getter of the ground too, Timmy. So it is a big loss. But it's going back to that. Gawn's been in such good form today. He thinks he can do everything now. He should have hand passed that ball off. Salem kicks the ball to the half-forward line. Gawn gets trapped, kicks it high, and it's smashed by the defence.
Bounce down in the centre. They work their way to centre half forward. Here McCluggage has got it. He dabs it out into the pocket. Taking off after it is McCarthy. He kicks it round the corner across the face. Does it land in? Oh, Charlie Cameron flew. He flew backwards. Oh, he's grabbed his knee. Oh, dear.
No.
As soon as those fluorescent orange boots hit the turf, he's clutched at his left knee. He's rolling around and grimacing in pain.
He landed on his flat foot, so there was no toe. So that's a bit of a real bone bruiser, if you like.
Oh, this could be a significant moment. Not just tonight. We're watching the replay. It's sort of like a quick mini hyperextension.
Yeah, straight-legged landing.
Yeah, it's nothing worse than a straight-legged because you know everything's coming together.
Toss back in deep inside 50 for the Brisbane Lions, but Langdon clears it out towards the other long sleever in Hunter. Oh, how clever was that handball? Over his head to Spargo. Puts it out in front of Van Rooyen, who's got it at half forward. Handball's back in. He was looking for but couldn't find Woden. Gunston was in the right place, right time. Collects the ball. kicks to the wing, but it's all the Demons. Lever, and then Salem with the high kick. Harris Andrews flies, launches, can't take it. And Gunston mops up and kicks straight down the throat of Lever again. He's gone back-to-back straight to Lever.
They're just hacking the ball in the boot there under any pressure. The only time they've got through is when they've linked up with handball. Those kicks aren't going to work.
Lever from the logo members' wing. Long to Brown. Big fly. Couldn't come down with it. Wilmot took on Pickett. Tried to fend him off. He's in trouble. Holding the ball.
Yeah,
free kick for Pickett.
That's a good call. Corby got it spot on when he grabbed him and tried to make a play out of it. You are in all sorts if you make a play.
He did what any defender does, which is turn to the boundary for a bit of safety, and was just shocked to see Cozzy right there, who nailed him with a nice tackle.
They kicked the first 4 goals of the game in the opening 8 minutes before Brisbane could blink. First 6 clearances. Missed to restore a 4-point buffer before quarter time. Keziah Pickett, perfect. Set shot sails straight through. It's been Melbourne's quarter. They've put 6 past Brisbane in the opening term. And for a team that's averaging 48 points against in their last 3 matches, they've conceded 38 in the first half hour. Melbourne 6-2, Brisbane 2-3, a 23-point lead for Melbourne. Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse.
Corby, would this be the biggest quarter against Brisbane for the year so far? I think it'd be pretty close.
It feels like it. Just the way they've been really outplayed.
Yeah.
Yep,
well,
that's correct.
They're averaging 99 points a game, number 1 in the competition for the highest attacking team.
Brisbane,
yeah.
And against they are very good
defensively.
Conceded 5 goals previously on 3 occasions. Once against Collingwood, North and Carlton. So this is their highest score against.
And that's a danger. The bogey ground against a side that is level with them or close to level with them on the ladder. So that doesn't bode well.
D's haven't scored over 87 in the last 7 weeks. They've scored 6 goals in this opening term. Brisbane through McCluggage, inside 50, spearing pass, can't hit a target. It's fisted away down there. Lever just casually picks it up and runs it over the boundary line. That's why you heard Cameron Ling going, ooh.
It was Mick, but the confusion... Sorry, Cal. I was thinking the same thing. The confusion was then which umpire was going to pay deliberate.
Yes.
And because neither did, they said, we'll just chuck
throw
it in.
I know, it's a gimme every day of the week.
So they do throw it in right on the arc of 50. Brisbane's attacking end, and McCluggage is tackled to the turf. Gets up, hands the Sherham back to the umpire. Throws it in the air. Gawn straight down to Ashcroft. Throws it on the boot. Danaher in front. He marks in front of May. And he's marked in the right forward pocket, so he's on the right side for his big, long left boot.
Well done, Joe Danaher. Very critical of him about 7 or 8 minutes ago, but had to fight for that front position against a quality defender and just take a strong grab.
Siren's going to sound here to mark quarter time.
Got to kick this. Just got to kick it for his team's sake.
I don't know whether he can because he's not allowed to run out. Why can't you start further to your right and come across onto your left?
He's allowed to do that.
But he hasn't done it.
No, he's not going to do it.
So he can be called play on.
Crosses the arc. In that right forward pocket, it needs to go as straight as an arrow, and it does. Finally, a little bit of relief for Chris Fagan. After a horror opening term, they peg one back against the flow, and they produce their 3rd goal of the night. 3-3-21. The Lions trailing the Demons 6-38. So it's Melbourne by 17 points after they kicked the first 4 majors in the first 8 minutes of play. They were razor sharp right from the opening bounce. And the Lions are going to have to play catch-up this evening to get themselves back in this contest. Quarter time, margin is 17.
2 for Petrarca, 1 for Spargo, Neil Bullen, Brown and Pickett. Meanwhile, for the Brisbane Lions, 1 each for Bailey, Cameron and Danaher. 6-3. After Melbourne scored the first 25 points, they lead by 17 at quarter time. Off the SMS, Mark from Mentone, isn't it more about who peaks at the right time, leading up and during the finals? Hawthorn, Richmond, West Coast years ago, as some examples, obviously following on from the chat that we were having pre-game. Very quick response to that?
Yeah, absolutely, yes. Yep. But you've got to still build that peak, though.
Yeah. It doesn't. You can't just turn a tap on and think that your form's going to be up.
And I mentioned earlier about Brisbane paying homage to Fitzroy with the old red jumper. I got unnamed texter. Brisbane certainly paying homage to Fitzroy with the way they're playing towards the backhand. That's a little bit tongue-in-cheek after Melbourne kicked the first 4. Tim Hodges on the boundary. He's got eyes on Chris Fagan. What can you say, Hodgie?
He's walking very slowly, very deliberately, and I just wonder whether there's a bake coming for the Brisbane Lions, and probably Mick's the best one to ask about this. How long do you start working on a decent spray if you're about to unleash all sorts of hell on your team after a poor first half an hour?
Well, Tim, if someone's got 4 goals up, you're starting then. But let me just say, and I know there's one stat here that would be a reason why I wouldn't be doing anything. One is I'm 20 possessions short. This is Brisbane, 20 possessions short, but I'm also I'm 4 in front inside the front 50. So what I'm saying is we're getting the ball in there, we're not keeping it in there, or we're not scoring. And Melbourne are going in and scoring. So you would then balance it out that we need to put more pressure on the back line and the midfield and keep the ball in there. Because at the moment, 16-12, Brisbane's favour inside 50. They are still very much in the game.
Brett Bartlett, who's a very good follow on Twitter. I'm not sure you're on Twitter, Mick, but Brett Bartlett, of course, is the son of Kevin Bartlett. Produced a little bit of vision from some years ago of one of your infamous quarter-time sprays, which came on Anzac Day against the Bombers, where...
Didn't work, I bet.
We'll get into some of that next with Mick after we get a chance to relive some of that vision. That's in 30 seconds' time. Melbourne by 17 points. This is Grandstand AFL.
Protecting our planet.
Breaking down barriers.
Supporting new migrants and refugees.
Lending a helping hand.
These are some of the ways we became Australians of the Year.
The Australian of the Year awards are nominated by you.
So come on, reflect, respect,
and celebrate.
Australians who are making a real difference.
Nominate them now at australianoftheyear.org.au.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Langton goes to the top of the goal square, off the hands of Payne. Here's Petrarca wheeling around. He says, I'll do it my way this time. And when you can kick them like that, why wouldn't you? He snaps the goal from the top of the goal square, right in front of the D's army.
Here's Brown, kicks inside the forward 50, good placement. Petrarca runs onto it, marks on his chest, 52 metres out, arches around to the right, drives it goalward, drives it all the way home. What a start. Christian Petrarca helps Melbourne build an early lead.
Love this approach from Melbourne, Mick. They are hunting after the footy. They are using it well.
Viney just hacks it forward. Bouncing ball. Andrews met heavily. He got it. Brown wrapped him up. Umpire says holding the ball.
Yep.
Free kick to Ben Brown right on 50. He's still on the runway. And now he unloads from 51 out. It's a monster goal. He's flushed it from downtown Ben Brown. Zach Bailey will have a set shot to get their first major on the board. He delivers.
Viney, great craft, kicks to half forward, coming out to meet it, rolled over his Payne, picked up by Melchin, kicks into the pocket, Brown reaching for it, marks, feeds it to Spargo. That's their fifth.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital,
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
It was the first 8 minutes that did it. 30 disposals to 11, 15 contested to 5, and 6 clearances to zip. Melbourne kicking the first 4 goals before Brisbane could blink. It's the D's by 17 at quarter time. That infamous vision we were speaking about was Mick Malthouse, you coming out at quarter time, speaking to your Collingwood team on Anzac Day against the Bombers. Not only did you have a spray for them, you decided to sit the entire team down.
They were tired.
Tired chasing.
When did you come up with that idea that you wanted the players actually seated in front of you? Was it on the way down or in the box?
Look, I just saw the footage again. Can I say that I would rather if it didn't happen?
Hey, Mick, do you plan a spray, what you're going to say, or do you just charge out with steam coming out of your ears and it's just all ad-lib?
No, the ad-lib ones are the best ones, Kel, because you don't know, you can't remember what you've said yourself and you've planned nothing and you dribble most of the time. Anyway, you always notice that certain players never stand in the front of you because they just know that they're going to get it. Look, if I just go back to one of my early games, I might take this up at half-time. It's worth saying about Alan Jeans. That's my coach.
All right, I'm going to note that down as a half-time chat. Lingy, quarter number 1. What are we taking from it?
Outstanding, Melbourne. They came to play. They hunted the footy. Their contested ball work early was great. Brisbane weren't up for it, but new quarter.
Melbourne by 17. Back in the middle, going it alone tonight. Wins the hit out. Pack forms again at his feet, and we'll have another ball up.
Brayshaw starting on the bench after he's got the helmet off as well, but he's in the front row after smacking his head on the ground in that first term.
Is it 20 minutes, Kel? You got to have?
Once it's determined, you get a head injury assessment. Once it's determined you are in the concussion protocol, it's then 20 minutes.
Right. So he might be sitting there for a few minutes.
Third goal to ball up in the middle. Gone wins it down. Petrarca at the coalface. Kicks to centre half forward. Coleman's in front of Spargo. Takes an intercept mark.
I will say that, Mick, we don't know if he's in the concussion protocol or if you can have a head injury assessment without entering the protocol.
Yes, okay.
Hand pass to McKenna. He kicks short to Lyons, hands it back to McKenna, sends the kick down to half forward. McCarthy leaping up, outsized, knocked away by Petty. Gunston clever, sockers it inside 50, out to meet it. Danaher can't trap it. Falls to Salem with the D's, back pocket, hand pass to May, back to Salem under pressure. Hand pass goes out of bounds and a throw in forward pocket for Brisbane. Your broadcast colleague, Lingy Adam Ramanaskas, has been campaigning for the fact that the subs should be able to come on while the concussion test is taking place. And if he passes it, they can swap back over again.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Yeah, why not?
I can't see too many arguments against that.
Brisbane to the punt road end. A boundary throw in. Charlie Cameron had it, but he got it stolen from him, and a hurried kick from the D's defenders, mark from Van Rooyen. Petrarca passing by. He hits him up with a handball. He delivers them by foot to Melksham. Wheels around. Spots something he likes. Just inside 50, it's Spargo. Sneaking back there.
Ooh.
Back there, Mick, that handball to Petrarca is so important.
Absolutely, because it breaks the line.
Yep. Van Rooyen it was.
Yep.
So many people ignore that and think, no, I'll just go back and kick the ball. Instead, give it and then just breaks everything open.
That's exactly what it did. And so Spargo now has the Sherrin in his hands to the city end. They kicked the first 4 of the game, led 25-0 at one point. The margin 17. Never gives this one a chance. He hangs it out to the right, does Charlie Spargo. So we'll make that margin 18 points. Get down to Tim Hodges. Hodgie, how was Chris Fagan at quarter time? Is he coaching from upstairs tonight as well?
Yeah, he's upstairs. It was a decent spray. I'm just keeping an eye on Harrison Petty. Off very sore, and he's going straight down to the rooms for the Demons.
There's a little too much on that kick out from McKenna. Tried to hit Ashcroft over his fingertips. Straight to Bowie. Straight back over the defender's head. And a goal. It's Melbourne by 24 again, 3 minutes into the second term. 7-3-45, Brisbane 3-3-21. And the kicking error leads to a 7-point play. 3 minutes into the second term. Hodgie on the boundary.
Yeah, so Harrison Petty limped off in the end. He copped it looks like a knee to the lower back area, and he couldn't even straighten out. And the doctor took one look at him trying to sit down on the bench, and they've taken him straight down to the rooms. So that's Petty to the rooms. Brayshaw is back from the rooms. I think he is observing the 20 minutes here. The helmet's been thrown along the ground, so I still expect he will return to the field, but he's in that concussion test at the moment. And as for Chris Fagan, very animated when he did get going. He did get going, if you know what I mean, at quarter time.
McInerney wins it in the ruck, gives a little handball to Zorko, kicks around the corner. Unkind bounce for Ashcroft, but able to pick it up was Lyons. Delivers into the pocket in the Charlie Cameron area, but he's beaten by McEntee, and beaten badly. McEntee runs off, gets a little give and go with Bowie, and then keeps running, gives it to Spargo out wide. Get off to Van Rooyen. Van Rooyen now, Hunter. Quick kick. It's marked by Melksham. Too far out to score.
Petrarca on inside 50. Ignores.
Instead, he's just going to poke it in the direction of Pickett. Umpire's blown a whistle. Said it'll be a free kick to the Lions. And McKenna takes it.
That's the best bit of play I've seen Melbourne do for consistently now, this game, for probably 7 or 8 weeks. That is really finals football.
Yep.
If they can maintain it, Lingy.
When Melbourne play like this, your mind starts quickly putting them up into that top bracket again. But just can they sustain it? Good question.
Hipwood has it at defensive side of the wing after the short kicking game goes long down the wing. Gawn wins it back for Melbourne. Hand pass to Rivers. Handball to Sparrow. Back to Gawn, who runs. Look away. Hand pass out wide. Bounce for Hunter. Goes back, collects southern boundary line. Hand pass to Sparrow. Short kick once gone. McInerney breaks it up, knocks it out of play. And a throw in between wing and half forward for Brisbane.
Unfortunately, I think for Jack Gunston at the moment, he's just getting found out on that wing by the incredible running power of both the wingmen.
Yep.
Whether it's Langdon or Lockie Hunter, they're just getting up and back. And that move of Gunston being a threatening winger who could maybe drift forward, he's getting found out big time at the moment.
So Gorn knocks it down to Sparrow, to Viney. The underground handball spills away at Petrarca, goes back to Bowie. Spears the pass to Gorn, who's in all sorts of space. Loops the handball over to Hunter. Spearing pass into the pocket. Oh, Pickett went for it, then he left it for Brown. I think it might have bounced off Brown's head. And Brisbane with the kick out of defence, and Bowie's there to slide over and see it over the boundary. And we'll restart from a very similar position. Southern end of the wing, it'll be a boundary throw-in.
I'll just say about Gorn, he just looks a different player when he's the ruckman.
Yep.
He's just dominating.
He works his way to the front here, wins it down and then bowls over Zorko. Illegally, said the umpire. Free kick for Zorko, half back for Brisbane.
You know what? That's all right, though. I always used to love it when my ruckman, didn't matter if he gave away a free kick, just followed up, and it didn't care if he took out 5 of the players at ground level. Just make your presence known to the opposition midfielders that you're going to hurt them anytime they try and pick up the footy.
Zorko short to Gunston, who started with the headband or the bandage on his head like the rugby union players, and he's lost it. Has gone in the contest here. He's shepherded out of it illegally. We've seen that really been the rule of the night. Got a little nudge from Hipwood in the marking contest. Couple went Brisbane's way earlier, and Harris Andrews, and now Gorn wins a free, and that southern wing for Melbourne. Comes inboard to Salem. Short kick, outer edge of the centre square to Spargo.
Well, they're looking for players going past all the time, Melbourne. They're right on today.
Spargo sends the kick out to half forward, wanted Langdon, and Berry reaching back takes the intercept mark.
They were lucky then. If that kick was on, Langdon's having an easy shot at goal. They lost him completely.
Short to Cameron. Cameron cuts back inboard and finds Hipwood centre half back. Melbourne by 24 points. Good placement from Hipwood into the middle of the G to McCluggage. Hand pass to Ashcroft. He kicks out in front of McInerney. Onto it. Kicks the goal. Nice work through the middle from the Brisbane Lions. And Ashcroft just puts it out in front of the Big O for a major. 18 points, Melbourne's lead. Brisbane continue to hang around after a slow start. 7-3 to 4-3. 7.5 minutes into the second term. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
The AFL steward on the Demon bench has just ticked off the 20 minutes allowance for Angus Brayshaw. He is back on the ground. So good news for the Demons with Brayshaw, who, we really worried when he was going down to the rooms just before quarter time, but he is back out and back straight into the middle.
Timmy, is Petty come back up?
No, and he was so uncomfortable trying to get down those stairs that I'd be worried. He did have some rib damage last week in the win against the Saints, so I just wonder whether he will be able to get back.
He was subbed off, wasn't he, Hodgie, I think? Yeah.
He was.
Yeah, with sore ribs.
Just on that play, that was a good play by McInerney going forward, because he forced Gordon to have to go all the way back in the back line with him.
And the two rucks that have huffed and they've puffed their way back into the centre. They go at it in the air. Brayshaw picks it up, bangs it long. Spargo almost a one-hander against Coleman. Coleman, was he taken high by Van Rooyen? He was. Kitty Coleman wins the free kick. Still deep in the defensive zone, and he goes deeper still where he kicks backwards to Harris Andrews, sideways to Payne. Doesn't have a Demon anywhere near him. This is all uncontested. Kick short. Starcevic has got it.
It's again such a slow switch. Melbourne are going to be able to shift across and cover that all night long. Now they're going to try the switch again. It's got to be quicker.
The little Melbourne players are the leading ones on this side of the ground. So, again, they're going to have to go back again because they can't come this side. All Melbourne are lined up. It's very disciplined play by the Ds.
So now the Sherrins in the hands of Zach Bailey. They flick the switch again. This time to Zorko around the southern side they go. Gunston marks, kicks down the line to Hipwood. Have they opened the Demons' defence up finally? Over to Fletcher. Gives it to Ashcroft. Can he go for home? Ashcroft, he's kicked the miracle goal of the season so far. But how good was that? The two father-sons, the two young guns. Fletcher to Ashcroft for a goal at the MCG. Get used to that in the future, Brisbane Lions fans. And they've cut the lead back to 12 points. 5-3-33 Brisbane. Melbourne 7-3-45.
Good awareness, Mick. So the first switch really slow to the far side of the ground, the Shane Warne stand side of the ground. Then another really slow switch back to the interchange bench side of the ground. Melbourne had it covered beautifully. But then they realised Melbourne covered it so well.
Yeah, they couldn't get back.
There were Brisbane Lions players left on the far side, and they quickly went back again, tried it another time, and then they finally used it quick from there. And great run from Fletcher and great finish from Ashcroft.
Oh, beautiful finish. But well orchestrated. That's right, Lee, because Melbourne had them covered this side. They were the ones that were leading towards the boundary, so the Brisbane player who marked it had no alternative but to go back.
Two housemates as well, the two sons of guns in Fletcher and Ashcroft combining for that last Brisbane goal. Back in the middle, Neal onto it, laid what looked like a tackle. Umpire said it was all okay as he then sends the kick to McCluggage in a 2-on-1, knocked out of bounds. And the Melbourne fans ain't happy. There's only about 30,000 in, you'd think, maybe just over that, 35,000 for Friday night footy. And a boundary throw in on the members' wing. Demons by 2 goals.
Twice in, 2 goals, Corby. 4 times in and 2 goals. So good ratio for the D's, for Brisbane.
McInerney wins the hit out down to McCluggage on the wing. Hand pass away to Bailey. Sends a spiral inside 50. Hipwood top of the goal square. No mark. Through to Danaher. Hand pass to Gunston. Can't get a kick away. Great tackle, Rivers. A goal saver. Ball knocked out to Hunter. Hurried kick out to half-back for Melbourne. Neil Bullen goes and wins the hard footy. Hand pass away to Jordan. He gives it to Bowie. Short kick to Neil Bullen. He's taken high. Bailey with the tackle. Free kick for Alex Neil Bullen. Half-back for Melbourne. He kicked the first goal of the night. Melbourne by 12.
Wants to go by hand to Salem. Pressure came. Goes back to Neil Bullen. This time kicks sideways. Hunter marks. Defensive side of the southern wing.
It'll be 50. Moved off the mark after Stan was called.
And that was Lincoln McCarthy who was pinged.
No, I think Link was actually trying to replace him. He was sending him wide. It was young Fletcher. So he's listened to the experienced players say, go, go, go. Forgot to listen to the umpire.
So it brings Hunter to 70 metres out. He goes to the top of the goal square. Oh, it's bounced off the chest of Payne. And they pounce on top of it.
There's really nothing in it, is there? 2 goals. And Melbourne looked like dominating, but Brisbane have worked their way back by being sure, making sure that Melbourne have to work now for their goals.
Top of the goal square here for Brisbane. And McInerney, rather for the Demons, tries to kick it out of the danger zone. Bowie flicked it down and then forces the handball on Jasper Fletcher. They're going backwards, the D's. Hunter to Salem. Kicks wide. Spargo couldn't get there in time. Can he try and flick it back in? He can't. He's got Bailey for company. Boundary throw in. 50 around from the D's goal. Melbourne 7-3-45. Brisbane 5-3-33. Melbourne led by as much as 25 points at one stage.
For the boundary throw-in, little shallow. Gawn grabs it out of the ruck. Hand pass away to Spargo for Melbourne. Back to Gawn. Handball away to Brayshaw, and he retreats by hand to Hunter. Between wing and half forward. Kicks inside 50. Hand on it from Starcevic. He got a push. The marking contest.
Silly play. Really silly play by Melbourne. They allowed Brisbane to get an easy, cheap kick in the back line.
Starcevic, dangerous ball. Comes wide, wanted Leicester. Melksham breaks it up. Wins it for Melbourne. Hand pass to McVie. McVie off his non-preferred left boot. Kicks to centre half forward. Van Rooyen the target. Floats forward in the pack. And Starcevic holds his ground. Takes the intercept mark. Like an Academy Award as he threw himself forward, Van Rooyen.
And then starts to talk to the umpire. Just get on with it.
The kick goes out wide for Gunston, who's a long way from goal. He's going all the way back to Jack Payne. Marks top of the defensive goal square for Brisbane.
Oh, and his kicks put Coleman under the pump. He was able to get there and mark just in time. A give and go with Starcevic. Now out to Leicester. Bearing down was Langdon. He gets his kick away and he kicks to McCluggage, who has to beat a couple. And he can't. Waiting at the back for the Demons was McVie. It's a little dribbler of a kick away as Salem. Just happy to back and go over the boundary line. He looked too casual. He's been done. And so a free kick for McCarthy, who's going to go to Danaher in the pocket. And Danaher in the left forward pocket is going to line up to make it 3 goals in a row for the Lions. And after a very slow start, get them back in this contest.
Seems harsh, but I think that's the right call on Salem.
Oh, absolutely was.
If you're going to get it over the line, you've got to be smarter, got to disguise it better. We all know what the intentions are, but he just stepped over. Then you're going to get that paid.
Who was Petty on in the first quarter, really? Because I reckon they're really missing him.
He's just emerged from the rooms. We'll get down to Hodgie in a minute. But in the meantime, left forward pocket. Oh, he's just missed that. He's hanging it up to the left is Joe Danaher.
So he's 1 goal, 2 and 1 that hasn't scored. He's
shaking his head. He's got his hands on his hips and the body language isn't good from Smokin' Joe. It's Melbourne by 11 points. And Hodgie, is he back out there yet? Harrison Petty?
Kelly is out there. He's in excruciating pain. He actually tried to lean over to pick up one of the drink bottles and he had to get Tom Sparrow to pick the bottle up for him. So good on him for going out there, but gee, he's sore.
May's kick-out's coming back. Bailey pokes it inside 50. Danaher feints to handball. Swings onto his preferred left boot. Cops an unkind bounce. Looked to be going through for all money. Bounced on the goal line and came back into play. Salem for Melbourne. Hand pass to Jordan. Kicks along the boundary line southern side and Hipwood whacks it out of bounds. A throw in 70 out from the Brisbane goal. How about that for Danaher? So we put in that's 5 shots at goal and 1 that's come back into play, 1 out in the full, 1 goal and 2 behinds.
How does that not go in?
Unbelievable.
That was even the spin of the ball suggested it was going to bounce on straight.
Toss back in, beats both the ruck. The umpire says, yeah, there's a free kick in the ruck. It's going the way of Gawn against McInerney. So he's got it at half back. Set the tone from the first bounce. Won the first tap in the air. They got the first 4 goals of the night and they're holding a handy lead as Gawn kicks to half forward, waiting at the back. Melksham reads it best. He takes off. He spears the pass, but he speared it straight down the throat of Starcevic, who's got the match up on Petrarca.
Jakey, when you're running along and you've got Jack Viney, who's a left footer running right next to you, just give the handball. Let him kick it on his natural foot.
Oh, McCluggage trying to come out of defensive 50, links up eventually with Bailey off the back flank. Kicks wide McCarthy. They got the man out in the overlap. McCarthy looks inside the forward arc. Danaher the target. May get him back. May spoils. Did well. And we got a boundary throw in half forward for Brisbane. Gee, they had a number of players rushing forward. It was about a 5-on-3 downhill lingy, and in the end it results in a neutral ball.
Yeah, that's what Stephen May, well played, just scrambling to get a spoil in there. Might have got Joe Danaher's arms, but got it out of bounds. Otherwise, it was a Brisbane goal over the top.
Lions with the last 2. Melbourne by just 11 points. And the boundary throw-in. Gawn wins it down to Sparrow. Hand pass out to Jordan. He kicks down the wing. A few bodies moved out of the way. Starcevic takes his 4th mark of the quarter. Defensive side of the wing for Brisbane.
Gives it off to McKenna. Kicks straight down the corridor, looking for McCluggage out in front of Bowie. Takes the mark. Just on the edge of the centre circle. He wheels around. He goes in the Danaher direction. Got rid of his opponent with a shove. And then chips the kick to the top of the goal square. What's Joe thinking?
Just handball.
He tried to get it over to Gunston. He said he tried to be a little clever with his boot. And the Demons look like they were in complete control until McVie stumbles in that back pocket. Still might be a chance here. Scramble at the top of the goal square. Rayner goes in hard. Rayner forced to tackle. And he's been done for too high, so it'll be a free kick to Jack Viney. He tackled Viney to the turf, did Rayner. And Viney's going to pop up and receive the free kick. Joe, the good, the bad, the ugly, we've seen it all tonight.
Viney from the last line of defence out to half-back. Gawn puts his fist through it. Back inside the attacking 50 for Brisbane, though. Brayshaw mops it up, centre half-back. Hand pass to Neil Bullen. Kicks across the half-back line. Hunt to the target. Stolen away from him. Fletcher does very well. Wins the footy. Has a bounce. Looks for home. Kicks it. The young Cubs are getting it done for Brisbane. First Ashcroft, now Fletcher. The Lions have kicked 3 in a row. And Melbourne's lead has been cut to 5. 19 minutes into the second term. And this is turning into the game we hoped it would be. Brisbane 6-4-40. Melbourne 7-3-45. Having led by 25 on a couple of occasions. The D's by just 5 at the 19-minute mark of the second term.
Mick, that was impressive on so many levels from Fletcher.
Yeah.
To first of all win it when he was completely out of position. But then he had some options, but he just said,
backed himself.
I got this. This is my responsibility. I'll kick the goal.
Yeah. This is not a surprise, because as I said at quarter time, there was one stat that was the worry, that Melbourne were allowing Brisbane inside their front 50, and you know that forward line is quite capable of doing anything. I know it's got to get there, but Brisbane are getting the ball in there now. I think it's inside 50s this quarter. It's 11-9, Brisbane's favour.
So the biggest lead from the Demons was 25 points. They got that twice, but now they've cut that lead. It's Melbourne by 5 points as they go into attack. Kicking, looking for Neil Bullen right on 50. Got the handball away to Viney. He's under the pump, pursued by Wilmot. Viney on his left, into the pocket, and Payne outmarks Ben Brown in the better position.
Well played, just terrific use of the body. Knew where the ball was going to drop, protected the space. Good play.
Goes round the Shane Warne stand side, looking for Berry, who launches, can't take it in the air. Good hands by Lester, off to Coleman. Coleman's got a runner out wide in Hipwood, but he can't quite hit him up. Petty came involved, flicked it back to May, was clever. And then May down the line, cleared a couple of players over their head. Coleman should scoop on it first. Wheels around, looks up, sees little... the Brownlow medalist in Lockie Neal. And can't quite find little Lockie Neal. Instead it's Lester. And he's tackled to the turf. So it'll be a ball up on the outer side of the MCG.
Coleman's an important player to him. He's such a good kick. Good under pressure.
Van Rooyen Rucking wins the head out in front of Hunter. Sweeping hand pass forward, goes out of bounds. Throw in just forward of that southern wing for Melbourne. So D's first 25 points of the game. From that point on, Brisbane have kicked 6 goals to 3.
Yeah, and looked like a 2, Corby.
Momentum with the Lions. It's their horror record here at the MCG, having won just one of their last 14 starts. Was a final, though. Semi-final last year to eliminate Melbourne and end their title defence from the boundary throw-in. Hunter, hand pass goes straight to the Lions and picked up there by McCluggage. He's tackled straight away and we'll do it all again. Another ball up on that southern wing. D's by 5 points, time on second term.
Van Rooyen in the ruck with Danaher. Danaher wins it at ground level. Handball to McKenna. Clever to Bailey. Drives through traffic. Handballs back to Danaher. Danaher gives it to Wilmot. Crosses the bullseye. Long kick in the direction of Charlie Cameron, but backing back and taking the mark is Gunston.
Yep.
Could have been Gunston, could have been Cameron. Cameron was clever to leave it. And Gunston, who's been caught out a few times already in this contest, can go back and have a set shot 35, 40 metres out. No real angle to speak of.
But I like this.
He has to play forward.
He has to play forward. He just cannot keep up on the wing. And now he's got to use all his craftiness, all his wonderful experience to just find a way to kick 2 goals and set up 2 goals for his team.
He's in goal-kicking form. He booted 6 on return last week to the punt road end. He produces. The experienced former Hawk makes it 4 in a row for the Brisbane Lions. And they've hit the front for the very first time in this contest at the 22nd minute mark of the second term. We've got 5 minutes to play before half-time. It's 7-3-45 Melbourne, 7-4-46 the Brisbane Lions.
Yeah, and Petrarca Lingy is right out of the game. And if you look, Gawn's 2 and 8. Hunter as a winger, Salem's a half-back. There's no midfield play at all outside of Gawn, and he hasn't done enough with it to justify it this quarter to say that he's followed up for his first quarter, even though he's got the football. Danaher on the other side is 3 and 4, but it's a more even performance by Brisbane at the moment. They're running the ball like Melbourne did in the first quarter, and their forward line seems so open.
And 5 players for Melbourne still haven't touched the footy this quarter, Mick.
Yeah, it's quite amazing.
4 in a row back in the middle of the ground, Lions by a point. McInerney took on the tackler, had one arm pinned as he was tackled, taken to ground, and now we're going to have another ball up. Throw a blanket over 20 players in the middle of the G.
That's a lot of players at this stage of the game. Haven't touched it in the second quarter. 5.
Brisbane by 1, having trailed by 25 on a number of occasions from the restart. Jordan, hand pass through to Hunter for Melbourne, gets a hurried kick to centre half forward, clean bowls a couple. Fletcher, who's been excellent in this second term, wins it for Brisbane. Short kick to McCluggage.
He has got some class, Fletcher.
Jasper Fletcher, pick 12. Father-son pick. And 2 of them, of course, in the first 12, with Ashcroft going at 2.
I mean, Ashcroft is something special, but Fletcher's just got composure and class about...
Yeah, Fletcher used to be on my match committee at Collingwood.
He's a great man.
He is an outstanding person. The whole family. Yeah. The whole family are just terrific.
Short kicking game in the defensive half for Brisbane. Ends up with Coleman. He pulls the trigger on the 45, turns it over, and Viney with the intercept mark. And now he's switching play from one back flank to the other. Hunter for Melbourne, half back. Floats a kick down the wing, got to Brayshaw on the hop. He turns and kicks up over halfway to Pickett. Takes the mark, trying to catch Brisbane napping here on the overlap. Short kick to Neil Bullen. Almost threw it out. Sold Jordan an absolute pup. He's caught. Comes back to Neil Bullen. Makes up for it. Finds Petrarca in the corridor and he marks 35 out, centre half forward for Melbourne.
Well, they had to play on. Albeit the fact that you've really got to know what's around you. I mean,
I'm going to be a little harsh here, Mick, but when you've got a player who's just a sitting duck, the handball's been bad by the opposite, you cannot let him break a tackle to get a handball out.
No way. And a high tackle too.
Yeah, there's not too many opportunities you get when there's no awareness from an opposition player that a tackle's coming.
Yeah.
That's your one chance.
To really nail it.
Yeah,
really nail it. And Kel, we mean hurt them.
Connor McKenna with a missed tackle.
With a smile on your face too.
Results in this shot at goal. Petrarca takes back the lead for Melbourne. But importantly, trying to shift momentum. It's been all Brisbane in this second term. 26 minutes into the quarter. Melbourne back in front. 8-3-51. The Lions 7-4-46. Petrarca with his third of the night.
Is that a little bit nasty, Kel?
Come on, you coach that way. I know you coach that way, Kel, with your girls.
Yes, I do say to the 7-year-olds, really hurt them. But when you say it, Mick, you scare me. He's still got that scary element every now and then. This is when I think, he's really softened in his age.
Yeah, but what you've got to tell the audience is you coach the girls against the boys and you're telling the girls to hurt the boys.
Yes, I do. I say go out and hurt those year one boys.
Well, Melbourne needed that. By heck, they needed that. And it was always very well. And again, the play on, I know it was a bad tackle, but it was a great... That's the sort of thing that they got in front in the first quarter, the play-ons.
So back underway in the centre and the kick from Lyons. A little bit of a fumble at half forward before Salem steals it. Off to Lever, and then Lever's kick to a one-on-one. And Neil Bullen outmarks Coleman out in front. Just a bit of separation. Defensive side of the northern wing, he's got it. And he hits up Ben Brown on the end of a long lead. He's a long way from home. Brown sort of shanks that kick, and it's been able to be picked off by Gunston. Handball to McKenna. Back to McInerney from a standing start. He floats it. Oh, Charlie Cameron! In a one-on-one, he leapt up the back of McVie. And Charlie rises high in the night sky under the Friday night lights at the MCG.
You think there's anything wrong with his knee, Kel?
Knee is all good, and Chris Fagan breathes a big sigh of relief.
They're set up for the switch into the middle here.
He gave it off to Gunston, and then Gunston switches into the middle here, which is exactly what Cameron Ling just said to Harris Andrews. Short to McKenna.
They can't go down because it's Gawn who's back there, and McKenna's just realised that he's going to try something.
Yeah, he's trying to create something. He went one way and then runs around the man on the mark, delivers down near the Gawn direction, flicks back up to Coleman, short pass to Ashcroft, doesn't go the required distance to Coleman, who squeezes the kick goalward, and he misses everything. He puts it across the face and out of bounds on the full.
They're swarming at the moment.
Yeah, if I was Melbourne, I'd go quick through. They're not going to do it necessarily, but about 7-8 Brisbane players were left
on this
back
side
where that kick came from, walking. There was a chance to go back through them quick. They might still get half a chance to do it.
Melbourne by 5. Kicks one which died on didn't quite reach the pack, and Melksham worked his way to the front to take a chest mark. Short the pass to Jordan against the boundary line southern side. Spears his kick down the wing to Viney.
Brisbane are just walking. There's a chance here for the Demons.
Viney long kick to Pickett. Wilmot goes up. In the end, he was the only one competing in the air. Double fister away. Brayshaw let him out of the tackle. Hand pass away to Payne. High up and under. Back down the wing. Ashcroft with courage. Stands underneath it with the pressure coming from Viney. Takes the mark. And Brisbane keep the footy. Hands it away to Zorko. Short kick to Danaher. Forward of the wing. Turns and kicks a 60-metre drop. Punt at McCarthy. Closing ground late. Marks top of the goal square for Brisbane.
That is all Will Ashcroft. That's a horrendous ball to mark. High, swirling, just mongrel thing. A brilliant mark. He set everything going there for the Brisbane Lions. Completely against the flow of play. It was all Melbourne. That is special.
What a quarter from their young stars. Goals for Ashcroft and Fletcher and Will Ashcroft, who's had a hand in a number of scores tonight. You can almost credit him with this. Link McCarthy back from suspension, puts Brisbane back on top. Third lead change of the quarter. Lions by a point with seconds remaining in the opening half. We've seen the best of Brisbane in this second term. 8-4 to 8-3. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling.
See, the kick to Lincoln McCarthy had to be perfect as well. Credit Joey Danaher, but
yeah, I thought that actually the Melbourne player would have been able to get across from that, but that was centimetre perfect to the point where you're able to run onto it. But
that's against the flow. That Melbourne had
they had him. They had him. Only for that brief moment though, Ling. Generally the quarter has been. So Danaher is such a better kick when he doesn't think about the goalpost. That kick there, he weighed that up. And that's another case, I know I'm harping on this, but Lever's pace got him caught again. You get Lever up the ground, you'll always get him on the way back if you move the ball quickly because he's just got no leg speed.
Will Ashcroft, 6 kicks, 6 score involvements. His contribution so far tonight. Back in the middle, restart comes down to Zorko. He takes on Petrarca. Unses holding the ball. But it's in the centre square, and the seconds tick down on that first half.
This is Petrarca's ball, and Brisbane are getting a little bit niggly. There's no way it can be a 50, can it? No, the umpire's called the end of the quarter. Sorry, Corbs.
That'll do us. Lions by a point. 8-4-52. Melbourne 8-3-51. These two teams have a lot of recent history against each other. A late season meeting last year at the Gabba, which Melbourne won wide. There was that incident with Petty and Zorko. They, of course, played again 2 weeks later in a semi-final at the MCG, which Brisbane won. Their only win at the venue under Chris Fagan so far ended Melbourne's premiership defence. They played in round 2 this year. Gawn got injured. Brisbane led by 46 points 10 minutes into the last quarter. They won the game by only 11 as the lights went out and then came back on up at the Gabba, and Melbourne kicked the last 6 goals of the match. So it's been a couple of fiery little encounters, and the two teams slow to separate after the half-time siren. The goal kickers to half-time for Brisbane, we got 1 each down the page. Danaher, Ashcroft, McCarthy, Gunston, Cameron, Fletcher and Bailey. Meanwhile for Melbourne, their goal kickers, 3 for Petrarca, 1 for Spargo, Bowie, Neil Bullen, Pickett and Brown. That's how it sits at half-time. 3 lead changes. And it is the Brisbane Lions who lead it by a point. It was Melbourne's game early. They kicked the first 25 points of the match, led by 25 on 3 separate occasions, included early in that second term when Bowie goaled, only for Brisbane to kick 5 of the last 6 in the quarter. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary. Now grandstand AFL experts at half-time, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Mick, I'm just going to throw one stat at you.
Yep.
Just to describe the discrepancy in the way they played between the 2 quarters. Melbourne plus 10 contested possessions in the first quarter.
Yep.
Dominant.
I know exactly where you're coming from. I've written it down.
And Brisbane plus 6 in contested
so
possessions.
Flipped it right over.
Yep, flipped it by 16 and then got their game going on the back of that.
And also, inside 50s, Ling, it's 30 to 23. The danger signs to me were Melbourne made the most of everything in the first quarter. That's going to get tied up at some stage because Brisbane's backline is not that bad. So therefore, that's starting to come together. 2 goals won to 5 goals won. That was probably evident of the way Brisbane dominated the quarter. What they did, they took Melbourne's run out. They had a couple of little cameos through that quarter where they looked absolutely outstanding when they ran that football. In fact, I think one of the goals, can't remember whose goal when it come from. Who's got the second goal? Might have been Bowie's first goal. But from there on in, Melbourne have been trapped with the football. They haven't been able to get the run. And if you haven't got the run and you only got Brown who can only mark on the lead basically, Van Ruin just hasn't got involved in the game. And up the other end, Danaher's the highest position you play. He's had 15. Most of those, I would say, 10 to 12 of those have come from the forward line coming out and making the most of it.
And with his movement, he is now starting to just pull apart the Melbourne defensive structure a little bit. So Stephen May wants him with Lever going to Hipwood. With Danaher now starting to get the ball up around 70, 80, he was that last kick inside to Lincoln McCarthy there, 15 disposals, some of them when he's been playing in the ruck.
Yeah.
It's just starting to pull May out from where he wants to be. Lever and May look for each other. Petty's also looking as that third tall. Now they're starting to sneak in behind them and just open up a couple of gaps.
Absolutely, and I'll come back again on exactly what you just said, that Lever then has to pick up someone other than Danaher, other than Hipwood, he's then got to pick up McCarthy or Rayner or Gunston, and he hasn't got the leg speed to go with them because his greatest asset is to read the play, take the mark, spoil the ball, whatever. But when he's isolated, and you take him up and get him on the rebound back, all of a sudden they're one intercept player short, and I think Brisbane have done it well. They've spread those players right out because they've been able to control the ball through the middle. When you don't control the ball through the middle, you tend to huddle and all sorts of things happen. But right now, unfortunately, Corby's given me the information very, very late in the week, and it's working out.
Just quickly, I love the adjustment of Chris Fagan, realising that Melbourne's run was all over them. So the wingers Hunter and Langdon were cutting them up a little bit, and Jack Gunston trying to play him as a wing. He was a million miles off the pace. They realised it. They threw Jasper Fletcher onto that wing. Those younger legs, a terrific run. Gunston back forward, who's battling a bit, but he found a goal. Jack Gunston just needs to find another goal and maybe set up one or two more for his team. Fletcher's run and work rate up and down on that wing meant that Lachie Hunter went from really influencing the game. He still had 13 disposals in that quarter, I think, Lachie Hunter. Yep. But went from really influencing it to, well, hang on a second, I'm struggling to keep up with this kid now who's starting to influence the game back. I love that adjustment from Fagan.
Yep. It's been a big-time quarter for those two lads, for Ashcroft and Fletcher. I mean, we've heard about them all year, and they've obviously had key moments, and Ashcroft's had an amazing season so far. But to do it here on a Friday night in front of the country, everybody watching, team behind in the game, happening to try and work your way back into it, they both played starring roles in that second term.
Yeah, and remarkably, Ashcroft only had 4 and Fletcher only had 3.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that, does it?
No, but if you went to what their strike rate is, I haven't seen it, but I reckon it'd go close to 100% because every time they get the football, bang.
Yep.
They're backing themselves to nail a goal, or they're backing themselves to kick the ball to a player who can nail a goal.
And can I say what the most exciting thing from a Brisbane perspective about that quarter was? Lachie Neale had 2 touches.
Yes.
Brilliant quarter of footy. They pile on 5 goals, and Lachie had 2 touches.
And Rayner didn't touch it.
And the guy who's leading their tackle count by 38 in Josh Dunkley's not even playing.
Yes.
So there's a lot of upside for Brisbane and for Melbourne, who we were raving about in the first 10 minutes or really in that opening quarter. They're the team with work to do at half-time. So momentum with Brisbane. They lead it by a point, 8-4 over Melbourne, 8-3. Now across town at Docklands, there's a huge game being played tonight, and Mary Fowler has just given the Matildas the lead against France in the 65th minute in their World Cup warm-up friendly. So a lead for the Matildas there over France. So 1-0 is the scoreline at the moment. There's coverage of the Women's World Cup in 2023. You can hear it on ABC Radio through the ABC Listen app. There's a dedicated World Cup button with matches daily from Australia and New Zealand, and it all starts on Thursday. Australia first up 8 p.m. Next Thursday night, so you'll be able to catch coverage of that through the ABC Listen app. Keep your texts coming on 0437 774 774. We'll put a few of them to Mick and Lingy next. Second half action not far away too, with the Lions leading by just a point. In the meantime, let's see what's happening in the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. Some economists are welcoming the government's decision to appoint another member of the Reserve Bank Board as Governor Philip Lowe's replacement. The federal opposition had been calling for the government to appoint an outsider, but it's been confirmed the central bank's Deputy Governor Michelle Bullock will take on the top job in September. AMP Chief Economist Shane Oliver says it's important to have a governor who's familiar with the RBA while inflation remains a challenge.
Don't forget the review found that the Reserve Bank was actually highly regarded, had been doing a very good job over many, many years. So therefore, I thought it makes more sense to have an insider in that role, undertaking the necessary changes, but also making sure they don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Voters in the Gold Coast seat of Fadden are heading to the polls tomorrow to find a replacement for the Liberal MP Stuart Robert. The Federal Liberal Party insists criticism of Mr Robert in the recent Robodebt Royal Commission won't tarnish its chances of holding the seat, which it holds with a margin of more than 10%. Political commentator at Gold Coast's Griffith University, Paul Williams, says while a Labor victory is virtually impossible, the Albanese government is looking for any kind of swing away from the coalition.
Even a couple of percentage points, that's going to be enough to embarrass the opposition and embarrass Peter Dutton, because in this financial climate you'd expect a big swing against the government. So even a small swing to the government would be a real win for Labor.
A lawsuit alleging a superannuation provider charged excessive fees has been settled for $100 million. Simon Lauder reports.
Slater and Gordon launched the class action against Colonial First State, alleging it charged some members excessive fees to fund ongoing commissions to financial advisors. The case relates to fees charged between 2013 and 2020 after federal laws came in banning commissions on new super accounts. Colonial First State says it's agreed to settle the class action for $100 million, which will be distributed among eligible members if the deal's approved by the federal court. However, the company says it makes no admissions of liability or wrongdoing and still denies the allegations.
A North Queensland man's pleaded not guilty to the death of a toddler who'd been left in a hot car in 2020. Rachel Merritt has the story.
Aaron Hill appeared in the Supreme Court in Townsville today, charged with one count of manslaughter over the death of 3-year-old Riley Rose Black. Prosecutors allege the child died of heat stroke after she was left buckled inside a four-wheel drive for 4 hours in Townsville in late November 2020. Mr. Hill and the child's mother, Laura Black, have both been charged with manslaughter over the death. The defendant's bail was enlarged and the matter will return to court for a mention in October.
Queensland's Health Minister will hold crisis talks next week as frustration builds over the state's low flu vaccination rates. Bringing back free jabs for all is a possibility amid rising influenza cases, especially among children. Shannon Fentiman says everything is on the table.
I do want to meet with experts. I'm meeting with them Monday morning with the Chief Health Officer to look at what more we can do to get people vaccinated. Even when vaccines are free currently, people are not taking up that opportunity.
Delta Electricity has confirmed that the Vales Point coal-fired power station in New South Wales will remain open until 2033. The previous closure date was due to be in 2029. But Delta says the power station continues to be a key asset in the transitioning energy market. The company says it's advised the Australian energy market operator. State media in Russia says one person has been killed in an accident at a uranium enrichment plant in the country's west. The corporation that owns the plant says a cylinder containing a depleted chemical had depressurised, but the radiation levels at the site and surrounding areas are normal. The factory, which is the largest of its kind in the world, enriches uranium for use in nuclear power plants. And Hollywood actors and writers are calling for better pay and conditions as well as protection for their jobs from artificial intelligence. 160,000 members of the SAG-AFTRA union will go on strike and grind the industry to halt after talks with major studios and streaming giants collapsed. US actor and producer Josh Hartnett says stars need to stay in solidarity with writers.
If it's going to work at all, we have to be, part of it. And it's, I think, a very important time in these negotiations for both the writers and the actors to kind of set the ground rules for the future because, so much is changing so quickly.
ABC News.
Your fortune awaits. Please sit down. You desire connection to your community, to be abreast of events and up to date at all times. In your future, I see the ABC Listen app. I see you up to date with current affairs, politics, and the latest conversations on your local ABC radio station. Your reading is complete. Put that filthy money away. The ABC Listen app is as free as a bird. Now go and download the ABC Listen app.
The World Game is here.
Great touch on into the box. Right foot strike. He scores. Unbelievable.
The FIFA Women's World Cup 2023.
Near the corner post on the left side. Dribbles to the edge of the area. Strike.
Oh, it's in. What a wonderful goal.
Live and commercial-free coverage on radio and on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the World Cup button.
Her intercept. Dribbles into the area. Curl strike. The Aussie captain scores.
The FIFA Women's World Cup 2023 starts Thursday. Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
From Hipwood into the middle of the G to McCluggage, hand pass to Ashcroft. He kicks out in front of McInerney, onto it, kicks the goal.
Over to Fletcher, gives it to Ashcroft. Can he go for home?
Ashcroft, he's kicked the miracle goal of the season so far. But how good was that? And they've cut the lead back to 12 points.
Onto the target, stolen away from him. Fletcher does very well, wins the footy, has a bounce, looks for home, kicks it. The young Cubs are getting it done for Brisbane. The Lions have kicked 3 in a row, and Melbourne's lead has been cut to 5.
Wilmot crosses the bullseye. Long kick in the direction of Charlie Cameron, but backing back and taking the mark is Gunston. He's in goal-kicking form. He booted 6 on return last week to the punt road end. He produces. And they've hit the front for the very first time in this contest.
Short kick to Neil Bullen, almost drew it out. Sold Jordan an absolute pup. He's caught, comes back to Neil Bullen, makes up for it. Finds Petrarca in the corridor and he marks 35 out, centre-half forward for Melbourne. Petrarca takes back the lead for Melbourne. Link McCarthy back from suspension, puts Brisbane back on top. Third lead change of the quarter. Lions by a point. We've seen the best of Brisbane in this second term.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from the second term. The Brisbane Lions, what a fight back in the game. Trailed by 25 on 3 separate occasions, and they've kicked 5 of the last 6 goals to lead by a point. We had 3 lead changes in that second term. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary, Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling calling the action. Off the SMS, which is 0437 774 774, from Kez in Cygnet, says, loving the commentary, A1 call and forensic analysis. Thanks, Kez. Appreciate your contribution. From Mikey in Bendigo, who's sitting in the Ponsford stand. This is the Lions' first Friday night home and away game at the MCG since round 8, 1998, and only our 3rd since the merger. Gee, that's a long way back since they played a Friday night regular season game here at the G. Mark in Geelong, can Lingy talk about the Malcolm Blight spray when he turned the lights out? I don't know how old Mark thinks you are. You wouldn't have played under Malcolm Blight coaching at Geelong.
No, I didn't play under Blighty, but I did hear some legendary stories about different things he did in the rooms. I remember the one he did at the 94 prelim. Peter Riccardi, remember he grabbed him by the front of the jumper and almost lifted him up off the ground and shook him. Imagine a coach did that these days.
Ben Cameron actually worked with him at a different organisation, who of course is our executive producer of our Friday night coverage. He would love to come in and tell some Blighty stories, but one of my favourite stories that Ben passes on from Blighty is when he was walking into the Adelaide Oval with him and he said, Blighty, how come your statue of you kicking the footy doesn't have the ball in it? And Blighty just looked at Ben and said, it's 80 metres down the road. That's why there's no ball. From Cam, the truckie off the SMS, how have you guys seen Pickett's game and even his year overall? Quickly on Cozzy.
He hasn't quite fully jumped.
No.
I think he still will. It'll come, but yeah, consistency, Nick.
Totally agree. It's when you look at him, sometimes you go, wow, and then you go, well, where is he? And it's the same with the field guys. Rayner's, I know, talking about different clubs, but I look at Rayner and go, I watched him look like a bull last week, and he just motored him through the centre. He just knocked him over. I've hardly seen him today.
Brisbane by a point at half-time. We did tease this earlier, Mick. We were chatting about great sprays. You said, look, I've got one that I need to bring you, and the code word is Alan Jeans.
Yes. My first year, they said, you're going to be able to tag blokes. So I was on the great Peter Bedford, who had won the Brownlow, I think, that year or the year before, whatever. And
he was a good leg spin bowler too, wasn't he, Nick?
Well, I'll tell you what, he could play football.
Right, yeah.
Anyway, so I went out there on him, and I somehow or another I chased him down, and I ended up with a football, had a shot for goal, missed it, picked myself up. Well, the fullbacks kicked the ball off to him. He's run down, kicked it to someone else, and they kicked the goal. Anyway, the siren went. So eager beaver me. So from the bench, Alan G just walks onto the ground, and you got 6 minutes before, at the end of the quarter to the start of the quarter, he gave me a bait for 6 minutes.
Used his whole time
just me. And so as I walked off, and I could take it, as I walked off, Cowboy Neil came to me and he said, I hope you've learned your lesson. I said, well, I got 6 minutes of it, so I picked my man up a bit quick. He said, no. Never, ever, ever be first into a huddle. I said, I've learnt that too, Cowboy. He just broke everyone up, Cowboy. Yeah. So that was a bait that was was my first year. So 18-year-old, probably my third or fourth game.
Yeah. How much of Alan Jeans would you have had?
4 years.
Yeah.
4.5 years. 4.5 years. Yeah.
Yep. Before, and then what, he went?
No, I went. I got cleared in June to go to Richmond.
Yep.
So Alan lasted another... Oh, that would have been his last year because I think he went to Hawthorn and Ross Smith took over the Saints.
Wow.
Ross Smith was a great bloke. As all the coaches that I've had, you learn so much from them. They're just terrific people. They all played with, coach with passion.
I just doubted myself then, Corbs, but I'm glad I was right. Peter, he played 39 games for Victoria, leg spin bowler, and a talented batsman as well.
Yeah. Well, they played,
what a sports person.
Yeah, but they played in those days, back and forth. Look, like remember George Young come from Western Australia and played cricket and then played football. And then
would Craig Bradley be the last to have done that?
Probably.
Probably.
Except Alex Keith.
Oh, well, true. Yes.
That's a little bit unusual.
Oh, what about Kerry?
Yes, well, he never caught that AFL.
But, no.
He did captain the Giants.
Captain
them.
Yeah. But it's certainly not as commonplace as it once was. Second half upon us. Kelly Underwood with you on Grandstand AFL. It's the Brisbane Lions in his top 4 tussle, leading Melbourne by a point.
Pickett starting in the middle, Ashcroft alongside him. Gawn takes it out of the ruck, tackled by his direct opponent McInerney. Ball in dispute, Coleman goes hard. Brayshaw goes hard the other way before Ashcroft pounces in.
One thing I've noticed, Lingy, they're keeping their forwards forward, both sides. There's no extras getting behind the ball. Yep.
McInerney flicks it behind him. Lockie Neal just hacks it into space. Foot races on. Well done by Jasper Fletcher. He pushed Langdon off it, but he couldn't go back and get it. Salem got it instead. Handball to Brayshaw. Handball to Sparrow. Kicks from the bullseye. Just hacks it inside 50. It was almost captured down there by Payne. And then the Demons set upon the defender in Leicester. So it'll be a ball up, 40 metres out, directly in front of the Demons' goal. They're kicking to the punt road end to start this second half.
1 point lead for Brisbane as McInerney wins it down to Lockie Neal, the Brownlow medalist. Kicks outside of the right boot, up into space on that southern wing. Danaher in a tussle with Petty. Danaher doesn't win it in the air, but follows up. Hurried kick beyond the wing to Rayner. Rolls back onto his right side, kicks inboard and finds McCluggage. 1 point lead for Brisbane.
Gawn defending Jack Gunston deep.
McCluggage to centre half forward for Coleman. Trying to weave their way through Melbourne's maze, and the short kick inside 50 finds Fletcher again.
Yeah, just very slow to pick up, very slow to get back to Melbourne. Now they're all back there.
Fletcher honours the lead, hits McCarthy, bursting out from the goal square. And in that leading lane at left half forward, he runs onto it, hugs it to his chest. He'll shoot from about 30 out, left half forward.
Yeah, so the disorganisation there from Melbourne was Gawn got caught on Gunston deep, and then when Fletcher took the mark, they were so busy trying to organise, well, hang on, who's got to get to Gunston so Gawn can be the spare? They forgot to do the basics, and that was clog up the forward line and not let a leading lane appear.
Link McCarthy missed just 3 games since joining the Lions. McCarthy on the set shot. It's good. It was all Brisbane in the second term and more of the same to start the third. 2.5 minutes in. Brisbane 9-4-58. They lead Melbourne 8-3-51 by 7 points. Their biggest lead of the night, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
Well, again, Mick, it was Joe Danaher who got the important touch on the wing. Competed in the air, followed up, got the ball over the top, and that got the play going. We were both very critical of Joe Danaher with the effort down here in the first quarter. The response to that has been really pleasing because it's something that Joe, been questioned in the past, that ability to grit the teeth and be really ruthless and competitive. Since that moment, he's had a massive influence on this game.
17 possessions, Lingy. He is one ahead of McCluggage, a midfielder, half-back in Coleman, and one behind Hunter. He's been fantastic.
Got Petty on him. I watched him in the warm-up at half-time. He literally, Harrison Petty, cannot bend over. Back in the centre, it's Melbourne trying to take it out, a free kick going the Demons' way. Viney gives it off to Langdon, goes to fend off on Fletcher and then had to keep it low. Really tough for Spargo. Awkward half volley. Picks it up, gives it back to Langdon, gives it back to Spargo. Now to Viney, takes off. He's got a player out wider still when he goes in that direction. It's Woden. Woden's going to go for goal. The young gun. The son of the 2000 Brownlow medalist from the boundary line, right forward pocket at punt road end. And he's kicked his first goal in AFL footy, Taj Woden.
Oh, he's such a lookalike. When I coached Shane, I look at him there.
He's just missing the peroxide tips.
I hope he doesn't go there. Let's keep it where it is at the moment. I'll say this about that goal. I would like to think he glanced in to see if there's someone there, Lingy. I'd like to think, mind you, if he had your kicking ability, your left foot kicking ability, he might have. But it was a beautiful finish.
He gets it from 70 out, doesn't he, Mick? He crosses the 50, closes to 40. He's right on the boundary line. And he threads it from the most difficult angle in the celebration. He's done the buddy, the one finger up, and he's run about 20 metres, and then they just came from every angle, and they're all pounced on top of him. A brilliant moment for Woden and his family, and for the D's, because they closed to within 1 point.
Gone back in the middle, palms it down to Viney. He's tackled straight away. I spoke to Shane late last week, said he was offered number 22, decided not to take it, so wearing number 40. It's a big, heavy number to carry around at the moment for young Taj. As Neil's hand pass releases Bailey, kicks inside 50, whacked straight off the chest of Danaher, third in the queue, no mark, falls to May, he's gang tackled. Hump says, I'll have it. Ball up, centre half forward for the Lions.
I was watching the umpire on this side, and I reckon he's putting his whistle to his mouth to say holding the ball, but the other umpire saved it.
Brisbane by a point, forward 50 stoppage for the Lions. Gorn swats it away, Petrarca takes on the tackler, got boot to ball, Brayshaw trying to knock it forward, got it out to Sparrow, he's set upon, tackled and taken to ground, and a ball up centre half forward again for Brisbane, right on the 50. Lions by a point, a goal each to start this third term, which is 5 minutes old.
Just look at Sparrow's stats, he's playing a lot of midfield.
Here go the Lions. It was a ball up at centre half forward. McCluggage with the clearing kick towards May, who fists it over the boundary line. So it'll be tossed back in, only 5 metres around from the Lions' goal, kicking to the city end in this third term.
Just looks the same as the second quarter, Lingy. The Lions are just pushing it into their forward line.
Lions by a point. McInerney kicked it straight out of bounds. But it bounced before it got there, so it'll be another boundary throw-in right from exactly the same spot. Sprinkling of fans here in the first, second and third tiers. Not too many right up the top here. Neil takes it off the hands of the right, gives it to Gunston. It's a gimme. And Gunston snaps his second goal of the night. Goal from a stoppage deep inside 50 for the Brisbane Lions, and they extend it out to 7 points. 10-4-64 Melbourne, 9-3-57 opening stages of the third term.
Well, they opened it up inside, Lingy. They opened up the corridor side. Melbourne left it as open as the door can possibly left open. It's no wonder you get scored upon if you don't close the gate on the corridor side.
And it was the movement of Lachie Neale through that position that you're talking about. Gets the handball out. Nice little gift to Jack Gunston there. Mentioned that Neale only had the 2 touches in that second term, Mick, which was a great sign for Brisbane because they played so well. He's already had 4 touches in this quarter, 4 contested possessions, 4 clearances, including that direct goal assist there to Jack Gunston. And obviously just reassess what he wants to do at half-time, what his running patterns are, what his starting points are, and started on fire this third term.
And that was McInerney's goal too. That tap out was just brilliant.
Gorn wins the head out down to Petrarca, gave it to Brayshaw, a little slow to release, run down by Rayner. It comes out to Neil, kicks a high up and under out to the wing, and intercept mark taken by Hunter.
Yeah, they're blocking off all the exits for Melbourne too, Brisbane. They've done their homework all right.
Hunter long contest, kick to Brown, knocked away from him by Andrews. G. Rayner left it behind. Bowie collects, centre half forward, hand pass to Neil Bullen. Hurried kick into the forward pocket for Melbourne. Andrews out after it. Leads Van Roy into the footy. Hand pass to Zorko. Floats a kick down the wing. Over the head of Hipwood, it'll beat a couple and through to Rayner. Fortunate bounce to Sharon. Rayner runs over halfway, looks for Cameron, knocked away by McVie, spills down to Bailey. Bailey on a jinking run, hooks a kick back goal, bouncing footy doesn't get there.
Oh, he just set Charlie Cameron alight there. That is as bad a burn as you can do.
And that is a behind. Bailey went himself. Minor score, 10-5 to 9-3. Lions by 8 points. Game high lead grows for Brisbane.
I've got no dramas if he's on his right foot, him going there, but on his left, got to give that.
Bowie to himself, and then he goes along to the northern wing where McInerney outmarks Gawn.
And he's starting to even it up now, McInerney.
Yeah.
He might be on top, but he's evening it up.
And he bangs it into that right forward pocket, looking for Danaher, who's the target over his head. Petty took him out of the contest, and then May's able to swoop and go short to Jordan.
With Melbourne getting all their possessions on the half-back line, that's not going to save them the game. They've got to really start to break through that corridor.
Jordan's kicked straight to a 2-on-1 contest, and 2 were Brisbane Lions. One of them was Ryan Lester. Intercept mark, goes short to Zorko. Eyes are darting at half forward. He's got it. He spears it beautifully and works it expertly to Berry.
Yeah, well on top, almost all over the ground.
So Jared Berry would have to thump it from 52 out.
This is big for his confidence. He's only had the 3 touches, Mick, for the whole game, Jared Berry.
Yeah, but he's not a long kick either, so
no.
He's got to find a target. If he kicks this here, then that's going to be their night.
So Jared Berry, we're right behind him in the commentary box, up on the third tier on the northern stand at the MCG. Stutter step approach from right on 50. He hangs it right out to the left. It'll land in play. There's a mark down there, and it's going to Big Maxi. He takes it on the last line of defence. Gawn saving what would have been just a minor score anyway, because the kick was offline, and it's Brisbane by 8 points.
His kick out to half-back, trying to find Brown. Couldn't take the one-hander. Spills down to Fletcher. Hand pass to Ashcroft. Got a kick away, but it's smothered. Sparrow for Melbourne. Hand pass to Langdon. Hurried ball up over halfway. Van Rooyen's got 2 to beat. Can't. In the end, gives away a free kick to leaping into the back of Payne.
I don't know why. He just went for the ball. You're there to spoil the ball. I can't understand that, why that's a free kick. I can understand that Brisbane were going to get the ball anyway because they outnumbered Melbourne for a start off.
Here's Jack Payne. What a year he's had. Kicks up over halfway to a one-on-one and a good mark. Just cradling it in one side is Lester. Takes the mark for Brisbane. Moves it hurriedly, but kicks a high bomb inside the forward 50. Danaher races to the drop of the ball and marks in front of Gawn. He read it well coming in. Knew he had a bit of ground to make up before the ball landed. He had ran around all of them and took the mark in front of the pack.
Oh, Charlie Cameron, well done. We just saw the replay then.
Yep.
He just did enough to get across Harrison Petty. We're wondering why Joe Danaher had such a clean run to the footy. That is Charlie Cameron's work. Great play.
He's kicked them everywhere tonight, Joe, for his second, just inside the 50-metre arc. That one misses to the right. He's kicked, 1 goal, 3, I think, now for the night. He's also had 2 shots which haven't scored. It's Brisbane by 9 points.
May goes quickly. He's kicked it straight to Lester for the Lions. Another turnover over to Fletcher. Into the pocket he goes, and Charlie Cameron gets down low. An uncontested mark. They're threatening to blow this wide open here, the Brisbane Lions. They lead it by 9 points, but this entire third term's been played at the city end. He's going the set snap. 1-2, as casual as you like. And Charlie misses. Gee, they're peppering Brisbane. Yeah. That's 10-7.
Keep him in the game, Kel. There's no doubt about that. There's a couple of that have just gone begging, really, those 2.
2 goals, 3 in this third term.
No run and no targets, Melbourne. They're going to get locked in the back half again, back 50 for again. They've either transferred across, take a gamble through the middle, or run the ball. There's only 3 options to get rid of Brisbane's noose.
Last 3 scoring shots all behinds for Brisbane as Lever at half-back kicks it out of the defensive arc, but it's intercepted. Payne with the mark. Is it for Brisbane right on halfway? It's Payne for Melbourne at the moment too in this third term, and has been since quarter time. Payne with a wire, kicks inside the forward 50, and Petty takes the intercept mark. Well, he's told to go. Walking off his line and then kicks it wide to Langdon, who marks just inside the boundary line at half-back.
So if they can get a short kick, they then need somebody running from behind. That handball was the only thing that worried the Brisbane Lions in that first half.
Langdon, high contest, kick to the wing. Andrews works his way to the front, can't complete the mark. Spills front and centre to Petrarca of the Demons. Hand pass away to Jordan. Handball back to the man who kicked it down there in Langdon, who's moved along that southern boundary line. Hand pass back to Jordan, floats a kick down the wing, and an intercept mark for Andrews.
Easy.
Stands tall, logo southern side. Brisbane by 10 points. 14 gone, third term.
Lockie Hunter's had it 19 times. Danaher 18 for the Brisbane Lions. Kick goes towards Lions, who's going in the Cameron direction. Here's Joe Danaher for yet another possession. He's going to handball it to the top of the goal square. There's no one there. Hunter gets it up to Bowie. His kicks under the pump. Spoil from behind was good from the Lions. Comes the way of Bailey. His handball misses everything. Dancing through traffic down there was Jordan. Back to Bailey. Zigs one way, zags the other, and Bailey's kicked his second goal. And it's 3 in a row for the Brisbane Lions, and they've cracked this game open. 16-point lead, their biggest lead of the night. 11-7-73 to 9-3-57 after 15 minutes gone in the third term.
Well, great finish by Zach Bailey in the end, Nick. But
what about the massive numbers of touches without anyone grabbing the ball in?
Yeah, the first handball by Bailey was a bit of a shocker over top, and then it was just... Well, Zach Bailey just danced around pretty easily in the end. I mean, it's a nice finish, but that ball is simply living in Brisbane's half of the ground.
Yep.
Just intercept after intercept after intercept, and wasted opportunities by Brisbane as well. A couple of times, they finally get the reward.
It's 8-3 since quarter time. It's really just one-way traffic.
16-point lead. Gawn grabs it out of the ruck at the restart. Hurried kick forward. McKenna thumps it back over halfway for Brisbane. But Hunter first one there for Melbourne. Hand pass away to Bowie off the back flank. Kicks to Pickett. Remarks in front of the Brisbane bench.
Well, it's silly to say this, but Melbourne have to get the next goal just to settle the scoreboard down, if anything else.
Pickett kicks to Brown at centre half forward. McCluggage dropping back in the hole. No mark. Spills to Payne. Hand pass to Lester. Just got a handball away to Ashcroft. Hand pass out to McKenna. Sells a dummy. Easily walks around Ben Brown. In front of the Melbourne bench. McKenna heads down to half forward. Hitwood and Danaher in the pack. May goes up. Surely taken over the shoulder. No through.
Surely.
Hunter for Melbourne. Hand pass back into dispute. Lever sockers it. Pinballs back in the direction of Bailey. He can't collect it. Still a live footy on the wing. Neal. Hand pass away to Lester. Kicks in Hope to centre half forward. Gunston can't bend down to pick it up. Petty collects. Drilled in the tackle from McCarthy. Made it stick and a ball up centre half forward for Brisbane.
Geez, Scrappy.
Well, Scrappy, but that's going to do his back the world of good too. If it's out of place, it's just been pushed back into place.
Inside 50s in this third term are 12-3. We're inside 50s here for the Lions. Off hands, it comes down to Lions. Standing start. Just threw it on his boot from 49 metres out. And it's floated through for a major. 22 points now for Chris Fagan's men is the lead. 12-7-79 Melbourne, 9-3-57. The D's led by 25 points, not once, not twice, but 3 times in this contest. And now it's Brisbane by 22.
A terrific player, Mick, to be able to bring into this team. He's no longer in their ultimate best 22, probably Jared Lyons, but with no Josh Dunkley.
Yeah, exactly.
That hard in and under player, you know what you're going to get from him every time, have done for so many years. And it's just an opportunist goal. Read it well off the ruckman's hands, had half a second to get it on the boot, and nailed it.
It's just all over him. Melbourne's run has just ceased. I'm just trying to work out why it would cease.
They kicked the first 4 goals of the game, Melbourne, so from that point on, it's 12 goals to 5.
Now, I know the wingers are now more accountable for their opponents they're on, but the backline run has ceased. So that any time they take the ball, Melbourne, it's just a kick up the line.
9 of the last 11 goals for Brisbane. Back in the middle, Danaher wins the hit out, follows up, gives it to Jared Lyons, kicks for Cameron. Oh, it's all rolling for Brisbane at the moment. Cameron pokes the pass into the pocket, and May takes an intercept mark.
And this is all being done while Charlie Cameron is a bit off his game at the moment. He's threatening it a little bit at times, but he's missed a shot at goal. That was a poor kick inside 50. It's firing without some of their best players absolutely flying.
May from the back pocket, waits a long time and then goes long to Van Rooyen. Gawn was held out of it and will get the free kick on the southern wing. He's been goalless twice in the last 4 games, Charlie Cameron, and in one of the 2 games he kicked the goal. It was the last of the match, the game we did.
Yes.
The Saints game. Last time they came to Melbourne a fortnight ago. Long kick from Gawn down the wing. Spills to Lester. Pumps it back in the other direction. And Danaher marks in front of Gawn. Here go Brisbane again. Hand pass out to Fletcher. Handball to Zorko. Feeds it inside to Coleman. Kicks inside 50. Superb. Gunston marks in the corridor, 30 out, dead in front.
He has played so well tonight, Coleman. You mentioned him earlier, Mick, with his ball use.
Yeah, I every time I see him play, it's interesting. I spoke to Greg Swan some time ago about, only 5 or 6 weeks ago, and we discussed him, and I said, why isn't he always in the side? He said, he just loses a bit of concentration from time to time, and it needs to be reinforced, but he's got some serious upside.
Jack Gunston for his third. He's got it. Brisbane are rolling. It's now a game high either way. The Lions by 28 points as we tick into time on in the third term. 13-7-85, Melbourne 9-3-57. It is all Brisbane, having kicked 10 of the last 12.
Well, Mick, we mentioned before, once they made the move of Gunston from the wing forward, he just had to use all of his wily veteran knowledge to kick 2 and set up 2. Well, he's kicked 3 now.
Yeah, he gets in the right spots.
Yeah.
Like even that corridor side, let the defence get sucked into the play. He just holds his ground and takes an easy. I'm amazed at when do you choose to take your ruckman off? Because it just seems like McInerney goes off goes Gawn, or Gawn goes off, McInerney goes off. Then your secondary come on. I'd play it the other way around. Let's get Gawn up against Danaher. See if you can change the course of this game.
Instead, it's Van Rooyen against Danaher and a recall bounce because the first one was crooked. Tim Hodges, keep an eye on Harrison Petty down there. The ball in this entire third term's been camped deep in the defensive 50 for the Ds, and Petty's seeing a lot of the ball, but he is so sore. He should not be out there. Maybe they might activate their sub 2 again. So another bounce. This time Brayshaw gets there. Kicks up towards Neil Bullen at half forward. Wilmot takes off after it, and eventually it's over the boundary line.
Melbourne had in this quarter. They've gone in 9 3 times.
3 times.
3 to 14. That gives you an illustration of how dominant the Lions have been.
Subs tonight for the Ds, Joel Smith, and for the Lions, Devon Robertson. Both yet to be activated. Boundary throw-in back in at half forward. Petrarca just dribbles it towards Pickett, who easily mops it up, steadies and goals at the punt road end. Cozzy's got 2 and it stops a run of 4 in a row that went the Brisbane Lions' way. And it's back to 22 points. Melbourne 10-3-63, trailing the Lions 13-7-85.
That comes straight from the stoppage, but I'll say about the stoppage. Van Rooyen is not a ruckman, but he was able to get up against Danaher. Danaher's been fantastic, make no mistake, but he was beaten badly, and Van Rooyen was able to push the ball where he wanted to, directly in front, which allowed Petrarca to come through and set the goal up. So, in fact, McInerney's back in the middle. I wonder why Soda's gone. So there you go. They both obviously just touch hands as they come across the boundary line and wink at each other and say, well, we're both going on. So that defeats that little conversation we had.
Get Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Harrison Petty's just come off, guys. He's been taken straight to the back seat of the bench and the sub has been activated. So, yeah, he's had enough, and I think the Demons have had enough of him being out on the field just playing so handicapped with that back injury.
Thanks, Hodgie, all over it, and Kelly Underwood all over it up here, just calling subs as well from the commentary box, and we'll have another ball up outer edge of the centre square.
You can't, that's not a slight on Petty either, because he's a very brave player, but he just couldn't move.
He can't run. Yeah.
No, he can't
and
move.
Kel's got the direct line to Simon Goodman.
Yeah, from the restart, Bowie gets a kick going forward.
The SA connection.
Picked off by Zorko on the wing. Hand pass away to Coleman. Short kick down that southern wing. Straight past a couple. Salem picks it up. Hand pass to Bowie. Goes back by hand to May. Lifts a hand pass out wide. Wanted Langdon. And in the end, it's out of play. So a boundary throw in southern wing. Brisbane by 22. 23 gone third term. Just repeating that sub, Joel Smith into the game. Harrison Petty out. The sub for Brisbane is Devon Robertson, who's yet to be used by Chris Fagan.
Joel Smith's got the job on Charlie Cameron.
Oh, welcome to the game. Yes. Good luck with that one. Good smother by Brayshaw on the kick of Jared Berry on the outer side.
Make sure the hammies are warm, Cal. Going to be hitting top speed quickly.
There's not much through the gears, is there, when you play on Charlie Cameron? It's 0 to 100.
Lions leaded by 22 points. It was Melbourne by 17 at quarter time, Brisbane by 1 at half time. Toss back in on the front of the Shane Warne stand. It's a ball in dispute, Ashcroft. Handball's up to McInerney. His handball went about 20 metres. It's bunted down by Lever. Lever hits McCluggage hard, but McCluggage won the footy off to Lyons. Gives it to Berry. Delivers to Hipwood. And they are getting right on top here, the Brisbane Lions. Hipwood hasn't seen too much of it tonight, but he's taken a mark in the left forward pocket at the City end.
15-4 inside 50s.
And that's why it feels like this entire quarter has been played at the City end.
Yeah, I've got a Rick neck from watching a right.
He's only had the 3 touches for the whole game, Eric Hipwood.
But his counterparts had plenty. Danaher.
Yes.
Can he have a mini cameo here in the third term? Hipwood, it would take something really special. And that is really special. Off the left boot of Eric Hipwood, it's a cameo to remember. His first of the evening, Brisbane back out by 28. 14-7-91, Melbourne 10-3-63.
Yeah, Mick, it's a really good point you make. So Eric Hipwood's only had the 4 touches. He's now, that's being his first goal there. But Joe Danaher, as we've highlighted all night, has had 21 disposals.
Yeah.
7 marks, 4 inside 50s, 8 score involvements. He's kicked 1 goal, 3, so he could have had an even more of a monster night. But they've worked well together, even though Hipwood doesn't appear to have done that much.
Yeah, and contested possession there too, Lingy. With Danaher. Yep. He's the highest possession getter for Brisbane, which is quite remarkable when you look at the quality of their midfields. Like Neil's had 13. Kicking efficiency's got him down to 0, so I reckon a lot of that's been bludged out of packs, which is unfair to judge on that.
8 score involvements, a game high for Danaher as well, out of the middle. Brayshaw, hand pass away to Sparrow, kicks out to the wing. Here's Woden. Hand pass away to Hunter in front of the interchange. Floats a high spiral down to half forward for Melbourne and floating in from the side. Starcevic takes the intercept mark.
He's been good too. The backline generally has been on top. Those that were picking up Petrarca perhaps in the first quarter lowered their colours, but outside of that, well and truly on top.
Lions by 28. Starcevic long down the wing. Joel Smith trying to climb like his dad. Can't take the mark on the wing. Spills to Bailey. Runs inside. Dishes off the hand pass to Rayner. Good vision. Kicks to Berry. Marks inside the middle of the G. Continues to move it out to that southern side. Kicks to half forward. McKenna the target. Trying to hold out his man. Crunched by Pickett. Lost it. And Brayshaw short back into the middle. Finds Petrarca.
Got to go quick now. They've got him wide open here, the D's.
Does that. Handballs off to Brayshaw. Feeds it wide by foot to Bowie.
Slow getting forward though, Melbourne.
Spargo rather. So Spargo on the southern side delivers over the head of Melksham. Payne will be able to mop up a fumble. Pickett bearing down, gets a handball away to Starcevic, and he's tackled over the boundary line.
But Mick, that when Spargo marked the ball, it had to continue, had to keep going.
It had to go, even though Brisbane had numbers behind.
Yeah, they had some runners through the middle. Make the decision while you're moving, and things can open up for you.
Melbourne kicked the first 4 of the contest. They led 25-0 after 8 minutes, and now the Lions lead by 28 points with 4 minutes to play in the third term. McInerney just thumps it clear of the contest.
It's been called for a throw.
Yeah, it had to be. He was throwing the handball and then...
what
was it? Yeah, it is a throw. So it's a free to Max Gawn and he's within range.
Well, yes, he probably is. I noticed Max do the captain's thing there and try to get one of the kickers, the goal kickers, known goal kickers, to take the kick. But Max, you had hold of him at the time, so free kick had to come back to you.
So Lockie Neal is going to be the man on the mark, and Oscar McInerney, who gave it away, has run down to the goal line. See if he can get a good run and touch it, because the Lions wonder whether Max Gawn's got 48.5 metres in his tired, ageing right boot. Here he goes from right on 49. He gives plenty of air. That is high, and that is as straight as an arrow. A wry smile from Max Gawn. And the bearded, lanky captain, with a moment to savour, just gives them a little bit of hope in the shadows of three-quarter time. It's a 22-point deficit. Melbourne 11-3-69, Brisbane 14-7-91.
It does, Kel. It really does.
Yeah.
It brings it back to, with 3 minutes and a quarter to go, if they can wrestle control of the loose football, the contested ball again is fallen very much in favour. Oh no, it's about even, but but Melbourne won that handsomely in the first quarter. If they can start to win the contested ball, the game can swing back.
And then take the chances to go
score.
quick.
I got to go quick. Got to go quick against Brisbane. You're always, because they are so settled behind the line.
Big moon ball from Max Gawn. All of 50 metres to get there right on the goal line. Out of the middle, Petrarca extracts it from a pack. Hand pass to Jordan, away to Salem. Kicks to centre half forward. Pack goes to ground. Lester just kicks it out of the defensive arc. Salem pushed into it on the wing. It falls Brisbane's way though. No mark for Salem. McCluggage short kick to Neil. He's resting up at half forward. Comes forward to take the mark.
Salem should have done better with that. Prime position to take a chest mark, any mark.
Lions by 22. Neil kicks inside the forward arc. Hipwood climbs for it. No mark. Falls through to May. He's tackled by Cameron. Ball comes out to Bailey. Hand pass back to Cameron. Goal. Lions answer straight back. And again they return the margin to 28 points. As wide as it's been. 15-7-97. Melbourne 11-3-69. And Bailey falling to ground. Shot the hand pass out. Charlie Cameron able to capitalise to kick his second. Cameron Ling, Mick Bolthouse.
Yeah, Zach Bailey just got in the right position there. Good strength through the hips to be able to get the handball to Charlie Cameron. Nice finish by Cameron. Might have had Cam Rayner on for a little handball, but when you're a small forward in that position, he's done it so many times before, you back yourself to kick the goal. Well, that hurts Melbourne when you get a response that quick. You've worked so hard to get your goal, to give yourself a little bit of a sniff heading into three-quarter time, and then you just give that goal straight back. That stings.
Yeah, 17-6 inside 50s. Clear indicator who's controlling the game.
Tick over 2 minutes to play. Gawn wins it straight down to Petrarca. He's tackled by one arm, but he gets the kick away. Beats McKenna. Spargo puts his body on the line.
Lachie Neale, a little bump to his head maybe.
Umpire says it'll be a free kick to Spargo.
Nothing in it other than a free kick, I don't believe.
Spargo still inside that centre square. He drives it long into the pocket. It slips through the hands of Van Rooyen. Waiting at the back was Harris Andrews. It's an old-fashioned jump ball. And eventually Andrews wins it, but he is tackled by Melksham over the line. Melksham and Harris Andrews. Little by-play as they make their way back to the goal square.
Melbourne haven't kicked back-to-back goals since the first 4 of the game.
No.
Van Rooyen in the ruck against McInerney. Somehow he gets it to Pickett. Off to Petrarca on the outside of the boot. The quick snap. He's got his fourth and they're back to within 22 again. So Christian Petrarca, who booted 2 goals in the first quarter, 1 goal in the second, and has just booted his 4th with a minute and a bit to play in the third. Their best player gives them a bit of hope.
Yeah, contested. He's at eight contested possessions this quarter, which is, other than Gawn, they've had 14 out of the total of 31. As I say, to me, if they can get that swung their way, it stops Brisbane's run for a start off, and 2 is you might then introduce your runners. So a lot of it, with games like this, where it is so tight in close, you've got to be able to probably win 3 out of 5.
How about how clean it was? Van Rooyen down to Pickett so quick.
Brilliant
for the goal. So 12-3-75, the D's trail Lions 5-7-97, and they're coming again.
Gawn grabs it out of the right, kicks to half forward. Spargo and Lester there. Lester spoils. Now Berry on the deck trying to get it out. Petrarca rips it from him and then into his back. Over the top, Starcevic. Free kick, Petrarca. 55 out. Averaging 28 in a goal this season. He's kicked 4 tonight. On the back of his 4 last week. Kicks for Pickett in the hot spot. No mark. Through to McKenna. He's dispossessed. The Hunter picks it up. Hand pass over his shoulder to Pickett. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Hand on it. Van Rooyen can't get it through. And desperate stuff. Getting back. Lester knocks it through for a rush behind. Brisbane by 21. 33 gone. Third term.
Just under a minute to go for the Demons. If they can kick another one, great. They just can't concede a late one.
So McKenna's kicked it straight to Max Gawn, who got a shove from Danaher from behind.
Only 2 kicks left in this game, I reckon. Actually, should take
43 seconds to go before three-quarter time. Gawn gives it off to May, who gives it off to Sparrow. Oh, that was out of bounds. Hunter tried to keep it in. He went for the wild snap, the Hail Mary. But it'll come back.
Well, at least they try to play on, Kel. at least there was an intent to play on it. It was probably not the right time to do it, but at least in their mindset they had to move the ball quickly.
Stoppage inside 50 here for the D's.
Pickett and Petrarca again. I think Petrarca got one to Pickett early in the quarter. Pickett got one to Petrarca then. They're the keys here.
Van Rooyen assumes front position. Misses Sparrow, who was flying through.
Pickett's away from the stoppage at the moment. I'd have him around there, even just to draw a free kick.
Just absolutely.
Look at Starcevic holding Petrarca behind the play. McInerney. Jordan reads it well, and then he's dumped by a tackle by Berry. It was a legal dumping tackle by Berry. And they'll go again. They've worked it down to 22 seconds before three-quarter time. Brisbane by 21 points. Tossed in the air, McInerney, and then his kick comes off his knees, so it doesn't go far. Brayshaw picks it up, gives it off to Rivers. A high up and under. Flying was Rayner. Couldn't take it in the air. Quick kick by Sparrow. Down to Melksham. And the Brisbane Lions through Berry. Handballs back to Payne. Gets it out of there. Oh, he's kicked it straight to McVie for the Demons. Is there time before the siren? He handballed it off. And it was a drop ball by Woden. Right on the 50. They had their chances, the Demons. And so it'll be a 21-point margin to the Brisbane Lions at three-quarter time. 15-7-97 to Melbourne 12-4-76. Melbourne by 17 at quarter time. They led 25-0 early stages. Brisbane by 1 at half time. And the margin at three-quarter time is 21 points. The goal kickers, Gunston's got 3. Bailey's got 2, Charlie Cameron's got 2, 2 to McCarthy, singles to McInerney, Ashcroft and Fletcher, the young guns, have been great. Lyons and Hipwood. And Danaher has 1 goal, 3. Might give him a couple that have blazed away out of bounds on the full, but he's been terrific. And for the D's, Petrarca 4, 2 to Pickett, singles to Gawn, Woden, Bowie, Spargo, Brown and Neil Bullen. Corby, Lions by 21.
Melbourne led by 25 on 3 separate occasions. Brisbane led by 28 on 3 occasions. And as Cal mentioned, 21 points is the margin as we turn for home. The thoughts of Mick and Lingy in just a moment on ABC Radio, News Radio, Sport Digital, and for the first time in 2023 through the ABC Listen app. This is Grandstand AFL.
ABC Listen.
The story of stuff the British stole started with artefacts in museums and galleries, but it spread from a basement in ancient bottles,
The oldest known rum in the world.
you have to follow the money, to a manuscript lost between dueling nuclear powers.
We don't know what it is yet. So it changed everything.
I'm Mark Fennell. Join me for the new season of Stuff the British Stole. You can find it now on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
McCarthy on the set shot. It's good. It was all Brisbane in the second term and more of the same to start the third.
Now to Viney, takes off. He's got a player out wider still and he goes in that direction. It's Woden. Woden's going to go for goal. The young gun. And he's kicked his first goal in AFL footy. Taj Woden. Neil takes it off the hands of the ruck. Gives it to Gunston. It's a gimme. And Gunston snaps his second goal of the night. Bailey, his handball misses everything. Dancing through traffic down there was Jordan. Back to Bailey. 6 one way. Zag the other. And Bailey's kicked his second goal.
That ball is simply living in Brisbane's half of the ground.
Yep.
Just intercept after intercept after intercept.
We're inside 50s here for the Lions. Off hands, it comes down to Lions. Standing start. Just threw it on his boot from 49 metres out. And it's floated through for a major.
Jack Gunston for his third. He's got it. Brisbane are rolling. It's now a game high either way. The Lions by 28 points.
And Royan in the ruck against McInerney. Somehow he gets it to Pickett. Off to Petrarca on the outside of the boot. The quick snap. He's got his 4th and they're back to within 22 again.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from the third term. It was a big one. The Brisbane Lions are able to kick 7 goals to Melbourne's 4. Importantly, the Demons kicking the last of the quarter, which was Petrarca's 4th, and it means it's a 21-point game at three-quarter time. And so Melbourne trying to defend their place in the top four, while for Brisbane, they're looking to win at the MCG for just the second time under Chris Fagan. Full time across town at Docklands, a 1-0 victory over the world number 5 and 2019 host France. So the Matildas victorious, 1-0, Mary Fowler scoring in the 65th minute. The opening game is against Ireland on Thursday, July 20. So our commentary team, Ned Hall and Teresa Polias is going to join us. So Teresa Polias and Ned Hall, our commentary team, with coverage from 7 p.m. That's on Thursday, Australia and Ireland up in Sydney. You can find it through the ABC Listen app. And the most interesting point out of all this, Cal, a sellout at Docklands. 50,629. After the AFL had sellouts last weekend at the same venue of 43.5 and 39,500. 50,000's a proper sellout at Docklands, and it still exists.
Incredible, isn't it?
It's great to see.
It is. Would the seats have come in to the wings from that ground? Because
they do have the ability to do that. I don't know whether they did that.
I hope they
tonight.
have, because that takes the public closer to the game.
Yeah, probably not, because of there's AFL games
Tomorrow,
this weekend.
There is
yeah.
I would have thought it would have been mechanical, though. You just wind it out.
Can you imagine? I mean, look, over the road when they play Canada, the only Melbourne pool game that will see the Aussies in
it's
Melbourne.
the only one.
Yes,
yep.
yes.
Unfortunate.
30,000 over there. But can you imagine if they said, look, we said they tried, but we hear that the AFL said, no, you can't get your hands on it. But if they said, let's try and beat the Cricket World Cup, the Katy Perry night of 83,000. If they get 50,000 for a friendly, they go close to over 80.
Well, it's not like they come back to Australia for 15, 20 years.
No.
So this is your opportunity to see it
Yeah.
here in New Zealand. So when you've got that opportunity, and the girls are so good, well coached, well played.
That's a big win against France.
Too right it is.
Yep.
Brisbane by 21. Thoughts from Lingy and Mick in just a moment. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, we joked about Chris Fagan unleashing fury on the Lions at quarter time after such a poor first term. Just wondering to ask a question to Mick. Like, Simon Goodwin is so cool and calm and collected and relaxed. Like, is it sometimes, would it be beneficial for him to blow his top just to try and prick the team into something in this final term? He's always, and even then, he just had them in and he sort of had his arms around them, almost cuddling them.
Yeah, well, all I can say is I've heard that they're suki la la, so you've got to be very careful how hard you raise your voice or how loud you raise your voice, Timmy.
Are you talking about the current generation?
Yeah, current generation. You can't have consistency of just blowing your top. You've really got to pick your mark as a coach, and that's the same with anything you do, because it just wears thin.
Lions by 21 points. Gawn wins the hit out back in the middle. McInerney goes to soccer at forward. Bowie has a crack. We're all in the Matilda spirit as he bangs it back the other way for Melbourne. Brayshaw picks it up, kicks inside 50. Time bounce for Gawn. Attacks. Bounces straight off Andrews. Half forward. Jams it on the boot. Kicks goalward. Max is offline.
What a goal that would have been.
Gee, would have been something of behind for Max Gawn. 20-point lead for Brisbane. Demons still coming.
Thinks he's dusty.
Well, that's the captain trying to. You don't need a coach to do it when you've got a captain that does that, Tim.
Wilmot brings it round the northern side, hits up Fletcher.
He's had 16 contested possessions, Big Maxi. 8 clearances.
Worked their way to Lyons, who waited and kept coming, was Lever, turned it into a 50-50 ball. And instead of taking the mark, Lyons, it'll be a ball up half forward here for the D's.
It's well done by Jake Lever. Left his man, made an attempt to get that ball, keep that ball in motion for the Demons.
McInerney beats Gawn on this occasion straight down to Jack Viney, who's tackled by Lyons.
Brayshaw has been really good around these stoppages for the Demons.
This time Gawn looking for Viney, stolen by Fletcher. Takes off right across the interchange gates. He kicks where Hipwood marks. Outmarks Lever. And then dabs the pass, wedges it over the top. Oh, there's a miscommunication between him and Danaher. And Danaher's direct opponent, Stephen May, leaves him and goes and takes the mark. Another intercept for him as he goes to the wing. It's all Brisbane. Starcevic off to Hipwood. Is this a better kick? Looking for Danaher. Strong mark. Back with the flight. That is courageous. Because closing late was McVie and really made him earn that mark.
Should have spoiled it. When you get up that high, You just leave no doubt what your intent is, and that is you have to spoil it.
Played on. David to Charlie. Cameron's tackled by Salem. He had no breathing space, Charlie. I'm not sure what Joe was thinking then. Quite often, we're not sure what Joe's thinking.
I think what you're saying, Kel, is that Joe doesn't know what he's thinking.
Interestingly, a whole lot of rubbish and stuff on the ground too, just inside the boundary line, sort of where we're having this ball up at the moment. So from the restart, Woden, hurried kick forward, but Andrews takes an intercept mark. More than anywhere else on the ground, just a collection of wrappers and random stuff that's been either thrown or blown onto the ground.
Super swirling out there tonight.
As Starcevic marks the Andrews kick in the middle of the G, goes short to Wilmot. Wilmot looks a little longer into the forward pocket.
Yeah, big push.
Rid of Danaher illegally. Shoved him out of it. Free kick Joe, right forward pocket.
Far too early. You have to start pushing like that. Don't do it in front of the umpire from 40 metres away.
He's not happy. Stephen May with that.
I mean, it's
Joe.
It's not like Joe tried to stand up though.
Oh, he could be.
Joe added a bit of mayo.
Oh, there's a whole tub of it.
He'll be out of work next week because they've all are they on strike?
Yes,
all the actors.
He might have to pay for this goal. Joe Danaher, more than happy too. He's got his second. It's been a big night around the ground for him, and now he's starting to get a bit of return on the scoreboard. 2-3 and 2 which didn't score. Brisbane by 26. And Danaher kicks the all-important first goal of the final term. 4 minutes into the last. Lions by 26.
Cameron Ling, you were so good with your leadership as the skipper of the Cats for so long. I loved what Max Gawn did. He went straight over to Stephen May, who was going to stand the mark, and he could see he was about to explode. He's a highly emotional person.
Yes.
He said, you get back down to the goal line, I'll stand the mark. And Stephen May, he looks like he doesn't know whether to howl or have a 3-year-old tantrum at the moment down on the goal line. But Max saw it coming and said, get out of here before you cost us.
That's it. That's smart parenting. Just remove him from the situation for a little bit. Well played, Maxie.
So back underway in the centre. It's the Brisbane Lions by 26 points. Melbourne's got it though. Brayshaw with a quick little handball. The kick comes away of Pickett. Wheels around from 70 out. He kicks looking for Van Rooyen. It's over his head in that right forward pocket. Tried to flick it back cleverly to Neil Bullen, but couldn't quite get there. So a stoppage deep inside the Demons 50. They trail by 26 points. Early stages of this final term. Melbourne by 17 at quarter time. Brisbane by 1 at the half. And by 21 Brisbane at three-quarter time. Van Rooyen in the ruck. Leaps up early. Gets it down to Petrarca. And it's going the way of Petrarca for holding against Starcevic.
He's so worried about him. There was a little grab there.
Christian's lining up for his fifth.
Brisbane fans will say it was barely there, but it's there. It was just a little panic grab as Petrarca tried to move away from him. Umpire spotted it, and that's the risk you run when you're inside your defensive 50. If you even grab a little bit and you get caught, it's a shot goal.
4 goals last week for Petrarca against the Saints. He's in the right forward pocket at the city end, lining up for his fifth. Too skinny, misses to the near side.
Laid back.
Right in front of the Brisbane Lions cheer squad, and they're happy to let him know all about it. Lions by 25.
Wilmot brings it in to Zorko, gives it back to Wilmot. Long kick up with a wing. Lever and May flying for the same footy. Neither of them mark. Rayner hand pass to Lyons. Feeds it to high half forward. Hipwood links up with Danaher. Got a runner in Fletcher. Gives it to him back to Danaher. He tripped over his own feet. Lost the footy. McVee hands it to Brayshaw. Short kick to half back. We've had everything from Joe tonight. As Langdon goes short to Gawn, he clean bowls a couple trying to win the footy back in front of the benches. Jared Lyons lost the handle with a crazy footy. Lester's got it. Langdon tackles him and a ball up in front of the interchange gates. I don't know if he got the speed wobbles up or the turf monster just got him and gobbled him up.
Poor old Jasper didn't know what to do, but he demanded it. So there's been a sub-activation on the bench. We'll get down very shortly. First of all, Lockie Neal's breaking clear at half forward, and he's kicking looking for Gunston, but it's been chopped off by the sub in Joel Smith for the Demons. Over to Lever. And then round the southern side they go, where Hunter marks in front of Bailey. He's got it at half-pack. Wedges the kick over the top to Pickett. Brings it back inboard. It was risky. He was looking for Sparrow. Neil Bullen comes through, offers a little bit of assistance, but he's surrounded by lines. Lester picks it up. Handball, gives it to McCarthy. Kicks towards Gunston. Playing in front, Joel Smith takes the mark.
That's 50.
That is 50.
So Smith's got it across half-back, and the Demons look to build again.
Jordan takes the mark from the Smith kick, goes short inboard to Viney. Continues to shift across the ground. Out to the northern side, May marks, still inside the centre square. Short kick for Sparrow. So Smith as a defender has come for Petty. We saw him as a forward earlier in the year. They've tried everything up front, Melbourne. Sparrow kicks inside 50 and Wilmot leaves his man, takes the intercept mark. What a month he's had with Rich going out of the team. A new role for him on the back flank. Played some dynamic footy, some real speed, Darcy Wilmot. A short kick to Andrews and now chips it to Starcevic. Nephew of Craig, the 1990 Collingwood Premiership player. Long kick for Starcevic down the wing. Going up one-handed, May spills down to Jared Lyons. Just bangs it forward in hope, trickling towards the boundary line. Smith gets there first for Melbourne. And pass to Rivers, still at half-back.
Wants to go inboard and does that. Gives it and then kept going. He shared it with Jordan. And then kicks further down the corridor where Sparrow marks in front of Ashcroft. Wheels around. Kicks it to his right. Brayshaw all by himself just inside 50. And he'll need to go back and kick it from 50 and a chance to get it back under 20 points, the margin, with still 14 minutes to play. Quickly down to Tim Hodges, sub-activated for the Lions, Hodgie.
It has been Kelly. Devin Robertson comes into this game, and after a really dirty night on the stats sheet, Jared Berry has been given the subs vest.
Brayshaw to the city end. 45-degree angle. Just inside 50. It looks straight. It fades to the right. Lions by 24 points with 12 minutes 50 to play.
Yeah, only the 8 touches for Jared Berry for the night. Just couldn't get into the game at all. So not surprised tactically. Bring Robertson in.
Wilmot on the kick out to Brown, who had hands to it surely. Whacked out of his hands late by McInerney. Ump says it was all in the same contest, and a ball up or result as McInerney's tackled front on by Neil Bullen. Ball up half forward for Melbourne. Umpire tosses it up. McInerney reaching over the back. Rare win there as he outpoints Gawn at his bootlaces. Langdon straps for it and will do it all again here. 55 out for the Melbourne goal.
So Petrarca just trying to set himself up at the back of this contest, maybe explode through.
Gawn flicked it behind him to Langdon, off to Viney. Kicks under pressure, top of the goal square. Launching was Brown at the back. Waiting to mop up was Payne. Payne drives towards Gawn. It hits his fist. It ricochets to Rivers, and he goes short to Jordan.
A bit too far out, I think. If it's manufactured another kick out of this, unless I haven't read him right.
Ashcroft, the man on the mark, is just a step inside 50.
He's got a pretty good leg on him. The fact he can go late, Mick, and get that extra metre or two.
As long as he does, though, they're not using it as much these days. Maybe the umpires are quicker to call play on.
Well, he's named after the best 2 basketballers of all time in James and Jordan, and he kicks like...
Neither of those guys.
Like he was kicking a basketball.
I was waiting for the line. He shanked it. Out of bounds on the full. Brisbane by 24.
Not doing themselves any favour, Melbourne. They've actually got back in the game with the ball, but not the scoreboard.
Wilmot just toying with Brown on the mark and kicks out to half-back over the head of McInerney. May takes the intercept mark, tries to straighten up, turns it over. Link McCarthy with the intercept mark for Brisbane. Heads down the wing. Hipwood has it in front of the Lions bench.
He's made some mistakes, Stephen May, in the last quarter and a half.
29 disposals last week, 25 of them effective. The full 10 votes, best on ground. And so tonight, Starcevic back inboard, goes short to Zorko and short to Cameron. And go out wide here to McKenna. A few guys with a couple of touches fresh on the ground, right in front of the interchange. Short kick to Lockie Neal, who was quiet in the second quarter when Brisbane really took over in the game. Just the 2 disposals. Long kick inside 50. Gawn flies to the footy. Rayner ends up sitting on top of it as the pack collapses underneath him. And a ball up, 45 out from the Brisbane goal at left half forward. Lions by 24, 12th gone, final turn.
Gawn wins the tap in the air, straight down to Petrarca. Off to Rivers, kicks around the corner. Swooping on it is Andrews, gives it off to Neil. Now Neil against Starcevic. Pickett swings him round in a 360 and dumps him into the turf, Starcevic. Pickett comes off for a breather.
That's how you disguise it. Christian Salem earlier on in the game just walked over the line. Just make sure you get tackled over the line. You know exactly where you want to get it to. Just got to hide it a little bit. You'll get away with it.
Brisbane by 4 straight kicks. Flick back in to the advantage of Gawn, who handballs into space on the wing. Coleman got to hand to it. Not an effective one. Spargo had it, lost it. Picking his pocket was Bailey. He's given it straight to Petrarca, who gives it off to Neil Bullen. Fakes one way, goes the other. What's his kick like to centre half forward? Over the head of Sparrow. Unkind bounce. Fletcher was there. Gave it to Wilmot. Fumble, regather, back to McKenna. And defensively, they should be able to slow it down here, the Brisbane Lions. He kicks all the way back to the top of the defensive goal square where Andrews has got it. And a beautiful kick releases the run of McCluggage.
25-year-old and kicks it along the boundary line. Missed his intended target. It will slide out of bounds in front of Lever, and he takes it out right on halfway. It was about this time last time they met when the lights went out. I think if I was in charge of the lights, just as a joke, you'd go and flick the switch on and off, wouldn't you?
Well, you're home. It's a home game.
Just give it a little flicker.
Just to swing some momentum, see if it'll help out. 24-point lead for Brisbane. 14 gone, final turn, boundary throwing. Gawn grabs it out of the ruck. Handball missed Petrarca. He's tackled, and the ball up on the wing. Melbourne kicked the first 25 points of the match. From that point on, Brisbane have really taken over. So 3 lead changes in the third quarter, but Brisbane by 24 now. As Bailey, hurried kick forward. Gunston standing in front of May, no mark. Follows up, kicks inside 50. May bowled over, hitting up out of the goal square. Rayner collects centre half forward. Hand pass to Lester. Untidy kick backing back, and the intercept mark. The defensive goal square for Bowie. He kicks it out wide, and Jordan, appropriately at number 23, marks at half back.
He goes long down the line where the 2 rucks are. It was Danaher and Gawn. Neither winner in the air. Viney at ground level. Handballs into space in the end. Langdon had to go give it. Petrarca, can he create something? He gave it to Neil Bullen. He took off running. He wants it back. He goes the fend off. He's handballing now to Langdon. Langdon brings it back inboard. Neil Bullen, who kept on running. His kick is really tough one inside 50. And Andrews, with those long arms, went one way, then the other, and then kicked sideways into the back pocket.
It's Petrarca or nothing at the moment for Melbourne.
And you know, just watching Petrarca, the Melbourne players are standing back and watching him. And that's the problem, one-man band at the moment.
Sump Robertson took the mark in that back pocket, but his kick couldn't find a target. Smith for the D's goes long, and then, speaking of long, those long outstretched arms of Harris Andrews right up over the top of Ben Brown.
I don't know whether Van Ruin's really up to it at this stage. He's had 1 kick for the game, and he's a key forward. They've had the ball enough to suggest that he's just got to work into different positions.
They're using the corridor now, the Lions, and they're playing with freedom. Quick couple of kicks off to Bailey. He goes straight down to the top of the goal square. McVie gets there first. Gawn. McVie gets it back, and then kick to Jordan. Short. Now they're off. Woden's got it. Oh, his kick isn't great. It was an awkward half volley. Down there was Neil Bullen, but it's all the Brisbane Lions. Coleman.
Lockie Neal over the top.
McKenna. Oh, they got it in each other's way in the end. Lockie Neal wheeled around and went the same way as McKenna. Low ball inside 50. Viney gets it up, and the Demons now.
Kicks to a 2-on-3. Numbers with the Lions. Great mark, Melksham. He was outnumbered against Ashcroft and Wilmot and rips it down. Kicks hurriedly to half forward. Pickett and Coleman in a 1-on-1. Pickett traps it, collects, closes to 30 out, finishes on the run. Great work, Keziah Pickett. And a couple of big contests won for the Demons. It keeps them within touch. 17 gone, final turn. Brisbane's lead cut to 3 goals, 16-7 to 3-7. And Keziah Pickett comes up with his 3rd of the night.
Brilliantly. Yeah. That was a brilliant bit of play. Not only did he have the in the air, had to recover the ball, steady. He's a one-touch player. I love the way you'd like to use him in the middle a bit more as just little cameos because of that one touch.
if ever that's a little clip you could show for a young player, stay on your feet.
Stay on your feet, yep.
Do you think we will, as his career goes on, we'll see more and more midfield minutes from him?
Yes.
Absolutely, because you'll put a couple more pounds on, so you'll be able to absorb that bit more pressure. But when you're a one-touch player, Corby, you're required around stoppages because you don't get a double chance in stoppages. If you miss it the first time, you rarely get it the second time.
Lions by 18, and there's 7 minutes in this ball game. Lions through Neil, off to Ashcroft with the kick. Goes in the direction of Hipwood. It skittles past him. May handballs to Lever, handballs backwards to Smith under the pump a bit here. He concedes a minor score, rushes it through. So margin now Brisbane by 19 points. He had 9 goals kicked in the first quarter, 7 in the second, 11 in the third. Just a goal each. Goals have dried up in this final term.
There's 3 lead changes all in the second quarter. I mentioned third earlier, second term, and then Brisbane put some space on the scoreboard in the third after leading by just a point at half-time. Long kick out straight up the middle. Gawn competes in the air, slides through to Spargo. Hand pass through Brayshaw. Now Sparrow kicks to half-forward. Mark taken by Melcher. Goes back over his mark to take the kick. Slows it down and then just lays it up on the head of Ben Brown. Got plenty to do. Hits the deck. Lester whacks it out to the back pocket. He's got Hunter chasing him. Lester does well. Almost run down. Just got boot the ball. Trickles it to half back. D's win it through Salem. High bomb into the pocket. Jim McKenna floated through. Didn't touch the footy. Has to follow up ground level. Knocks it straight out of bounds. It's deliberate. Free kick Melbourne. Left half forward. 40 out. And Lockie Hunter is going to get it.
Well, Jake Melcher before, fair dinkum, you could have had your dinner and supper at the same time. He took that long to get the ball in there. They had numbers running towards their goal.
All of a sudden, it's a 19-point game. He can kick here. Tight angle, wide out left half forward. He may just be treated to a hell of a finish. Lockie Hunter doesn't have the trip, lands 2 metres short. Andrews puts his fist through it. Knocks it 20 rows back into the cheer squad. Brisbane by 18 points. Time on. Final term, just under 6 minutes on the game clock.
Well, Brisbane and Geelong are both the best spoilers in the competition. Why, if you're not going to kick a goal, don't put the ball anywhere near Andrews or Payne.
Now the Sharons in the hands of Kitty Coleman on the kick-in. In front. But kicking it out of bounds on the full was Trent Rivers. He was in front in the marking contest, didn't take it clean in the air, just tapped it down to his own advantage, runs onto it from 50 and sprays it wide.
And the fact that Christian Petrarca had a 5 metre break on his opponent in his vision makes that even worse, that kick.
So Coleman goes back to Payne. Defensive goal square. Long kick to half-back. There's Gawn. Had his name written all over it. Takes the intercept mark. Half-forward for Melbourne. 55 out.
It's been magnificent.
Oh, he has, hasn't he?
Absolutely magnificent. Don't make the same mistake.
Gawn pokes it into the pocket. Honours the leader, Melcher. Takes the sprawling mark against the boundary line. Right in front of the Lions race. Right forward pocket. City end of the G.
Well, Jake, this is something, you make yourself a hero here if you can get this right.
I've seen him kick some miraculous goals out wide in the past.
He's good on his left foot. He's going to set up and do the left foot snap.
To hook it across the body. 30 out. Right forward pocket. Snaps. It's straight through.
Good calling it.
Melbourne have life in this game. And Brisbane's lead has been cut to just 2 goals. A match in which they led by 28 on 3 separate occasions. And now time on in the last. We got a game again. 16-8 to 14-8. Cameron Ling and Nick Malthouse, the Lions by 12.
They've stopped.
Yeah, they have.
Brisbane, they really have. It's almost like not that we've done enough. We are exhausted because of what we did in the second and third quarter. Melbourne have been about there. They just needed someone else on that forward line to be able to kick a goal outside of Petrarca.
And probably on your point too, Melbourne getting that big lead, now the effort to get back and back in front from Brisbane,
yes,
it's starting to tell now, and their ball use is getting sloppier, and Melbourne are just getting a couple little turnovers. Those kicks long are dropping 5 metres short, and Max Gawn's marking them.
Yeah, exactly, Lenny.
Chewing Gum's getting an extra work over in the coach's box by Chris Fagan. It's Brisbane by 12 points, and there's less than 5 minutes to play. After a bounce down in the centre, Gawn jumps on top of it. The umpire says we'll have another stoppage.
He's been right on top of
McInerney gives it straight down to Brayshaw. Brayshaw kicks across his body. It lands inside 50. Melksham tried for the hero mark. He flew in the air. Andrews has got it. Petrarca's lurking. Ben Brown handballs over the top. Payne at the top of the goal square just has to concede. He's conceded behind. Is that deliberate? They're asking the question. Petrarca's asking. Umpire says no.
It's inside the goal square. He's under pressure. You're allowed to. He knew the rules.
There is an eternity to go in this game for the Brisbane Lions, who have led all the second half.
Oh, that's not a mark.
Ashcroft went short to Payne. It was knocked away from him by Hunter. The umps paid the mark. Brisbane by 11 points, 23 gone final quarter.
Oh, Payne's lucky there. He was just relaxed, waiting for the ball to come. Had no idea that Hunter was coming quickly on him. And that's a fair spoil.
What can I say? How can you pay that as a mark?
Payne long down the line, thumped away by McVie for the Demons. Bowled over is Lester. Robertson, hand pass to Hipwood, he's out of bounds, and a throw in between wing and half forward for Melbourne. It's the Demons who have all the momentum here. 23 gone, final term. Brisbane by just 11 points. The final crowd posted at 38,030.
Twirling ball back into play. Gawn bobbles around. No one can win it clearly at ground level. Tangle of arms and legs. Ashcroft jumps up and he runs into a brick wall called Jack Viney. Umpire blows his whistle, so a ball up in front of the Shane Warne stand, southern side. It's flicked down out of the ruck, goes about 20 minutes before dribbling over the boundary line. The Demons ask the question because it came off McInerney, but the umpire says no. Brisbane by 11 points, 3 and a bit. Smallish crowd, but they're not going anywhere. Shallow throw-in to the advantage of Gawn. He taps it in the direction of Neil Bullen. Got his hands on the Sherrin, who was brought to ground. Good tackle by Robertson. And then taking off after it is Wilmot sliding over the boundary line. He was taken high by Viney. Wilmot wins a free kick. The defender's got it. And wants to go backwards. Oh, and then he thinks better of it. Turns around. Runs straight ahead and delivers to the wing, the southern wing, where Gawn's there and outmarks McInerney. Max Gawn. It's been the Max Gawn and Petrarca show tonight for the Demons.
It has.
They have been absolutely brilliant. They trail by 11 points with 2 minutes 40 to go.
Gawn sends him inside 50. Brown the target, crashes the pack, spills through to Neil Bullen. Hand pass out in front of Pickett. Pickett keeps it in front of him. It goes to ground. Coleman trying to trap it. Drags it back in. Pack forms around him. Ump says ball up.
There was a bit of dragging back under
I
there,
think so.
there?
Yeah, there certainly was, especially with two Brisbane players doing it.
Ball up top of the goal square for Melbourne. Brisbane lead it by 11 points. Time on final term. McInerney wins it down and then follows up. Viney rips it from him. Viney shoots. Viney's got it. It's a one-score game. Jack Viney, classic trademark blue-collar stuff, rips it from the ruckman and kicks the goal to bring Melbourne within 5. Brisbane 16-8-104. Melbourne 15-9-99. 26 minutes travel final turn.
Oh, that's just true willpower, that.
Yeah, I just can't help but have to say that Max Gawn has been the single factor from, Tim was saying about giving him a service and stuff. No, he didn't need to. With Max Gawn setting an example like that, and he's done it most of the day, but this quarter in particular, he has been he's been unbelievable. If you're not at the ground, let me say that he could get 3, 2 and 1 votes this quarter alone. Lingy.
So the Brisbane Lions lead it by 5 points. Gawn and McInerney. McInerney thumps it clear. Salem runs onto it. He's just about decapitated. Umpire throws his arms in the air and says play on. McInerney just grubbers it out into space across half forward. Here's a chance for the Demons. Well played by Rivers. Takes them all on. Charges through the centre of the ground. Kicks it long and strong. Harris Andrews with the spoil from behind. Smith's got it. Fires out the handball to Neil Bullen from 48 out. He goes to the pocket where Pickett was in a tangle with Wilmot and it goes over the boundary line. So it'll be a boundary throw in 10 metres around from the D's goal. They trail by 5 points. There's less than 2 minutes to play. The D's have lost heartbreakers this year by 4 to Port Adelaide, by 7 to Fremantle, and by 2 points to the Giants a couple of weeks ago in Alice Springs.
Forward pocket for Melbourne. City end of the ground. Gorm down there has been enormous. Hit out one by McInerney. Neal goes to ground, knocks it out, but straight to Brayshaw. Under pressure. Hand pass ends up with Bailey. Handball to Wilmot. He just jams it on the boot out of the defensive arc. One bounce out of play in front of Hitwood. And a boundary throw in 70 out from the Melbourne goal. 5-point lead for the Lions. Led by as many as 28. We've seen some wild momentum swings after Melbourne themselves led by 25 in the first half. Brisbane have led the entire second half. Boundary throw in. Gawn grabs it out the ruck. Hand pass away to Brayshaw. Kicks inside 50. Melksham comes flying through to take the pack mark. Half forward for the Demons. And Jake Melksham reaching over the top of a couple of players will shoot from 45 out left half forward.
Again, Mick, it was Max Gawn. Got the handball, took it out of the ruck, got the handball to Brayshaw. Melksham doing what any good forward should do, playing in front, on the move. The kick just fell short. Andrews couldn't get there. Wow, what a finish.
Jake Melksham may well have the game on his boot. As he moves in on the set shot, Melksham's drop punt. He's there! The Demons are in front!
Wow.
Melksham the hero! And Brisbane have coughed up a 28-point lead at their house of horrors at the MCG. Oh no. 16-9-105. Brisbane 16-8-104. And with 29 travelled in the final term, the Lions have fallen behind again at the MCG.
Well, we did call it, Lingy, when we said that they've just not... I don't think they've gone to sleep. I just reckon that they've been almost exhausted. Their run has stopped. Melbourne's run's gone. Well, not necessarily their run. I think they can... I don't see what the contested ball is this quarter, but... It just seems to me that Melbourne, there it is. Melbourne again, 38-29. It's all about contested football. They've been unbelievable, Melbourne, in this quarter.
Final minute of the game. The D's lead it by 1 point. Viney takes it out of the centre. Inside 50 it goes. It's a bouncing ball. It's going to favour Van Mooyen. He gets the handball off because he's tackled. Here's Petrarca. Overruns it. Well played by Leicester. They've got to get it moving here, the Lions. Leicester puts his body on the line. Salem comes in and holds it up. Seconds ticking down.
Now they can put numbers behind the ball. They can't into centre bounce. Now they roll a couple back, Melbourne.
Melbourne's kicked the last 4 goals of the last 12 minutes of the game. They trail by 28 points. Bowie overruns it. It's going the Brisbane Lions way. Gunston flicks it up, gives it off to Lions. It'll land inside 50. They need a mark. Who's got the mark? Is it Lever or Hipwood? The umpire blows his whistle. Full time. The Demons are floating in heaven. They've come from the crowds to celebrate a famous win. It's an MCG meltdown for the Brisbane Lions. They're dancing in the aisles. It's delirium at the MCG for the Demons.
It's the emblem for me and for you. It's the emblem of the team we love, the team of the red and the blue. Every heart beats true for the red and the blue, and we sing this song to you. Should old acquaintance be forgot, keep your eye on the red and the blue.
Melbourne by 1 point in front of 38,030 fans. 16-9-105. Brisbane 16-8-104. But we will look at the replay right on the final siren. And Martle's taken 49.5 metres out from Brisbane's goal. Hipwood and Lever both had their hands on it. The umpire blew his whistle to say the siren has sounded, threw his arms up in the air, and the Demons celebrated like they've won the grand final. And that's what it feels like right here, right now.
It's a high-flying flag. It's the emblem for me and for you. It's the emblem of the team we love, the team of the red and the blue. Every heart beats true for the red and the blue, and we sing this song to you.
The last 4 goals of the contest went the D's way. Jake Melksham, the hero, he booted 2 of them, including the last goal in that final couple of minutes. 4 for Petrarca, 2 to Melksham, 2 to Pickett, otherwise all single goal kickers. And for the defeated Lions, Gunston had 3, a couple each for Bailey, Charlie Cameron and McCarthy. Danaher ended up with 1 goal, 3 for the night. They kicked the first 25 points of the game, Melbourne. They flew out of the blocks. First 4 goals, they led 25-zip. Melbourne by 17 at quarter time. Brisbane Lions hit back in the second half. They led by 1 at half time. Brisbane by 21 at three-quarter time. And Melbourne, with the fastest of finishes, prevail by 1 point.
24 points down at the 17-minute mark of the final term. Melbourne kicking the last 4 goals of the game, and Melksham puts them in front for the first time in the second half inside that last minute. And for the Brisbane Lions, we've spoken a heap about their record at the MCG. Chris Fagan's sick of hearing about it. Well, this feels like a whole new horror show for them. 1-14 in their last 15 games here. 1-11 under Chris Fagan. And at a match which they had in their keeping in that second half, they've coughed up in spectacular fashion. 16-9 to 16-8. Melbourne win by a point. Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse try and make sense of that for us.
Oh, it's hard to comprehend, Corbs. What a game of football. What an effort by the Demons. You're right, the Lions, they will be fuming at themselves for what they've just done. Trying to make sense of it, Nick, sometimes you strip it back to its most basic form, footy, and you go, the contested possession, the ability to win, the ball in a contest, in congestion, turn 50-50 balls into your team's ball. Melbourne dominate the contested ball in quarter 1, dominate the game. Quarters 2 and 3, all Brisbane in the contest, all Brisbane in the game. In that last quarter then, for that quarter, 41 to 28 plus 13.
That's a smashing.
To Melbourne. That is an absolute smashing.
And who got them too, Lingy? You've got Brayshaw in the middle.
Yeah. Max Gawn again.
Max Gawn, 6.
Yeah.
Viney, 4.
And Jack Fine, that effort, that goal, just to rip it out of McInerney's arms.
Yeah. And young Smith got 4 contested possessions as well. So
Simon Goodwin just calling them right in for a really tight huddle here, just on the wing, and spoke to them for quite a few minutes. Really tight huddle. Gee, that is, in the context of the season and how September shapes up, Melbourne by 1 point.
And that's the sort of win they can use and capture as a real launching pad to find something special. It's amazing what sort of run you can get on. Sometimes you make up stuff, and sometimes it's a special theme or whatever it is. But you can just, if you can harness it and you can bottle it, Nick, you can get yourselves on a little roll.
They play Adelaide next week, and there is a tip that Oliver may come back next week. Is that right, or is they?
No, he's still a few weeks away.
Still a few weeks.
Yeah,
okay, well they've got him.
3 to 4.
Yeah, probably. Oh, okay. So really, they've got him up their sleeve, and the biggest doubt that I had with Melbourne, even though I did tip them, Corby, was that
right all along.
Was Petrarca. How can he play in 2 positions? And quite frankly, he was outstanding as well as Maxi Gawn. But they did enough through the middle in the quarters that mattered, first and last, when they needed to get back in there. And quite frankly, Brisbane really stopped in the middle.
Yeah.
They never had the run nor the ball getting power. And worst of all, a contested ball to me is a determination ball. It's what you will yourself to win that hard, we call it hard ball, contested ball, whatever you want to call it. But Melbourne dominated it. That's why they got back in the game.
And one player, we didn't really go into enough detail in the game on this matchup. Brayshaw playing on Angus Brayshaw playing on Lachie Neale around stop it and just taking that matchup as often as he possibly could after quarter time. Brayshaw's ended up with 29 disposals.
Yeah.
Nick, and had 5 clearances himself. Neale's had 19 touches, going at 20% efficiency. He still was able to get clearances, 9 clearances, which is what Neale does. But again at the end, Gawn
10 clearances
and Brayshaw as the combination late in the game worked really well.
Yeah, absolutely. Petrarca was good all day. It's, when you analyse, you were doing the votes, but Brayshaw was fantastic. Gawn was, I thought Gawn was exceptional. Petrarca was exceptional. Viney when he needed to be. You look at let's look at Brisbane. Danaher kicked 2 goals, 3 could have been anything, but he was clearly their best player. McCluggage lets himself down with his disposal. Bailey patchy, McKenna patchy, Neil patchy, Lyons patchy, and yet they were. And the kids in the third quarter were the ones, Ashcroft and Fletcher. They were fantastic for them. But you try to find someone who's going to dominate when you need to dominate. As it's interesting what Tim said. What would you do? The captain's gone out and just said, "Follow me."
Yeah.
Follow my example. He must be totally exhausted. And this is where you say about Grundy. With Grundy playing today, Gawn would have been off the ball for probably another 30 to 40% of the game. And maybe that's not enough for him to be off the ground.
A game of wild momentum swings, and in the end it finished just 1 point the difference. Jake Melksham kicking the winning goal. The Demons home by a point. I don't want to miss a second of this as they make their way into the rooms. Tim Hodges is down there for us. Hodgie.
I don't want to say too much. The joint is going nuts down here, and this will be really cool as the players come in. There are people down here that cannot believe they won that game. All of the partners of the players are going to join in the song, I believe. So they've all been gathered. So this is going to be some sort of Demon song to watch on the TV for you guys upstairs. So the players are all in. John Stanaway's jumping in, the long-time trainer. Here we go. This is a win worth more than 4 points, as you would have heard with that song. The partners were in it. All of the staff were singing as loud as I've ever seen. You could not fit any more people in these rooms. It is a serious party atmosphere. So I'll try and grab a player amongst the chaos down here and come back to you very soon.
Thanks very much, Hodgie. I mean, their best, as we know, is clearly good enough. They're one of only 2 teams to have beaten Collingwood. They now have wins over Collingwood and Brisbane this year, Melbourne. They get home by a point. Have you just been watching that?
Yeah, confirm the last play. So it was Hipwood versus Jake Lever. The call, in fact, from the umpire was play on. Or, sorry, not play on, ball up. Ball up, even. Yep. They were both side by side. Eric Hipwood, if it hadn't have been called a ball up, it was Hipwood who actually ended up with the ball in his hands, but the siren had already gone. They called ball up, and looking at it, right call. I reckon there was no man in front. No one had clear take on the ball. When the umpire made the call. So I think it's a spot-on call by the umpire.
It's one of the most bonkers games of footy we've had this year. Both teams kick over 100 points, 105 to 104. How about this for some nice little symmetry? Melbourne led by 25 points on 3 separate occasions in the first half, trailed at halftime by 1. Brisbane led by 28 points on 3 separate occasions in the second half, lost by 1.
Yep. You are a statistical man. I can see it. What about give you a call Mondays before I make my tips?
Correct. We need to get
and go against it.
Share some stuff, and I'll lean on you for what numbers I need to be looking at and the stuff I can just throw out.
What about Jake Melksham's last quarter too? To come in, at times he had moments in the game where I think he was trying to play a role on Andrews. Andrews was having an influence. He kept going, kept presenting.
Yeah.
The kick from the boundary was just a brilliant finish on his left foot. And then to have that moment at the end, that's a massive last quarter.
Particularly because the way early on, the belly kick. Then he missed some. There was
we were calling for him to go quicker at one stage where he just held on to the ball. But
so that's fantastic for him. You just love to see a player turn it around, and that pressure kick at the end, almost like I've got to go 50 metres. I'm going to go 51 or whatever he was. He just did enough to get it over the line, but he put the accuracy first before the distance, and I think it's so important. You know, like if he misses that, my train of thought was I'd be hurrying up in case I need another shot or another. If they've kicked in, we might be able to get it back. But then he took those 25 or so seconds. That's a pressure goal.
You know how your brain works, and you were saying, flick the lights out if you're Melbourne. I was watching in the circle when they did that, and they all came into Jake Melksham at the end, but Stephen May didn't go. He just sort of hung around on the outside.
That's your news angle, Brian.
That is, well, yes. Remember they had that sort of punch up out the front of a restaurant a while ago.
Yep.
So
midway through last year, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Before King or Queen's birthdays, it was then.
Yeah.
But they've been about a 50-50 team since. I mean, there's so many question marks about.
Oh, just
Melbourne
better say, where does this leave Brisbane?
Yep.
When you need someone, I think everything that they've done with bringing the kids and everything like that, it's still the one nagging question to me is who stands up to take control of the game, not necessarily himself, but to inspire the players or talk to the players to get them over the line. Clearly, Max Gawn did it today.
Yes.
Clearly, Max Gawn did it today, and he's got the capability to do it because they just love him. But
can I add to your question?
Go on.
As always, who can stand up for Brisbane if Lachie Neale is being well held?
Yes.
Because Neale, well, and that's where I suppose Dunkley was brought in to help with that, who's not playing tonight. But
if you throw Oliver in, you got
to superb player.
But surely they just needed to game manage that final turn.
Oh, absolutely you do.
And there was just they just couldn't close out, and it felt like it was happening in slow motion. Where you guys mentioned they've stopped to a walk here. They're going to get swallowed up.
A few of the times the Brisbane Lions was standing to mark, and Melbourne charged them down.
Yeah, but they weren't running. It wasn't as if it was the first quarter stuff, Kel. Like Melbourne's first quarter with that run from behind really caught Brisbane out. That wasn't happening.
No.
What took place was when the ball fell, Melbourne came away with it.
Yeah.
More often than Brisbane did.
Do you think that they had it? That they thought we've got it?
I don't. Looking at the face of Chris Fagan, I don't think he thought he had it. But I don't reckon Max Gawn. I'm going to keep using him. I don't reckon Max Gawn was accepting of the scoreboard because the way he went in that first bounce down, I thought he is really setting them up.
Let's get back into the winners' rooms. Melbourne by a single point on the back of a late winner to Jake Melksham. Tim Hodges in the winners' rooms.
Christian Petrarca has come over to join us, so it's awesome to have the Melbourne superstar with us. He's just signing an autograph as he puts the cans on. Christian, what words do you have to say after a bonkers performance like that? Can you believe it?
Yeah, I can, to be honest, because we work bloody hard throughout the week in the last 4 or 5 weeks. Both offensively and defensively, and our contest is something we pride ourselves on in our defence, and it wasn't there tonight, but it just shows that you can win from anywhere. And in this competition, nothing's given. You've got to earn it. And I felt like the last 7 or 8 minutes is the brand of footy that we need to play. We need to keep playing for the rest of the year. But you can't win every game. Was there a moment in the last 10, 15, 20 minutes ago where you thought, well, we're just not winning this game? Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's footy for you. You go through the ups and downs, the positive thoughts and negative thoughts. Geez, I missed a set shot. Geez, we could have put that up to 12 points. Little frustration things. Your teammate gets outmarked and you get frustrated, but that's just the footy. You've got to stay in the now, stay present, focus on what you can control. And I think you can see that footy is a game of momentum, and you get 1 or 2 goals, or you get 2 momentums and two wins straight away, and sort of the rest sort of takes care of itself. And did it mean a bit more than 4 points? Just all the partners in here in the song. Johnny Stanaway, your long-time trainer, his 500th game in the song. Was it a bit more than 4 points? Can you really build on something on this? It's a special win. I think obviously Brisbane are an amazing team. They've had an awesome year, and them finishing third, being third at the moment, and us being 2 games behind. That's really critical for us to sort of stay in touch with that sort of top 3, I guess. And we pride ourselves at the MCG. We want to make this a place where we come here and we perform. And I think at the moment we're 8-1 this year here. So it's an awesome year to be here at the MCG. And I've got your question, so I'm sorry, mate. I'm just talking shit. Sorry. And what about the people in the rooms? It feels like a finals win. That was the question. Sorry. Yeah, I think all the girlfriends and partners and wives had a coterie dinner, and John Stanaway, an absolute legend. He's been here since 1999, strapping ankles and being a volunteer, and he's just an amazing person to be around. It's awesome. All the families, we pride ourselves on being a family culture, bringing anyone in. Anyone's welcome, and it was a great win. You were absolutely brilliant tonight. I'll send you upstairs, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Christian, well done on the win. What a game of footy that was. All right, let's be honest. Did you think Eric Hipwood had taken the mark, or did you think Jakey Lever, or did you agree with the umpire that it was clearly a ball up?
Or was it a ball up in the end?
I think it was called a ball up in the end.
I thought Jake marked that for sure. I don't know. I'm just the siren went. That's all I care about. That's the main thing. So it was a. Yeah, I think, to be honest, I thought it was a throw before that when Ashcroft or someone handballed, but what can you do? Yeah.
A couple of words from you on what we were just in amazement about the captain's game that Big Maxi played. His influence right across the game, his last quarter, everything that he did. From a player out there alongside him, what was it like?
Oh, it was incredible. It started with that 200-metre sky set shot that he did in the third, and don't know how that went in, but it did, and just a special game. He led from the front. He was amazing in around the centre bounces, and he's been incredible for us today.
And can I congratulate you too, because Mick pre-game said that they were wondering how long it took for people to work out how to clone Dolly the sheep. You were somehow cloned tonight, where you were able to kick 4 goals, but you're also able to have 26 disposals through the middle of the ground. So congratulations on being able to clone yourself, Christian. Well done.
To be honest, I've got to give it to the coaching staff. They've sort of allowed me the last couple of games to sort of put my strengths on show and put me as a forward, and also kind of go as a midfielder as well. And for me, I've been working really hard on my goal kicking. I feel like that's something I need to work better at and add to my game. And I feel like the last few weeks I've been really calm around the game and around the footy. And I think as well, I always know I can win the ball around the contest, but I think as a forward as well, it's sort of harder because you got to. So there's only so much you can control, and that's sort of your leading patterns and stuff. So it's been awesome to be down there too.
Christian, congratulations. And what I meant by Dolly the sheep was that you can't very well get it from the middle and kick it to yourself in the forward line. So I thought with Oliver out of the side, they needed you desperately in the middle. But anyway, it was a great win. Can I just go back to the second and third quarters? You seemed to dominate the first quarter with a lot of fantastic run. I thought it caught Brisbane out by the fact that when you move the football, they just weren't able to get in position. That seemed to cease. They changed their wings. They changed a little bit through the middle. How did you actually get back in the game? Or tell us, what do you think happened in the second and third quarter for them to start to take control of the game?
Yeah, I thought, I feel like the first quarter we're getting really good looks on offence off the back of our defence and contest. We weren't losing contest behind the ball. Harris Andrews had an amazing year so far, and we obviously had to nullify his impact on the game. And then the second and third quarter, I just felt like I got outmarked way too many times. Ben Brown, Malcolm with those guys, and just the contest stuff. I felt like they were, Lockie Neal was hard at it in the contest, and we just need to get back to playing sort of aggressive footy. Like we were sort of sitting off way too much. They were hitting a lot of lead ups, Hipwood and Gunston and that leg rope kind of, against these teams, they're going to hit that. So I thought the fourth quarter, it's really funny when the game's on the line. It's almost like you go a little bit of Russian roulette, and sort of way the Pies have been playing a little bit. Like they play with that, that dare attitude, which I love, and I love seeing that in footy. And it's almost like the Richmond model too. And I think the last 6 or 7 minutes we did a really good job of standing up in front, being really aggressive and getting really deep entries.
Yeah, well, just for your information, the contested possessions the last quarter were 40-29, which was the biggest gap. Early in the game, you similar numbers, but your favour. Then the second and third quarter, Brisbane nailed it up. So, do you consider yourself a contested possession side, or do you need to win the contested possession to win games of football? Some sides don't.
No, I don't think we need to, but I do think we pride ourselves on it. Definitely contested possessions and forward half percentage or dominance. That's something we pride ourselves on. The more we can sort of keep the ball in the forward half and have time possession, the more we're going to win the game.
Sure. And what about Harrison Petty? How's he going with his...
I think he's okay. I think he got subbed off, did he?
Yes, he did. Yeah,
I think he's had a bit of a back issue. Yeah, a bit of a back issue that he's been monitoring for a few weeks now. So, I think Joel Smith came on and I thought he won 3 or 4 critical contests in the the fourth quarter. He was awesome.
He was fantastic, yeah.
There's always, Christian, it's Corbin Milmas here, there's always a little bit of spite, it looks like anyway, from us as angst between the two teams, and you've obviously been successful, both of you, for a period of time now. Is there something in that? Do you feel like there's a bit of a rivalry that lives between the two playing groups?
Yes and no. I think there is, but there isn't. I think it's all probably external noise. I don't really go into that sort of stuff. I just kind of, we just try and focus on the game and what's at hand. But there's been some stuff in the past, but I think it just only adds to sort of battle. But they're a great team. They're going to be there all this year too.
Were you having words with anyone on the final siren? Did I see that?
One guy was giving me crap about my cooking or something like that, so which I usually cop. So it's all right. I was laughing at him and gave him the old little finger. So. Probably should be humble, yeah.
The cooking's going well on TikTok.
It's going real well. It's going awesome.
We're enjoying your work there, Christian. Appreciate your time on Grandstand AFL. Enjoy these wins. What a hell of a night.
Thanks, guys. Thank you very much.
Christian Petrarca with Tim Hodges, not under Hodgie too. Nice to hear from one of the stars of the show. Huge win for Melbourne in the context of the season, so they firm up their place in the top 4. Essendon and St Kilda still to play, but as it sits, they're 2 games clear in 4th. They're a game behind Brisbane, and both teams have a healthy percentage above 125.
And when they play, Mick, like they did in the last quarter and the first quarter, you start believing in Melbourne again.
Yes, you do.
But when they play like they did in the second and third quarters,
you wonder.
The doubt's there. And I suppose against good opposition like the Brisbane Lions are, that's going to happen in games. But when they got that fluency of their play happening in the first and last, you start to believe really strongly that contested ball, really good defence, and outstanding ruckman, that they can actually connect to that forward line.
Yeah, look, it's going to be bad news for Brodie Grundy, because, as I said before, I really believe that Gawn won that game. Look, there's a lot of contributors, clearly, but Gawn was the major factor in my book. And what it says to me is that Gawn has to play that 80 to 85%, if not more, on the ball. I don't know if he come off the ball in that last quarter, because Van Ruin is not a ruckman, and I reckon both coaches were saying we need our main ruckman on. So when they look at each other, neither of them go off. So, but did Brown work? Probably not. No. I don't know who's coming back in that position. We know that Oliver will come back in that position.
They've still got Tom McDonald, who's about 4 or 5 weeks
yeah,
away.
His form wasn't great going when he went out. So you've got.
Sorry to jump in. What's Bailey Fridge? How long?
Yeah, 6 to 8 weeks. I think is before the final.
6 to 7 weeks.
Yeah,
yep.
So he comes back as the finals start, and that's going to be. He's going to have to play. Clearly, he's going to have to play. But I know there's only 5 minutes. I'm just going to say I want to put to Brett Rosemary his 500th umpiring game. If I can just say, what an outstanding person, an outstanding performance, and I wish him the best for his 500.
Yeah, why is he so universally loved? It feels like every single player, he's their favourite umpire. What is it about him?
Because he consistently makes really good decisions.
Yes,
he has a really good understanding of the game and the feel of the game, and he communicates with players at a really respectful level.
Yep.
You can have a conversation, and sometimes you're all bubbling and you've got plenty of adrenaline running. Not a heated discussion, but you can ask in a slightly forceful manner, and he'll still take the time to explain the decision. This is what I saw. This is the way I understood it to be. Here's the decision. Yep. And you walk away going, yeah, okay, righto. You don't always agree.
No hidden agenda. It's just he just got on with it, and he umpired over in Ireland, so we had a little bit more to do with. And he was able to correct a lot of the Irish mistakes.
Just a shout out to the Melbourne Football Club as well, because Todd Viney's down in the rooms, of course, father of Jack and a former Demon player, which you would think is fine, but he's actually the general manager of football of North Melbourne. So down in the rooms, they've let him go down there. Steve Silvani didn't go down. That might have been his own decision down in the Blues rooms.
But as long as Daisy Pearce isn't in there?
No.
She's not allowed to be in the rooms.
No. Well, I think they've eased up on that, so they do let her in. Yeah.
It's nice to see Todd Viney, and didn't his son play well down the stretch?
Oh, what a moment that was. That is just sheer willpower.
It is.
Rip it out of the arms of Oscar McInerney.
It's almost as good a game as we've had this year. Two top 4 teams, wild momentum swings. In the end, it comes down to a couple of big moments in the end, and Melbourne get it done. Is it? I know we've got to get to the votes. We could do this for the next half an hour.
And even that mark at the end. I haven't done a look at that, if I can just say. Petty went, Jake Lever went to punch the ball, and it got locked under his arm. That's when Hipwood grabbed it from under his arm. So
it was actually his mark, wasn't it?
Levers. Or Levers?
Levers.
I
think he thought it was his.
Oh, yeah. Well, he certainly didn't think it wasn't.
No, correct.
I think they were saying that Hipwood, though, was marking it using Lever's body.
Yeah.
And that's why it had to be split.
That's right. It had to,
ball up call.
Yeah.
We've talked about Melbourne being a little bit up and down. Is it too simplistic to say this is a team that's played in such big-time games over the last couple of years, and there's some occasions that just motivate them more than others? So we saw them on King's birthday against the Pies, up for it,
Yeah.
win a thriller. Here tonight, sort of in patches came and went, and clearly they got warts on their game, but
Yeah.
this is what they're capable of, and there's no other team in the league that's beaten Brisbane and Collingwood this year, so the Demons can boast that. A 1-point win. They came from 24 down at the 17-minute mark of the final term to get home. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year, Lingy.
There's a lot of apologies in a game that good, but I will jump straight to the votes. I'm going to give one vote to Big Joey. I know he had his moments every now and then, but he was Brisbane's best player. 24 disposals, kicked 2 goals, 3. You just think, could he have pinched the win for his team if he just kicked 3 goals, 2, or another 1 or 2 other moments, but I still thought he was excellent. I shouldn't put too big a dampener on it. Christian Petrarca, the man we just spoke to, 2 votes. Best on ground by a country mile if his captain wasn't playing in that game. So he's unlucky. 26 disposals, 16 of those contested. Kicked 4 goals, 2, 9 score involvement, 7 clearances. Just go through. Influence was monstrous, midfield and forward. But I can't go past Big Maxi, Mick. I think all of us are in total agreement with him. 10 clearances, 8 intercepts, just marked everything. His willpower, his leadership, his influence, his everything about his entire game.
He even hit
Skylab
with that kick for goal.
That kick up the chimney, wasn't it?
Oh,
wow.
Is that bad for Brodie Grundy tonight?
I'd just say, honestly, how can you keep him away from being on the ball? The only way I can see this, Corby, is at some stage, if they cement a position, let Grundy ruck and Gawn have a breather on the bench and on off, so that Grundy says, okay, I've got 80% or 90%.
3 for Gawn, 2 for Petrarca, 1 for Danaher. It's a pleasure to spend this sort of game and this night with you all on Grandstand AFL.
Well done, game. Thanks, great call, you two guys.
Catch you next time. Thanks to Cameron Ling, to Mick Malthouse, to Kelly Underwood, to Tim Hodges, Ben Cameron, Stu Baker and Adam Jones, the cult figure. Signing off from the MCG, it is Melbourne by a point in one of the games of the season with wild momentum swings. Jake Melksham kicking the winner in the final minute. The D's home by just 1. We'll catch you tomorrow on Grandstand AFL.